許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指豪華に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎を消えない
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Season 6 landing for the North American Strikers League. We finally made it through promotion season, and we have one more day's worth of matches to determine which 4 teams will be joining Season 6 of NASL. My name's Gordo. I am joined by Sloth on the broadcast once again to kick things off, and we are going to be over here in Group A covering our run through the winners side.
Yeah, and we have an absolute beautiful game to start us off with, right? We have Bonbon Bonanza against the Flying Blobos. Obviously, Bonbon being a team that has been in NASL, I think, the past 3 seasons, and been a pretty good staple. Looking to make the run back into the league here as their opponent, they've chosen Flying Blobos. They had a good showing yesterday in liftoff, right? They came through upper bracket, which is already like an important thing, right, as for mental and momentum and everything. So an interesting series that we're going to go into, and interesting in terms of map and awakenings as well, as we're on clearing test chambers with stacks on stacks. So movement will be the name of the game today.
Yeah, definitely will be. Looking like there's going to be quite a few stacks on stacks selections. Everybody except for Fire Madden, who is choosing to go for the Might of the Colossus instead. And yeah, like you called out, we got to see quite a bit from Flying Blobos yesterday, at least you and I personally did on our coverage. Looking like they're already off to a solid start as J-Man going to push up the top side. Fire Madden going to be able to come up with that goal credit. Going to be looking to keep their run going, as you said, qualified from the winner's side. That earns them the right to be in this upper bracket and compete up against the likes of the NASL veterans in the form of Bonbon Bonanza.
Yeah, and it's gonna be it's also an added bonus, right? If you're starting from the upper bracket, no matter the outcome of this series, either you're finding yourself in a qualification spot or you're gonna find yourself in a lower bracket where you have another chance at making it through, right? It gives you that leeway of potentially taking a loss and still being in it to make the qualification. But they're definitely currently not playing like they're looking to take that loss at all, as they're actually leading 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Madden lines him up and knocks him down right there. Set up perfectly for the ricochet off the bumper and gets Lilybun while he's at it. Now going to be able to pick on up that boost coming in the form of the orb, and just brawling with Scyther 12 so effectively thanks to that additional boost coming on through, has access to the flip. Going to use it just to buy a little bit of space there. I don't know if they thought they were going to be able to catch the core or not, but still going to come up with both of the barriers. Scyther finally going to snag him with the death touch, be able to pick on up his first KO. Now being taken on towards barriers for the power play. Liari, nice navigation with the Rose Warp, but still Pensando able to work that core back around Scyther, able to hold on to at least one of the barriers until that flip comes on through, be able to secure in a flip out of Liari, gonna put it into the goal for the first goal of the match for Bonbon Bonanza.
That'll get the momentum going for them. They ended up using 2 flips for it, which means now only Lilybun will have that flip available on the side of Bonbon. On the other hand, for the Flying Blobos, J-Man has a flip available here, is gonna have to use it to actually stay alive, and still gets taken out. That's actually gonna create so much momentum for the side of Bonbon, as that also means the stacks and stacks are gonna get reset, as they're playing off of it perfectly as well, taking both the barriers, and are now looking to make this power play worth its time, as they cannot find the goal in the end, but still an incredibly advantageous position for them to be in.
Real nice for J-Man to be able to get that back over to Fire Madden. It was looking like could be Scyther finding a real close to checkmate shooting angle onto Pensando, and now going to get another shot at it here. The only one on the bottom side. Death touches it back and puts it in the corner. And Scyther showing some of that winner of Rookie of the Split a couple of splits of NASL ago, and showing some of that has made us so excited for him in the past.
Yeah, most definitely, and the barrier falls almost immediately again, as the side of Bonbon are not giving in and not letting any pressure go. A second barrier is found as well. Pensando's trying to get some aggressive plays going, gets one barrier, has a flip defensively as well if he needs to use it, but overall Bonbon will have just so many tools to be working with, as now all 3 of their members have fully stacked stacks and stacks. Doesn't matter though, Fire Madden in front of the goal will actually get the confirm with the flip, and will take the first set now in favor of the Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Flying Blobos taking an early lead in a 5-round set. That's going to give first pick over to Fire Madden. Looking at quite a selection here. Primetime is up and available. Always expecting to see some priority out of that one.
Yeah, most definitely. Other than that, you also have a Stinger, which could be quite a nuisance over time. The Big Fish is going to be the pickup for Fireman. It makes sense together with that Might of the Colossus. Extra size is going to do so much for you as more speed finds its way to Scyther. The Prime Time going to be a great tool for Pensando to help with on the defense and even help offensively a bit, as the Stinger and Reverberation will be picked up by Liari and Lilybun each. And last but not least, our Lord and Savior Orb Replicator finds its way through the draft as well, as it's going to hope to keep the side of Flying Bubbles alive now that Bonbon has picked up more damage.
Sure, and J-Man going to be the one who comes on up with that orb in the center. He's going to have that bonus speed and using that size to be able to win out these strike wars, but huge damage from Liari, showing what gets brought to the table by that Stinger. So they do get a big chunk onto him. Liari waiting for the pass coming through from Lilybun. Really good at navigating these core control situations with that piercing shot. Scyther trying to take the whiplash into aggressive stance, but Pensando still able to clear things out really effectively. Nice barrage from J-Man, pushes it into that last barrier, but Scyther able to do the same on the opposite side, working their way around Pensando's defenses and getting a stagger there onto Firemat, and Lilybun stepping up. They want to end it right here. The KO comes through into the goal, but J-Man able to move things back over, able to buy some of that crucial additional time. Scyther, though, so strong here at a 2-level advantage. The flip out of J-Man responded to by Lilybun, gets it over to Scyther, flip out of Pensando. J-Man misses theirs as well, and everybody's energy is blown just for Firemadden to come in and find the score.
The angle was fun in the end, and more importantly as well, J-Man stayed alive, keeping these 92 stacks on himself now. To be playing with Kai, obviously such a great character when you have that movement speed, and you'll see Bonbon continuously kind of damage on top of him as well, because trying to get these stacks off is going to be so valuable for them in the long run.
Tough season for Bun Bun Bonanza, trying to turn things around now in the promotion tournament, get themselves another shot. Have been playoff teams before, have been a playoff team before. As of lately, had some more struggles. Now looking to see if they can show off against Flying Blobos. Keeping up some good pressure on the bottom side is Scyther, taking both of those barriers. Nice death touch onto J-Man, looking to be able to find the KO. J-Man is going to stay standing. Pass on up, Liari back into the center, nearly taking out J-Man with the whiplash, but Firemadden, a little bit of a breakaway. They have to manage to keep it away from him. Scyther finds the KO. Pensando commits to try to save the core at midfield, and that's an open net for Scyther.
Yeah, and the Saxon Sax game really just looking in favor of Bonbon, as again, they're really close to having all three fully stacked. Lilybun is already stacked as well, so she can make use of that Amy, even without the eject button, to walk up, as you've been seeing her do so often. And you see the value in a play like that just there, as both barriers drop. Scyther, with a beautiful core control play up front, will be able to confirm the goal there as well.
Gorgeous from Scyther. That's what's got to make you a fan of this guy. So good in those close to the net situations at putting together these mix-ups and finding their way into the goal up against defenders. A pendulum swing KO is found there for Scyther as well, and now really well set up to be able to make something happen on this power play. Liari comes in with the Crystal Thorns to be able to take one of the barriers. Pendulum swing nearly going to find another. Lilybun out of the goal arc, using her energy burst to try to see if they can keep the pressure on towards that barrier. But Pensando holding stalwart here, refuses to let it go on through. Deflects another one, but that is another KO secured for Bun Bun Bonanza. They're the ones who lose their barrier for it, though. And Pensando and Fireman do a good job of buying additional time for this respawn. The second barrier will fall. Liari and Scyther are going to try to close it out right here, and Scyther finds it in the strike war, takes it right out of J-Man's hands and puts it in for a set win.
I'm starting to believe Scyther is unable to lose a strike war, as there's just win after win after win. Takes a barrier, takes the goal, and takes a much deserved set MVP here for a first pick. Looking at the Awakening's a build different, obviously an incredible pickup for him, and a great deny of a Firemadden as well, giving him so much more area to work with all of his abilities, and just the strike range as well, as the first spark will be picked up by Firemadden, trying to get that going early. Twin Drive falling down to Lilybun, a great Awakening for Amy, allowing to be active up front with that eject button even more than she's already been. Rapid Fire, a lovely pickup for J-Man. Spark pickup for Liari, and last but not least, extra special for Pensando. Could actually be quite difficult to be dealing with, just due to the sheer presence of the Blobos overall. But definitely a great draft again for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza.
Absolutely. Really good for them and starting to get into their comfort zone now. So they've got themselves exactly the awakenings they would be looking for, and Scyther looking to be playing at his peak right now. He's been able to execute really well in that second set, looking to keep it going now with the addition of that built different. Try to get that little bit of extra damage and that little bit of extra size. Juking around at midfield now, J-Man and Liari both landing some of these ranged abilities to try to keep control over the core. J-Man going to take a fair bit of damage in the center, though, as the Whiplash comes on through, and Scyther pushing them deeper in. Liari there to keep receiving at midfield. Will get it stolen away by Pensando, though, sneaking in there with a Blabo bounce, finding in on towards both barriers. Now looking for the shot. Big dodge from Firemadden, going to avoid going down to the KO. Firemadden takes the shot, forces the flip out of Lilybun, who will hold on to it for the time being. Now it's in Scyther's hands. Low health bars, low energy across the board here for the Flying Blabos, but not quite able to find their way on towards the remaining barrier. Pensando still holding up these defenses with the Blabos quite effectively. Liaria trying to support up from midfield. Flip forced out by that piercing shot. Fireman tries to take the shot. Gets deflected away by Lilybun in time, but back into Fireman's hands. One-on-one. Glitch Pop trying to clear it out. Will be able to fend it down towards the bottom and get it back into Liari's hands. Fireman getting another shot here, but everybody on top of him going to make it difficult to be able to manufacture the opportunity. Energy bursts countered back and forth. Liari finally able to find that barrier, and she finds the piercing shot as well into the goal for an early lead to Bun Bun.
And you can see how oppressive Bun Bun is playing as well. They're dumping so much damage into the side of Flying Blobos, which just makes it very difficult for them to really play it out. Their team comp is mainly trying to look to get the core up front to Firemadden and use that Julie force to get it through Lilybun's defense. But J-Man's just not able to get that core up there. He's just continuously being harassed by damage, which makes it so difficult to really get an attack going, which leads to Bun Bun constantly being on the attack.
Yeah, nice save again from Lilybun, able to hold on towards that barrier. Liari, though, goes on the wrong side of the Rose Warp, sets up an offense for Flying Blabos inadvertently, and it will get into the goal. J-Man able to get this entire game dead even, 1-1, one set apiece.
And that is the strength of the Kai when you're not consistently down at 1 HP, right? You do have that force coming towards Lilybun there, which is difficult to deal with on the Amy. But as you can see, almost immediately, again, HP bars are going low. Orbs have to be picked up. Flip coming out from Fireman in front of the net now. Will take the barrier. Will look to get a goal set up here as well, as J-Man will actually get the core, and a beautiful barrage will force it right past Lilybun. Not much she can do there.
Yeah, I mean, from a great set from Scyther into a great set from J-Man so far, doing a really good job of maintaining control over the core, keeping things over on the left side of the map, not losing out on these duels at midfield, and stopping Scyther from really getting to play the game over the course of these last couple of points. Fireman over the wall, finds that KO onto Liari, creates a power play for the Flying Blabos as they look to take their second set here. What else can they find? Pensando coming out of the goal arc, trying to help out with the Blabo bounce. Scyther has been able to clear it away for the time being. It is going to be in the hands of J-Man, now pinned into that bottom vent. Scyther able to push for a little bit more, and that sentry turret going to be able to take things on towards the first of the barriers. Liaria, of course, respawned a while ago, back out to help the team now. Scyther gets Whiplash onto all three members. Still looking to see if they can present that little bit of extra damage, find those KOs that helped them out so much in set number 2. Flip comes out of Lilybun, responded to by the Blobs. KO is found in trade for the barrier. The shot from the Blabos. Lily can't get back in time, and Pensando will win a second set for the Flying Blabos.
Even though the power play was in favor of Bun Bun, the Flying Blobos were able to get the push through and are rewarded with another set to win here. As we're looking at the Awakenings, and I feel like the Stagger Striker has to be a huge priority for J-Man. Staying alive has been such a difficulty so far for him due to Kai's low HP pool and all that damage coming out, so that's going to help him tremendously. As Super Surge is also not to be underestimated pickup for Lilybun. Together with that Twin Drive, that is going to be a lot of damage coming out of the Amy. But again, you have Stagger Striker now for Kai. He's going to be able to deal with it a little bit better now. On the other Awakenings, the second Spark finding its way onto Liari, going to help with those cooldowns at that HP bar. Another Size Awakening for Firemadden is also going to do great work for him, as he's going to get even more power off of it. And a recovery drone has the rest to it, which can help you in some situations as well.
Absolutely can. There's another piercing shot going a little bit wide. J-Man nearly taken out off the top, but again, these bumpers have really been helping out the Flying Blobos in this game number 1 as they manage to find both of their barriers. Also nice ricochets. Scyther going to be able to take one on the other side, but it's a nice shot from Fire Madden into the goal once again to take the lead 2 goals away. They're able to find this set win and being able to win themselves game number 1 of this best of 3.
That is the benefit of the triple size awakenings from Firemat, and these dash punches are going to have so much range, and you even saw it there, that Strike War is just going to be made so much more difficult for the side of Bunbun, as the pressure is just too much. Pensando jumped up to keep the pressure up top, so J-Man had the opportunity to run below and cover that only clear angle that Lilybun had. Really great offense. Flying Bubbles are actually finding themselves now 1 goal away from taking game 1.
They really are, and really strong showing from them in that last point, just unrelenting in the offense, and here it comes again. Fire Madden finds that last punch in 3-0 in this 4th set, going to take the Flying Blobos up to 1-0 in the series. What a showing from them against the NASL veterans.
Yeah, an incredible showing. They just found their way to play it out towards the latter end of the game, and there was just not much that can be done anymore for the side of Bunbun. That pressure just ended up being a bit too much for the Amy pick from Lilybun to be able to defend against, as we're looking at the stats here as well. Nothing of insane note. Very well played from all sides here, honestly. I feel like we see the 5 KOs off of Scyther would helped a lot in those early stages for momentum, but towards the end he wasn't really finding those anymore, and at that point the pressure just got a little bit too much for Bunbun to defend against.
Yeah, I mean, I think just really explosive in their offense here from the side of the Flying Blobos. J-Man and Fire Madden constantly able to punish Lilybun anytime she moved outside of the goal arc to try to help out, whereas the same cannot be said for Pensando. Pensando able to get involved quite a bit on offense, jumping out of the goal arc pretty frequently, able to return back. I mean, that Juno has been so strong for Pensando over the last couple of days. Curious to see how it falls in the draft in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pick that can be looked at to even either be picked away or banned out, because the next game is going to be on Atlas's lab, right? And at lab, you can definitely still play a Juno goalie in there as well. So I'm curious to see how Bunbun's going to be approaching that pick. I'm also curious to see if they're maybe going to think about some other picks that have been played out here, right? J-Man's Kai was being very oppressive the moment that he had the ability to stay on the map for a bit longer than 5 seconds, which could also be something to be looked into.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything looks so strong here. And the other thing is Bun Bun Bonanza on a composition that they should be very, very comfortable on. I'd say some of the best characters that these players have historically had in their hands in that game, and it still just was not enough. Going to be a Castellas Deadeye start now as we get into the picks and bans for game number 2.
Yeah, this is just gonna be another like KO heavy game, I would imagine. Deadeye just opens up so many lethal picks to just shine so extremely well. We're looking at Finnies, we're looking at Luna. The Vices are gonna be fine. The Amy pick's gonna be good as well. Estelle with Deadeye is also not to be underestimated. That's a lot of damage output can come out from that pick. On the other hand, Castellast is going to favor some characters that are not necessarily going to be the best if it comes into a KO heavy game, I'd argue, right? You're thinking of Era, you're thinking of Nair, you're thinking of something like the Kai as well, which gives a lot of effect for them, yes, but they're not necessarily going to be able to stay alive against the pure onslaught that Deadeye can bring to the draft. So I'm curious to see where the priorities here are going to lie, if there's going to be a ban away from a potential Finny, from the side of Flying Blobos to not be dealing with that, or if we're just going to leave it open and just let it run, see how many KOs can be racked up in a single series.
Yeah, I mean, Finny, another strong pick for Lilybun as well, so if they do end up leaving it up, it might be something that we do get to see out of Bun Bun Bonanza. They aren't going to have the first pick, of course. It will be going over to the Flying Blobos here on Bun Bun's map selection, so just waiting for this draft to get on started and start to get some of these questions answered. I think the bans in game number 1, it was the Dakar was banned for the Flying Blobos, the Drakkar. But what was the ban for Bun Bun? I do not remember.
It was Octavia. I think,
Octavia, okay.
which would be a very valid pick with a Castellax start, of course. But again, it's kind of going to come down into, yes, you're going to have that flow state up for seemingly ages with a Castellax, but if you're going into a full damage composition, it might not be incredibly easy for this Octavia to stay alive. So it is something to consider in this draft. You could start going as well to kind of deny that strong damage strikers and look to pick that Octavia. But I feel like you're going to be putting yourself into quite a challenging situation if you're trying to make it run in this AdLab game.
I completely agree. So, going to be quite the draft here. And I mean, has a lot on the table. Winner of this going to end up coming up with a qualification match up against a Wee's Little Bees. So, could be just one series win away from being able to make it into NASL. And that's got to be exciting time for the Flying Blobos coming on in here, qualifying off liftoff on the winner's side. A really great run for them so far. Would be capped off perfectly if they were able to make it to NASL. I think would be the first time for Fire Madden and J-Man, if I'm not mistaken. I think J-Man played as a sub previously. I thought Pensando played a little bit, though, of NASL, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe he came in to the Modern Magic roster towards the end of the season. I'm not fully certain on that, but he definitely
will know. Saya will know, and Saya will correct me if I'm wrong. So no worries.
Very correct as well.
Yes. Okay. Confirmed. Yes. Pensando played over for Modern Magic, and Modern Magic is now Wee's Little Bees. So would be a little bit of a grudge match there in the qualification match if it did happen. There are the picks and bans. The Drakkar and Octavia going to stay. The Juno going to be the first snap up once again for the side of the Flying Blobos. So going to still have that power for Pensando in the goal arc.
Yeah, that's going to have a lot of value as well, because actually Juno's primary does an incredible amount of damage. Juno's primary on baseline does more damage than Vice's primary on impact, in case you didn't know. So that Deadeye is going to help that Juno hurt even more if there's going to be a KO angle coming up from the side of Flying Blobos. And I feel like we got a really good idea of what Bunbun's going to be playing for, because they locked in a Luna and an Estelle, two excellent Deadeye users, a lot of damage that they can be pumping out that way. So I feel like even though the Kai pick did J-Man a lot of good work in the last game, it's going to be much more difficult for him to be staying on the map here, going up against two of these picks with Deadeye.
Full run back. Full run back drafted here for the Flying Blobos. So going to be the Estelle Luna, definitely looking pretty good here for the side of Bun, given that Deadeye start. Got to believe that's what we're going to see on both of them. Now looking to see what they round things out with. A pick on Scyther here could very well be what makes the difference. I do think this player is who we're going to need to see some big stuff from on Bun. Are they just going to go 3 ranged? Is it going to be Scyther on the Luna and just a run back on the Aimee from Lilybun? That would be crazy.
I am so incredibly down for that, because all of these 3 characters get so much value out of the Deadeye. There's not really a brawler you can pick here that's going to be as strong with a Deadeye pick than just going for another ranged character here. And also, I really quickly want to point out, this is going to be another fun little game for the stat books, because this Juliet's going to have to go either Castellax or Deadeye. So we'll see where the value is going to be in those picks.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, yeah, you could have gone X Castellax. There's other brawlers out there, but it does look like the priority is going to still fall on this Luna. We are assuming, of course, that it will be Luna. In the brawler position, it will be Scyther on that Luna. We'll find out once we get into the actual game. Just feels like that would make the most sense. Of course, see on your screen, it is going to be the same picks in the same players for the side of the Flying Blobos, looking to take a 2-0 win here and move themselves onto a qualification match.
It worked for them once. We'll see if it's going to work again, as we're now seeing Scyther 12 on the Pummelers Luna with Deadeye. That's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of knockback coming out of that Luna. And as expected, everyone on the Deadeye, with the exception of Fire Madden and J-Man, who opted to go for the Castellax. J-Man obviously is just going to play for that speed, trying to overwhelm with that speed and that barrage and get these cores in before they end up dying. And Castellax, Julie, I mean, it's a statistic now. We can say it happened.
We can, and we will, and it'll come up more often, I'm sure. Going to be a big Castellax Juliet here, and not going to stop Fireman from kicking things off as they move in to score.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it in that first point just a little bit already. The pressure in this game is really going to be on Bun to get these KOs and to get that damage out. Because if you're not going to be threatening those HP bars from flying Blobos, they're just going to have sustained pressure. That's just going to be suffocating your defense. Because yes, you have a lot of damage output, and you have three great characters that can interrupt from range. But if you have a Juliet in front of you, none of them really have a great tool to be dealing with a situation like that. So they do need to find that damage. They do need to find those threats, or just great setups as well with maybe a piercing shot or a Luna Dash, because if they cannot find that with time, the flying Blobos are gonna be favored.
Absolutely here, and J-Man gonna find themselves staggered here, but able to hang on to it, dodging on out from that crater coming out of Scyther. Scyther looks to move into a more aggressive position. Going to need to be very precise on this Luna. You definitely don't have size in your favor, so you need to be able to direct yourself perfectly, but getting KO'd by Fire Madden, not what you want to happen. And a power play for the Flying Blobos with an open goal available as they look to close out this point. Flip comes out of Lilybun, stuffed by Fire Madden, as it is a 2-0 lead to the Flying Blobos.
Excellent timing coming out from Firemat, and then just completely shutting down that flip that Lilybun now won't have available for this point. As Flying Blobos are going to look to take this set in a 3-0 fashion. We'll see if they can get themselves set up for it as they're trading barriers. Fireman and J-Man both low on evades though, so do need to be a bit careful around those edges to not be taken off cleanly, but they're just taking the second barrier, and again, they're just immediately setting up for an attack. That's just so difficult to defend against. Liari has to use the flip to keep the point alive.
Very, very close there. Liari saving it at the last possible second. That was as necessary of an energy burst as I have ever seen. But now still going to be on the back foot. They still have one barrier to go. Nice move by Scyther with the boost to be able to open things up and trying to get themselves a little bit of momentum back in this series, as they have just been getting run circles around here. If you count the previous set, or the final sets of the first game, I think this is like 7 goals in a row or something for the Flying Blobos, but Scyther will finally be able to cut the loss streak.
Yeah, an important goal that was to find, because again, it's a game of momentum. Omega Strikers is so heavy on the momentum, on the mindset that you can get as well, so even just getting a goal, even if you end up losing this first set for the side of Bun Bun, knowing that it wasn't a 3-0 fashion, it's already going to do so much for you. As the first barrier drops on the side of Bun Bun, but likely going to be trading that back almost immediately here, even game state again.
Yeah, going to move right back on over, going to be able to take down that second barrier, and nearly able to find the score. Liari resetting up towards the top. Lilybun falling back on defense. Going to not be able to save it, though. Fireman moving right on up, getting right into the goal.
Yeah, and a big first set win. Gonna be a first pick for the Juliet here as well. We'll see what Fireman's gonna be able to pick up here. Size, heavy impact, more importantly, I feel like, is gonna be it. Although Lilybun is gonna be very happy with the choices left over there. Extra special gonna be a great pickup as well. Fireman actually opting to go for Sparks here, trying to get those started early. Obviously Spark of Strength being a huge value for Juliet. Heavy impact finding its way onto Lilybun, helping with that damage, as the prime time's gonna help Pensando just like it did last game to just keep up the pressure. Spark to Liari is gonna help with movement speed. The extra special has to be denied off of Scyther 12 there to minimize that damage output, but the prize fighter is going to make it so much more worse now if the abilities do actually land, and if Cypher 12 will find these KOs to get that stacked up.
We're going to need to see, but another KO coming on out for the Flying Blobos already. Liari off the map. Lilybun and Scyther just trying to buy themselves some additional time. Scyther with another nice boost to try to take control, but it just ends up right back on the offense for the Flying Blobos. J-Man pressuring forward with the barrage. Takes the second of those barriers, and finally going to be able to get some range shots on through to take one on their side. But Fireman moves up and takes the shot from outside the arc. Lily can't get back to it in time, and it is another score for the Flying Blobos.
Flying Blobos are playing it so well. They're on a roll here. They seem to be in control of the game just so securely as they find barrier after barrier and score after score, even finding more KOs than the side of Bun Bun here, even though Bun Bun's the team that ended up picking for these KOs with these 3 characters using Deadeye. So Bonbon is going to have to find something, maybe a different approach to their defense or attack to kind of break this flow that the Flying Globos have going for them right now. Because right now, it's starting to look like this game can be over in 2 more sets.
It definitely is, so let's see if they're able to hold on for long enough. Flip comes out of Lilybun, gonna take both barriers. Nicely done there. And going to see if they can take it all the way on through to try to break this loss streak. Another KO coming on through, this time out of Fire Madden. Pensando moving outside of the goal arc, and Scyther with a shot. The Blabo doesn't connect, and that is an easy cruise in for a point to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, the Blubbo slightly misaligned. They're not able to catch it as the sets are evened out. Going into kickoff here, Liari and Scyther will have their flips available soon, so can use that to secure the second barrier if they need to, as the first one's already dropped. J-Man down to half HP with no evades as well. Likely going to be the target here, as a secondary together with a flip will come out to get that kill secured. Second barrier drops as well. Cypher 12 now in front of the net, tries to get Pensando out, but the evade is there in time to actually keep him alive as one barrier gets traded back. Liari staying alive and safe in their own goalie net right now.
Staying alive for the time being, but moving in for another shot here is the likes of the Flying Blobos. Blabo nearly puts it right in there, but they will be able to hang on for the time being. It's moving back over to midfield. Scyther moving up with the boost, not quite going to connect. Lilybun here to help on out, though, with that sentry turret, sending it towards the goal. Crater going to force another elusive out of the members of the Flying Blobos, and Liari shows up with the Rose Warp to put it in the goal, 2-1 in favor of Bun Bun Bonanza.
One goal away from evening it out in sets, and they would very much like to do that because we have a lot of strong awakenings still in the rotation, right, which would make the life of Bun Bun a lot easier. We'll see if they can actually close that out and get it, as now Core is bouncing around in the midfield, trying to get an attack going. Flying Blobos have a flip on Fire Madden and soon one on J-Man. We'll see if they can get the second barrier here. No, but Pensando's holding on to Core very steadily.
Yeah, absolutely. So able to hold on for a little bit extra and going to be able to keep up that defense. You know, moving up Fire Madden to be able to get it back in on towards that barrier. Now Scyther, ooh, had a moment there. Didn't actually connect with the core, but they take a barrier anyway. Fire Madden uses the Flame Flurry to be able to take a second for themselves, and Scyther and Liari moving up, trying to make an aggressive angle happen. A nice Rose Warp from Liari, going to be able to put them in a position, potentially get the score. Scyther takes the shot, and there is the lineup with Liari. Bun Bun Bonanza finds some life and take a set win in game number 2.
They're really hoping to find themselves some valuable awakenings here, as Lilybun will be getting the first pick. We have Stinger in this draft, which is likely going to be picked up from the side of Bun Bun if they can, but Rapid Fire has to be the first choice here to help with that defense and that damage output for Lilybun. Kai's going to be picking up the specialized training, taking it away from Luna, and also making that Giga Blast quite a threat as Aerials find its way to Liari to help with that mobility. That extra range can have a lot of mix-up situations come out, as the Stinger is going to be denied off of the side of Scyther 12 by Fire Madden. Scyther 12 opting to go into among Titans here, gonna help with mobility, gonna do quite a bit of work as well. And lastly, Glass Cannon can actually help Pensando be even more aggressive than he's already been. We'll see if it's gonna pan out that way as well.
That's a speedy Luna for sure, so we'll see what Scyther's going to be able to make happen with that one. Nearly finding a KO onto J-Man, and it does open up an opportunity for Lily, but good defense out of Pensando, just in full control of the core, using those Blobos to juggle it back and forth and managing to keep everything safe the whole way through as we start to duel it midfield. Good damage onto J-Man, though, going to force him back. Scyther nearly finds the KO, forces out the elusive, and will try to keep that Kai on the back foot. Lily, nice defense, dashing out, getting back to strike in time to save the defense there. It's both goalies stepping up on this point. Another clear on out as Fire Madden losing out on more and more health. Will take one of the barriers, will end up KO'd, but there's an open goal now for the side of the Flying Blobos. Let's see what can be done here for Bun Bun Bonanza on the power play. Only 1 or 2 seconds left. Sending it back on over. Scyther going to be able to find that second barrier. Open goal now for both sides as both are at full strength, 3 members apiece. The Crater puts it right back into position, and Scyther follows it up, doing everything in the goal arc to find that point.
Really good dash from Scyther there, just immediately following it up, and there wasn't really an angle for Pensando to go, because even if he continues to clear upwards, Luna will just continue on the dash even further and just get that core anyway. So great setup there as Bonbon's immediately taking 2 barriers here, looking to make this a quick goal. Can't quite get it through in the end, but the damage still is going to continue to flow through.
Oh, another
with
one!
A beautiful dash redirect will actually get the goal in. Scyther is doing such a good job on his Luna right now.
Talked about it pre-game. This is the guy that we want to see step up for Bun Bun Bonanza, and Scyther 12 showing up in this game number 2. A little bit of a slow start, but since then been on fire on this Luna. They pick up a couple of awakenings, but Fire Madden able to isolate Lilybun on the bottom, takes her off of the map and creates a power play here for the Flying Blobos. J-Man with a shooting angle down to Fire Madden, saved by Liari, cleared by Liari. Lilybun able to show back up and clear things out as well, so they do hold on from the power play. Now it's back into Fireman's hands. Liari doing her best to clear it out. Will actually find a KO there onto Pensando. So now no goalie available for the Flying Blobos. How well will they be able to hold on here? There's the Crystal Thorns coming through for a second one, and Scyther takes the shot in what will surely be an MVP set for him, bringing that up to 2-1.
MVP set going towards Scyther. Missile propulsion still being in the draft and will drop here as well. Adrenaline Rush also incredibly high prior though. The downside is you're gonna likely have to give 1-2 punch to Juno if you're going for either of them. And Scyther is not happy with that. Will take the 1-2 punch for himself. Still gonna be a good awakening to be taken up, but it's gotta sting a little bit that he can't get Missile or Adrenaline Rush here. A Spark being picked up for the side of Pensando. Stagger Swagger going the way of Liari to deny that survivability, as Sax on Sax and Twin Drive are getting picked up for Fire Madden and J-Man. Gonna help with that speed, with that pressure. And last but not least, the Adrenaline Rush finding its way to Lilybun. So if they can set themselves up to get any kind of kill going, Lilybun has even more speed to work with to be aggressive and to help on that offense.
It's crazy to see this composition out of Bun Bun Bonanza and have nobody take Missile Prop, but it's the world that we are living in here, Sloth, as what a run here from Scyther and Liari. Great positioning on these setups, and with a numbers advantage, it's just oh so easy for them to keep the pressure on towards these barriers, opening on up the goal. Liari and Scyther looking to close out what has been an immaculately played point. It is getting held on to for a while. Liari still up in their face, will not be able to get control over the core, and it will be cleared out. So not able to finish things off as easily as they started it. Bun Bun Bonanza now going to have to fall back on defense for a short while. But Liari sets up with another piercing shot, barely fended away by Pensando, and now helped on out by the sentry turret. But Lily not able to get back in time, will lose out on her second barrier. Blobo going to stop the flip from Liari, and they nearly give up the goal for it. But Lily is able to get there in time, and Lily finds the KO, finds the setup, and closes the point out for Bun Bun Bonanza.
And you can see it in the gameplay from Bun Bun Bonanza. They're just using abilities continuously and just making it so difficult for the side of Flying Bubbles to stay on the map. A lot of damage will just continuously get dumped, and again, eventually you're gonna run out of evades. Eventually you're just gonna have to start tanking it, and when you're starting to tank it, you're gonna be taken off the map. Again, J-Man being very low here as the first barrier drops, has one evade to his name, but definitely will not want to use it anytime soon. But again, the pressure is just being built continuously, as you can just see ability after ability coming out. But the specialized training actually gives J-Man the kill here. Power play now in favor of the Flying Blobos.
Trying to hold on now as they've got to withstand the pressure of the power play. Fireman going to be able to take that barrier. Lilybun doing her best to clear things out. Nearly takes Fireman off the map. Liari nearly does it as well, but they've got to watch out for these shots coming on through. Lily trying to clear things out. Fireman has an opening onto the bottom. J-Man trying to fire it off, but will be saved by the sentry turret. And Liari now at midfield. Going to try to duel for it. A KO found for Lily again. That's an Adrenaline Rush proc. Will get back on over. Will have the opportunity now to be able to move on to J-Man instead. J-Man turns the KO right back onto the goalie, though, looking for one more shot, but Liari and Scyther are in position to be able to defend, trading power plays back and forth, and I don't know that J-Man's out of the woods yet, but need to defend up against Fireman and these dash punches. 3 members apiece now for both sides, barely saved as Fireman takes the shot with the Flame Flurry. The sentry turret doing its job to be able to hold on to the defense just a little bit longer there that time. Liari takes another one. That's actually Scyther shooting over towards the barrier, still not able to find its way past Pensando. And Pensando sees an opening for a Blobo shot. finds its way into the goal 1-1.
That glass cannon Deadeye primary in overtime is just going to send that core flying almost immediately. No need for any kind of 1-2 if you are in a situation like that, as they even out the set and are looking to build on this advantage. But again, we're just about 7 seconds into the set. J-Man already down to seemingly 1 HP already. A barrier does end up dropping here on the side of Bun Bun as they're holding on to the second barrier for an extended while here, but they're not clear just yet. Court goes out to the side of Flying Blubbles. Now one barrier drops, second one doesn't drop as Pinzando's holding on with those Blubbles just fine. But again, you just see one ability after the other. J-Man's just really fighting for his life here.
Yeah, as always, can't get too distracted by the character combat and end up losing out on those barriers, but there's going to be a nice KO found by Fire Madden, taking Lilybun off of the map for a little bit longer, forcing Scyther and Liari to play on defense. They can't hold on to the barrier. Still waiting on that respawn. Lily arrives. Glitch Pop clears out the core, as does the Cyber Swipe, putting down that sentry and setting up a good offense for the rest of her team. Fireman takes one more shot, but it's from too far away. Scyther finding his way in, nearly going to be able to take it. Another big crater deals good damage over to Pensando, but it is another shot from J-Man. The Giga Blast sends it across the map and into the goal.
And J-Man is playing this so well, staying alive for so long under pressure, and even in those situations being able to use that Giga Blast to actually create an attack that Lilybun's just not able to recover from, as now Flying Blubbos are 1 point away from sending us to a set 5 here, and they very much would like to do that. They don't want to try to go to a game 3. They want to finish it off here, take the series 2-0 as they get the second barrier as well. Scyther trying to get an attack going, but this is a dash. Pinzano now running up, has a flip available. The Sad Boys angle will not take any barrier there, as Bun Bun is back in control of the core.
Yeah, really tough angle there. Not quite going to be able to find it home, but Fire Madden will show you how to do it. Flying Blobos take the set, and we will be going to a set number 5 here. Flying Blobos, blood in the water, want to try to take the win right here and get themselves into the qualification match.
And you have a bunch of good awakenings for the Kaiju. You have to fight or flight. You could even argue you might want to take up the recovery drone again, just for survivability reasons. But no, fight or flight will be the pick to help with that speed that J-Man can be working with. Super Surge, a solid pickup for Lilybun. Again, more damage on that Amy. Going to be much more lethal with those Cyber Swipes as well. As Explosive Entrance finds its way to Pensando, giving him a lot more area to work with. Liari picking up a second spark. Going to have her speed even be a bit faster now, as she has agility and resilience. And Reverberation, a solid pickup for Fireman and giving that extra bit of HP to just stay alive. Recovery Drone, also not to be understated here, as Scyther 12 is now close to being back to normal size.
Yeah, for sure. We will see how much work that is going to end up doing here. You get a little bit more strike angle, but still has all that movement speed from the Among Titans earlier. A nice barrage from J-Man finds that second barrier. Opens things up a little bit, but Scyther able to find one back on the other side. Liari and Scyther are going to have to play at a high level right now. They do find the KO on towards Juliet, and they will have an opportunity on the power play here to make a little bit more happen, but gets snuck away from them. Lily not quite able to find it with the sentry. Fireman now back available. And now going to look for a little bit of an offensive angle of their own. Scyther and Liari, there's two right in their face. There's the Flame Flurry, nowhere to go. Fire Madden puts it in the goal. 2 more to go for the Flying Blobos.
They're looking to close it out right here, and now they do not want to be going to this game 3 on Autumn City, as we're going into this next kickoff here, and the attack immediately gets started up again, but actually a beautiful missile from Scyther will take the KO. Power play in favor of Bun Bun as they take a double barrier with it as well. Scyther and Liari doing such a good job just controlling the core in front of the net, playing around Pensando perfectly to even out this set.
And it's a best of 3 points for whether this series will continue on or not, Sloth. So well played there by the forward midfielder duo here from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Now real great pressure coming out of Fireman and J-Man. Another Flame Flurry. This time Lilybun's going to be able to deflect it away. Has that little bit of extra space. Scyther comes in with the boost, but it still gets fended off by J-Man. Nice shot from midfield, going to be able to find its way on towards one barrier, but Lily and Liari need to navigate this thing out of danger. Fire Madden with the flip available, so dangerous on just taking a dash punch into the goal. Scyther going to have his recovery drone blown there as well as they finally find a KO onto the Luna. Labo's still in position to be able to keep up the defense. Nice glitch pop from Lilybun. Will be able to hold on for longer, but Fireman again still with that flip available. Needs to be respected and will find a KO onto Scyther. Energy burst not even necessary. Such a difficult position for Liari and Lilybun to be in. Finally able to save one shot. Don't use the energy burst out of J-Man, so they actually managed to buy enough time for Scyther to respawn. Will be able to buy a little bit of extra time thanks to the addition of that crater. Another shot from J-Man is fended away. Liari clears it again, but can they manufacture themselves an offense? A KO for Liari makes it plenty easier as it's a power play to Bun Bun Bonanza. Snagged away by Pensando, though, and constructing something out of nothing. Pensando takes this one to match point.
And what a strike that was. Akora's going so fast. Pensando mid-air will find the strike and sets themselves up for the flip confirm. Flying Blubbles now 1 goal away from taking a series 2-0 as the double barrier does fall on their side. Fire Madden, though, still on the attack. Will keep up the pressure, almost finds a KO on Liari as well, but she's able to avoid it for now as the flip comes out. Scyther trying to dash to get the attack going as well, help the build up, but it doesn't go anywhere. So the second barrier is going to be dropped and the strike is going to be found. Fire Madden secures the Flying Blobos this third set, and Flying Blobos will take this series 2-0.
There it goes. Flying Blobos pulling it back here. And that was Bun Bun Bonanza betting it all on Scyther 12, coming in for that combo with Liari. Did not connect, did not find the shot into the goal. And it is yet another Fire Madden dash in the face of the team to take a victorious shot and win it for the Flying Blobos. They're moving on to a qualification matchup against Wee's Little Bees.
An incredible game coming up from the Flying Blobbles, and special shout out to J-Man, who just was so clutch in all of these situations. These specialized trainings, Giga Blast just did so much work finding these KOs, finding the core intercepts, just making it so difficult for the side of Bun Bun to really be dealing with that Kai pick. And it's definitely a pick that needs to be considered now, that needs to be respected in draft, because J-Man has repeatedly been giving us such a show on that character. You might have to start thinking about whether you want to give them that freedom to pick that Kai and let J-Man work his magic.
Well, I mean, going the same comp 2 games in a row, 2 maps in a row, looking like they are all so comfortable on these individual picks. We watched so much Pensando Juno yesterday, and it's been so good for this team as well. It feels like you're running out of good decisions to make as far as what you're going to ban here. I'm very curious to see how a relatively revamped Wee's Little Bees roster is going to look here. They were, of course, Modern Magic in NASL, still the same slot, but keeping only Carmine, I believe, from that roster. So see how Wee's Little Bees are going to be able to perform here as they look to technically defend their NASL spot, but really it would be a new team in the league either way.
Yeah, most definitely. And we'll see how Flying Blobs are going to match up into that. But before that, we're going to go into a short little break to get everything ready for that series. So do not go anywhere, as that qualification series is going to come up next.
葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒す手段は修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指甲賀に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎は消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収める
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of Landing, where we have got our first qualification match of the day, Sloth, and it is going to be Wee's Little Bees taking on the Flying Blobos to determine who is going to take that first slot in the 2025, well, first of several 2025 NASLs in Season 6 of NASL.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's the Flying Blobos that are gonna look to continue their win streak, as ever since liftoff they haven't lost a series yet, right? They came through the upper bracket and just continue to take their wins, even against Bun at that last game. Obviously, Wee's Little Bees are gonna look to stop that in this series, as we have a Siege Machine Deadeye start, and ooh, there's a lot of fun picks here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different picks than what we saw out of this team in the last match here. Pensando going to be piloting the Finny, J-Man on the Octavia that was permanently banned by the likes of Bun Bonanza, and Fireman busting out this Centauro, facing down against the Estelle now and X composition. We going to be looking to make their way into their first NASL off the back of this win.
Yeah, most definitely. And the first game is gonna just be a KO heavy one, I feel like. With the Deadeye, there's just so much damage gonna be on the field, even though not a lot of these characters are gonna get great use out of the Deadeye pick. We ended up picking it up as X as well, which only really works, I think, on an ultimate primary or something like that. So we'll see if there's gonna be any edge case situations where it's gonna make the difference. But more interestingly, J-Man, even though this is a very KO-heavy game, I'd argue, opted to pick the Octavia here. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. Obviously, in the last series, he was doing so well at staying alive on the Kai. We'll see if that's going to translate into the Octavia here as well.
Yeah, Fireman doing a good job getting things started on the offense. Both of these rounds here, Pensando actually manages to use the misdirection to snag themselves the orb in the center here. We going to be the one taking a lot of punishment for that. Carmine going to have to come in and provide some actual support in the form of the lifeline. Want to highlight Carmine here as well, making their debut at support, or at goalie rather, and going to have it sent right on into the goal there by J-Man. A nice flip to find the score.
Yeah, although this game specifically, Zaxmack is the one with the strike shot and positioned in the goal, so curious to see. Maybe that roster is also going to be looking for a lot of like rotations depending on the pick. But as it stands right now, the Flying Blobos are just so in control, as a KO gets found by Fireman there as well. Great combination of abilities to secure the KO, and we, as now the power play is gonna come through for the Flying Blobos. They're gonna try to look to close off this set as early as they can. One barrier falls, second one's gonna follow suit, and Fireman in front of the net can't get it past just yet, but the attack has not slowed down at all, and the passive is enough to get it past Zaxmack there. Well executed. Flying Blobos take the first set.
Yeah, a dominant first set there, especially from the likes of Fireman, looking real comfortable on this Centauro as they set up repeated combos with the slashing strike to be able to put things right into the goal.
Yeah, and looking at these awakenings here, I'm mainly looking at what's going to be left for J-Man, because there's a Stagger Swagger and then among Titans. We'll see if J-Man's going to go for it. But there are even deals, right? You're going to have the Spark going to Zentaro. The Stagger Swagger, solid pickup for the Estelle. The Specialized Training actually going towards J-Man. But you're giving Monumentalist to Now here, which is going to help them so much with that midfield control. Pensando picking up more damage with the Prize Fighter is going to do great work for him, as well as another Spark finds his way to Wii. I am interested to see how effective the Specialized Training is on Octavia, because personally, I'm not even that familiar with its effect. Well, evidently it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, it does something right then and right there, as an early power play is secured for the Flying Blobos to keep their winning ways going. Carmine trying to get things out of here, though, using some of that midfield experience, move things back on over, but not going to be able to take things on to the goal. I want to highlight, of course, here, Pensando, formerly on the Modern Magic team, that Zaxmack and Carmine were on as well in NASL. So a little bit of a grudge match here, trying to defeat some former teammates with a new team and knock them out of NASL would definitely be a feels-good moment for them. Fireman nearly able to find the score there off the back of the rush, and they're going to just cycle back and do it again. Pensando into the stealth vent. Going to be able to get things back on up to J-Man, who is in the flow state. Fireman trying to vanish as well, get that back into position. Big damage onto Carmine. Gets into the stagger, and there's going to be a perfect shot from J-Man. Zaxmack not able to get back there in time, and it's a fourth in a row for the Flying Blobos.
The Flying Blubbers are not slowing down at all. They're seemingly so in control of this game already. And the side of Weasel Bees need to find a different way of approaching this. Maybe it could be as simple as a positioning adjustment, but as it stands right now, it's just a lot of pressure that they're having to deal with. They find the double barrier here, but they still need to find the goal. As J-Man's getting rather low here as well. Wee's going to be able to pick up the orb in the middle. Going to be a bigger KO threat here as the strike comes through, and it does actually end in the goal in the end to stop the streak, and the first goal now in favor of Weasel Bees.
Very nicely done by Wee there. Just guides that core in there, stays ahead of Pensando, and prevents any defense from actually manifesting. Now going to have a nice bell ringer there to actually eventually put things right back in to a scoring position. Pushed on back by Pensando, the repeated misdirections, and eventually winning out of the strike wars. J-Man taking both barriers there, and Fireman going to push for a little bit more. The triple take very well positioned from Pensando to keep the aggression going. Big finish, nearly going to be able to do it as well. Comes down towards the bottom. Fireman looking for the board flick. Can't quite get it there, but there's a flip out of J-Man, saved in the last moment by Zach Smack. Fireman can't get it with their own flip either. Everybody forgets about the core for a moment. It just sits still for an instant and somehow doesn't end up going in.
I just saw a nightmare situation where Zaxmack actually flipped some primaries into their own net there, but in the end didn't end up happening, as we're back to neutral play here. Flying Blob was trying to get a setup going, trying to get a passive defense here, and an unfortunate clear from Zaxmack. Smack will send it directly into Firemadden's hands, who can just put that right into the net.
Really nicely done there. 2-1 lead now in the set for the Flying Blobos as they look to get themselves a second set win early on in this series. Rolling inside of the big finish there. Carmine able to keep it over to the side, but Carmine is running out of stagger fast. Gonna have to use that lifeline to be able to get themselves out to safety. There is going to be the beat drop from J-Man, trying to just keep Wee outside of the play. Back in the flow state now. Fireman able to win out on another strike war. Going to be able to find the barrier for it. Now looking to pump out some damage, knowing that that lifeline going to be down for a little bit. Big finish to get the core back into a good position. Still nicely defended by Zach Smack to buy themselves that additional time. Still coming on back now. Triple finish from Firemadden, nearly going to be able to put it into position, but Wee falling lower and lower, looks for the bull rush and cannot find it.
They can't get the setup going just yet, and the map also just continuously does a bit of damage. As you can see, Weasel Beast trying to play into that damaging zone, but Flying Blobos can set themselves up nicely to go the attack, send the attack through the bottom and take the barrier now. 2 flips on the board for the Flying Blobos. Fireman in front of the net uses the flip and just sends it right past Carmen and Zach. Really good angle there for the Flying Blobos to take this second set victory.
Very nicely done. 3-1. Between the uprights for a second set win. The second draft here going to Octavia first. You always got to love that. There's Castellash, there's Twin Drive, some great selections.
I'm curious if there's like, okay, I'm trying to cook up an angle where maybe you go extra special if you already have specialized, but I think that's overcooking it a little bit as you have Fighter or Flight on the board. Explosive Entrance, a great pickup for Fireman as well in terms of damage. Twin Drive and Rapid Fire are going to help a lot with that core control for Zaxmack and Carmen though, as the extra special does end up falling to Pensando. Solid pickup for the Finny and a solid deny off of X as well, as X, however, will get stacks on stacks. Definitely a great pickup for the mobility as well to give that immobile character a little bit more tools to get involved.
Yeah, but I mean, plenty more mobility picked up for Fireman as well, with the explosive entrance going to be so strong on this Zentaro and has already been performing so well. Getting a little bit of extra impact damage as well, certainly not going to hurt. Wee, though, in a good position to be able to find 2 strikes there off the back of the Maximus. Now looking to close out for a full goal. J-Man will finally be able to navigate it away. Fireman nearly finds the double barrier. Going to have to settle for just one, and J-Man going to try to take it down towards the bottom side now. Flow state will expire. The Fireman back in here to be able to keep the offense going. They do take the second barrier. They do open up the goal. A nice triple take going to put it right back into an offensive position. Pensando going to get it over there. Beat drop does take on down another member of the squad, and now an easy goal here, as there is the quick sonic boom to push it into the goal for J-Man.
A good catch, and if we're looking at the levels here as well, you can see J-Man is kind of all over the place. Level 7 already, compared to the entirety of Weasel Bees, who at most are sitting at 5. This Octavia is just ever present and getting so much value, even on the KO department, as we, though, had enough of that Octavia character, takes him off just cleanly. Power play now in favor of the side of Weasel Bees, as they're playing so offensively in that positioning, but gets immediately punished by Fire Madden, who finds the dash and finds the strike and primary right past Zaxmac. That's what you need to be looking out for if you're playing offensively like that in a 3v2. It's great if it works out, but a simple mistake like that can just cost you that point.
Massive breakaway for Fire Madden to be able to find that point, and now 1 goal away from game number 1 in your promo series. Flying Blobos flying high here as they look to just take the full winner's side run into NASL, and they just might be able to do it, having already taken down Bun Bun Bonanza. Flip right in their face here, gonna get blocked away as best as Fire Madden can, but we in the Maximus be able to force it through up against Pensando.
They do get it through to stop the streak from the Flying Blobos here as we're going toward the Bouncy Castle. Flip on Fire Madden, though, is going to be a threat to be careful of, because on a map like this where it's so volatile and the core can kind of go everywhere, having that flip is going to be an easy way to secure one of these 2 barriers here, as the core is continuously being controlled well by Weasel Bees, though. They're not really giving any kind of control to the side of the Flying Blobos here, as both barriers still stand on their defense.
Yeah, good job to be able to hold on here. Looking like they're getting a little bit more comfortable as they get some more reps in on this first map, but is it too little and too late? 1 goal again for the Flying Blobos will spell the end of this first game. Nice Oni's blade into the slashing strike, gonna be able to take them in for 1 barrier, but a nice shot there from Carmine. We can't even catch up to it, it's going too fast. And it will tie things up at 2-2 in this set number 3.
And they do need to find this last goal in the set as well to force a set 4 here. As we're gonna go into the orb map here, 1 barrier falls on the side of Weasel Beats. The second one almost follows suit, but an incredible defense from Carmine and Zach will actually hold it alive here. As Fire Madden's also gonna be put down into stagger, potentially can be KO'd here if Wee's gonna be able to put himself into a position to make use of that X Maximus, as the Fire Madden is still staying alive, doing a good job avoiding death as of right now, but the core calmly and securely in the possession of Weasel Bees here take 1 barrier. Can they get the second one? Not quite yet.
And they nearly snuck it over to Fire Madden there, who was able to brawl with Zaxmac for that orb to be able to get back into a sustainable place, but Wee picks up the big size boost, and look at the damage on the J-Man. Going to be able to dominate inside that goal arc here. They have to get away from him ASAP, but they have been able to take on out Fire Madden. They have got the advantage in favor of Weasel Bees, and they want to avoid the sweep. They want to stay alive in this game number 1. Fire Madden back on up here as we get into overtime, trying to take the core on through. Still need to be able to find that last barrier. Still keeping up the defense is Pensando on the opposite side. Heat drop from J-Man, not going to be able to find much of a mark on towards anybody, and the flow state will expire. Brawling for the center again. This time Fire Madden's going to be able to steal it away. Feels like it's going to need to be a KO from one side or the other to be able to break this stalemate, but Carmine in position sets it up for Wee, and it will be a set win for Weasel Bees. No sweep out in game number 1.
And I feel like that twin drive pickup for Carmen was the thing that changed that set completely, with the Monumentalist, with the Siege Machine, having these secondaries be so massive and having them so often as well just makes that control in that midfield so much more difficult to deal with. As we're now looking at the Awakenings here, Super Surge has to be denied off of J-Man. Don't want to give Octavia more speed than he need to. Reverberation's going to help with survivability a little bit for J-Man there, but I don't think it's going to be a huge game changer as Timeless Creator gets picked up for Carmen. Even more size on that secondary now. At this point, it's got to cover half of the field. A second spark pickup for Fire Madden is going to help with damage and survivability there. And last but not least, an Adrenaline Rush for Zaxmac could potentially also start to snowball a little bit if they can find more consistent KOs.
Yeah, going to need to get back onto offense here. They do manage to find one of those barriers, and now going to have a little bit of extra survivability on J-Man to try to avoid some of these KOs from coming on through. Nice strike war from Fire Madden to be able to open on up the goal. Pensando going to pass it over to J-Man. J-Man gets it over to Fire Madden with the help of that rush. Carmine Rolling for the core, though, going to be able to maintain some amount of control. The strike wars for Fire Madden have been clean so far. They're going to be able to just close it out. But Wee does arrive in time, and Wee is going to try to push them back out of the way. J-Man, though, finding the KO. Easy path into the goal, or so it seemed, but it will be blocked. Still, it's a second KO for Fire Madden, and it's Zach 1 versus 3. No chance here as that gets into the goal easily.
And those KOs also bring some extra value as Wee's stacks got completely reset again. Now, this was the first goal of the set, so the stacks weren't incredibly high yet, but even that little setback can be the difference maker if the set does go on for a little bit. As the attacks are being built from both sides, no barrier has been dropped yet. We in a 1v1 situation, 2v1 situation with Carmen ulting up front, but Pensando defends it excellently as the flow state will now come out from J-Man, but being played around excellently as well from Zaxmack, not giving Octavia that extra speed. One barrier drops. We in contention of this barrier on the side of Flying Blobos, does get one now, cannot get the second one yet. Fireman in front of the barrier, uses the flip, secures it, and open goal on the side of Wee's Little Bees now.
Nicely done here. Fireman to set up for a scoring opportunity. J-Man there for the backup. Not quite going to be able to send it on into the goal, and instead it's Wee trying to take it onto a breakaway, but big finish from Pensando to try to clear things out. Beat drop and flip used by Pensando and J-Man as they desperately need to get this core outside of Wee's hands and away from their remaining barrier. Pensando going to clear up towards the top again. Instead, clear straight right into Carmine, but Fireman winning out with that slice and dice. Will get sent out with the Oni's blade, and Wee finds the KO. Going to have a numbers advantage here. Fireman trying to go for the breakaway, but it's a flip from Zaxmack to clear things back out, and now Wee and Carmine, the great angle to be able to take this barrier. Pensando holding on, though. Triple take doing work to hold on to that barrier, and J-Man back up immediately going in with the beat drop, trying to set up with the flow state to get it back into Fireman's hands and find that goal. They will do so. J-Man puts it into the net, and it is 2-0 lead in the set for the Flying Blobos.
J-Man's speed on this Octavia just ended up being a bit too much there towards the end. Couldn't position properly to cover all the angles as the Flying Blobos are now looking to take the set in a 3-0 fashion. First barrier is being taken by Wee, though. It's going to get the second one as well. Wee's Little Beast very much not happy with how the set has been going so far, and coming back with a statement as they're almost getting the goal in. It's defended by the Flying Blobos and immediately turned back into their attack as well. Fireman in front of the net has a flip as well, but immediately stopped by Zaxmack as Wee's trying to get it past Pensando, but it's cleanly taken care of. Fireman back in front of the goal here, gets one barrier, is going to get the second one here as well. J-Man and Fireman trying to get the goal in, and the beautiful dash will secure it. Flying Blobos take game one.
Gorgeous from Fire Madden on the Zentaro. 3-0 fashion in this second or fourth set. And they do manage to come on up with the win, getting themselves on to game number 2, and the Flying Blobos in such a favorable position to promote into NASL now, looking so strong in this game number 1.
Incredibly strong, good team play, good attacks, and just very suffocating in their attack as well. Now, this was the map pick for the Flying Blobos. We've seen how well they've been doing on this map against Bonbon. We've seen how well they were doing here now. And before, they played excellently on the AtLab as well, which we're going to go to again in this next game. So I'm going to be curious to see if we're going to see a similar team comp coming out against the side of Wee's Little Bees here for the side of Flying Blobos, or if they're maybe even looking to run back the exact same team comp if they can that they did against Bonbon.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, that was so good for them on a completely different setup than what we saw from them previously today. And they looked plenty good on this one as well. So clearly showing that they've got that character diversity that you want out of an NASL team, and very well might be calling them a NASL team here before too long if they are able to keep up this kind of performance. Really, really good showing out of Fireman today. I think J-Man's been able to show up as well on multiple different picks, and Pensando, you know, getting the Octavia constantly, but got to show off the Finny this time, and it looks plenty good as well. Some real good triple take saves, as well as big finishes over the course of this game number 1.
Yeah, and that also was kind of like a statement, right? If you are able to play the Finny to that level as well, you now know that just taking out the Juno from Pensando isn't the answer to this team, because there are alternatives that you can be playing into for the side of Flying Blobos, as we have our Awakenings for the AtLab game. We have Cast the Last and Spark of Agility Very speed-heavy game this time around. Very much the opposite of the Awakening series seen so far today, which were always very kill favored. This time, control is going to be the name of the game, I feel like.
Yeah, and the Octavia didn't feel like it was completely unstoppable in that game, number one, but with Castellast on the board, do we see the Octavia ban come out of Wee's Little Bees? It does look like we very well might. So the Juliet ban from the Flying Blobos, the Octavia ban from Wee's Little Bees, and first pick to the Flying Blobos. Do they just go back to that Juno?
They could just go back to the Juno.
Kai.
It has so much effort. No, they take the priority pick on Kai. And I mean, it does make sense. So far, we've seen J-Man on the Kai and the Octavia today. And both characters are very good on speed, very good on control. And they've been working for J-Man so well. So just locking into this Kai here is actually going to be a really good choice for them, because you have J-Man as the consistency in the midfield again with that Castellast start to just be ever present, while Pensando still has the option to get a Juno here if it's going to go through the draft. Weasel Bees locking in the X for their own first pick here.
With the Castellast, I can see it. It's a solid choice here if that is what they want to go for. Going to be back to the same brawler though, and you definitely do want to see them change up some amount of the plan. Just giving up the just getting rid of the Octavia and giving up the Kai doesn't feel like it's going to be enough in and of itself based on what we've gotten to see out of the Flying Blobos so far today. So let's see what other things they're going to be able to change up. They're going to take the Juno, so it will be denied from the goal arc here for Pensando.
Juno is gonna be denied, but you still have the now open that Pensando is very much able to play together with that Castellas. It might even be the option that they're gonna go for, and the now is gonna be the pick, as Fireman is gonna pick himself as Entaro up front, another pick where he's been shining on whenever he got the opportunity to play it. Curious to see what Weasel B's answer is gonna be to that now, as they're still missing likely a goalie pick here.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it could be the Juno and the goalie if they want it, but could definitely lock into something different here. We's Little Bees. Yeah, it does look like they do want the Juno and the goal arc, because the Estelle coming on through to round things out, help them out in the midfield alongside this X.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these characters are just gonna be, as both the Juno and the Estelle are gonna be able to get the core up front to the X to make we do his magic up front on that character, because that's gonna be the difficulty on a map like Atlab. If you have an X pick, he's gonna be immobile. He's gonna have to be given the core to really do a lot of work, because the moment you're gonna have to move back with X and assist getting the core up front, you're not gonna be able to do anything once you are in front of the barrier anymore. So good pickups overall for the midfield control and to defend as well. It's just going to turn into a situation where Weasel Bees cannot allow the side of Flying Globus to be too close to their barriers, because if that core finds itself too close to it, it's not going to be easy to get that core out.
Yeah, you're completely right there. So going to be dangerous position to be in if you are facing off up against the Flying Blobos here, as they find themselves already up 1-0. And it might be able to get in here. Pensando perhaps going to be able to relegate his former team here as he looks for a slot in NASL once again. You're getting on to the map for game number 2 here, and it is everything to play for the Flying Blobos.
Yeah, looking to win this game and go lossless through landing if they are able to win this and qualify for NASL with this series here. Overall, the Awakenings, though, with a Spark of Agility start, I feel like everyone's always going to be happy here at the start. It's also going to put some more pressure onto this very first set, because in the first Awakening draft, if there are going to be Sparks in there, you want to be the team that's going to be able to pick them up. You want to be the team that gets that Spark advantage. And looking at the characters picked overall, there are a few of them that can make use of Castellas, but there's also a good amount that would rather just take that Spark potential. As you can see in the Awakening picks that did come through, J-Man, the only player that picked up Castellast. Everyone else is in Spark City, and that's what they're going to have to be playing for here. That first set and that momentum off of this first draft.
So even we going for the Spark here, so everybody wants to be prioritizing that potential extra speed that they can get later on. It will be an interesting fight over who's going to be able to get those early picks and where you're going to prioritize the sparks. But good early start for Wee's Little Bees, though. They managed to take themselves both of the barriers here, and J-Man just getting bullied around as Carmine and Wee landed quite the variety of abilities onto the both of them. Fireman still not quite able to get to level 2 and get access to the Oni's Blade, and that's certainly not making things any easier for them either. One barrier going to end up coming through that will give the Oni's Blade over, and going to try to use it to get out of the second barrier. Not quite going to be able to find it to start things off, but J-Man keeps the pressure in from the top side, not able to find their way onto it. And now Wee coming on through with the bell ringer, finds the strike in and is able to take the first point of game number 2 for Wee's Little Bees.
Great angle to be found there. Pensando not expecting it to go to the short corner there, using the primary to cover the wide angle, but we correctly assessing the situation and just sending it right in there to get the momentum going for them in this second game. And they need to be riding this momentum as long as they can, because Flying Blobos, they are just this game away from qualifying, right? You cannot afford any large mistakes anymore if you're the side of Wee's Little Bees, because any single mistake can potentially lead to a set that will just completely change the way the game's going to be played just because of these spark potentials.
And a team that you're not going to be able to just start snowballing on and rely on to choke either, right? The Flying Blobos showed us yesterday playing a very close series up against Starbreakers and looked so good in their comeback. J-Man comes on it, gets the KO, puts it right into the net, and Flying Blobos are off to the races.
We're on cooldown now. J-Man not going to have that to contest the kickoff. We'll see if it's going to matter, though, as it's going to spawn on the bottom anyways. Fireman going to be contesting it. Wins those strike wars there as Carmen tries to take the bottom barrier, but Pensando clears that safely. Flip coming out as well to just get the core out, as the first barrier does fall on the side of Wee's Little Bees. Second one is being defended pretty well, though, as the Flying Blobos are still in attack. Wee gets the core out, then an immediate attack through the top barrier here as the flip comes out from Fireman and will actually get the power play going now in favor of Flying Blobos. Can they get the goal as well?
Oh, Wee sends it in towards the center, hit stuns themselves as it explodes, and that's goal credit to Pensando. Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, but it's just a goal. You still have the potential to win this set, right? Flying Blobos are now one away from taking the set one, and that again would be so huge in terms of momentum, simply just because of these spark pickups, right? So Wee's Little Bees will have to find something, and they do with a power play now in favor of them.
All right, we get a little redemption right off the bat there. Going to be able to take Fireman right off the map. Carmine able to reset with the Crystal Thorns to take a second barrier. Goes for the flip down to Zach Smack. Throws out the Blobo. Can't quite find it here. The defense is mounted successfully for the Flying Blobos, and they find an empty net waiting for him on the other side. Fireman going to be able to take one of those barriers, but will be limited to only one. Not able to bounce it between the two. Resetting now to try to get themselves onto the second. Carmine staggered, but still able to hold it down in midfield. Avoids getting KO'd by the barrage, and Zach able to get back in time to defend the remaining barrier. Nice strike war by J-Man, though. Going to be able to send it on through, but it's a flip and a score from Wee to take us to point number 5.
What you're noticing here is the positioning from Wee's Little Bees is incredibly aggressive. Zach Smack is almost positioning like a second midfielder here by the way that he's always so offensively positioned. And that can work out really well if you have the core on the enemy half, if you want to be applying that pressure. But more often than not so far, the side of Flying Blobos actually got the core past one of Carmen or Zach Smack, and then you're in a free situation to take a barrier or two. So they do need to be careful to not overstay their welcome outside of the goalie arc there, as the flip comes out from Zach Smack, and the attack is going to be built again for the Flying Blobos. Barrier not down yet.
Barrier not down, and ooh, J-Man nearly going to end up going down as takes a lot of damage, has already used the flip, so not going to have any energy to use on evades. Fireman takes it on down towards the bottom, though, will be able to find that barrier. Zach is going to have to use the Blobo bounce to fall back in time to be able to defend, but now with those cooldowns, if Fireman can get the core again, could be able to take it in. Back passes it into the center. J-Man charging forward with the barrage. Carmine and Zach Smack going to be able to fend it away for now. Fireman, though, resetting. Flip comes on across. Oni's Blade blocks it. A Giga Blast to reset. Fireman still can't find the strike, though, and it will be held on to. Zach Smack doing a good job alongside Carmine of being able to hold up the defense, and instead it's Wee who doesn't actually touch it. That was Carmine's goal solo.
But more importantly, we took that now primary and just completely stopped Pensando to really be interacting with that core. And this first set now goes in favor of Wee's Little Bees. And unfortunately for them, there's no sparks in this draft.
Oof.
So you can't get that going that early, but you still have some other high-value awakenings. The 1-2 punch is going to be here. The reverberation is going to be a solid pickup, however, because if Carmen's going to get that spark of resilience further down the line, that's going to be a lot of cooldowns coming his way, as 1-2 punch is going to do pickup for Fire Madden. Big Fish going to do a lot of work for the X. Deadeye is going to be going on to J-Man. Very lethal awakening pick on this Kai, and specifically J-Man, because you saw what he was able to do with his specialized training in the previous games. Deadeye's no different in that regard. The KO potential with that ultimate is going to be insane, as we do get a KO, but not off of J-Man.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on the Giga Blasts from J-Man for the rest of this game, but an early KO on to Fire Madden and an easy score for Wee's Little Bees keep their winning ways going, and they start things off in set number 2.
They started off, they have the energy advantage going into this point as well now, and they're looking to make it a 2-0. We'll see if they can get the attack going as they get a barrier pretty swiftly. Pensando slightly overwhelmed there, as J-Man's taking a lot of damage as well. Needs to look out that he's not going to get continuously damaged, but there it is, the Deadeye ultimate from Kai coming through. Power play in favor of the Flying Blubbles.
Now let's see what they're going to be able to get off of it, able to win the strike war up against Carmine for the first, and Fireman nearly able to take it in for the second, but it will be sent back away by Zach Smack, doing a good job of holding it down during that power play and trying to keep the offense going. The barrage not quite going to find its mark, and the Blobos going to keep things cleared away. Feels like after that first draft, it's gotten a little tougher now for the Flying Blobos to be able to actually manufacture themselves some offense. Going to be taken very low now is Fire Madden. Has to go back and get some of those orbs, be able to re-sustain themselves back up, and the flip going to be able to find that second barrier. Fire Madden takes one for themselves, though. Going to be able to reset it, get it right back in front of that core, or right back in front of the goal, rather, but we not going to be able to get it through. It's a KO found by Zach Smack, and now sent over in the other direction. Carmine going to be able to reset it with the Rose Warp. Just trying to clear things out now are Pensando and Fire Madden. Last second save, but it's at the cost of their life. It's still a power play for Wee's Little Bees, and we will find it again. 2-0 lead in the set for Wee's Little Bees.
The X ended up being too much to defend against because the kill pressure is just ever so present, especially with the Big Fish. These punches are going to have such a reach, and punishing that positioning was done so well from Wee there, as we're in a neutral state at the beginning here. One barrier does end up dropping on the side of Flying Blobos. They are gonna get an attack going though to equalize the barriers pretty swiftly, as Carmen will try to get the core up front to Wee, pushes it down to Zach. Zach now getting this barrier in the bottom open goal on the side of the Flying Blobos, and they get a KO on them as well as Pensando falls. Carmen covers the clear, and a clean 3-0 set now in favor of Wee's Little Bees.
Gorgeous set from Wee's Little Bees. Just firing on all cylinders here, getting first pick in another draft. Here are just one of the sparks. Spark of Focus very well could be snapped on up here.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up very likely for Carmen here, because again, it puts so much more value into that Spark of Resilience down the line. Aerial's a solid pickup for J-Man to help with that speed. Stagger Swagger going to be a good deny as well to keep Wee alive, and more importantly, make sure that Pensando's not going to be staying alive as much as they can. Extra special, a good pickup to get Pensando a bit more active, making that ultimate on the now work more like an eject button. And surprisingly enough, the Super Surge falls all the way down to Fire Madden. This Centauro's going to do a lot more damage now as well.
Yeah, really going to help on out Fire Madden there, and may need that help as the KOs kind of stopped flowing through for him. Going to be a barrier taken a piece to start things off, but Wee has been an immovable object up in front of Pensando. Going to be able to find that second barrier, and already another KO on a Fire Madden. J-Man trying to take the breakaway, can't even get it onto the barrier. But will try to buy that additional time. They do find it there. Zach Smack a little bit slow on the defense, but Wee has the angle to charge in and take another goal. 5 in a row now for Wee's Little Bees, running away with game number 2.
Flying Blobos are just having such a hard time dealing with that pressure from the X, from the Junam, from the Estelle. just don't really have the best tools to be dealing with it, especially considering the fact that in all of these Awakening drafts, we didn't necessarily see all of the best Awakening stats someone like a Now could pick up to help defensively, like the Monumentalist, like a Twin Drive. So they're gonna have to find a way to win this set, even though they don't have the best offensive utility for the Now in the end, to maybe get them further down the line.
Yeah, Fireman going to find one. Really going to need a clutch up here, though, as they have just lost out on another member. Power play once again for Wee's Little Bees off the second, or off the center. And that's going to be a third KO coming through in the round. Not relenting as Flying Blobos just desperately trying to hold on. Somehow are managing to do so over the course of this point, but finally will be closed out by Carmine and 1 goal away from a game number 3 now for Wee's Little Bees.
They are playing it so well right now, and even though they don't have an insane amount of damage awakenings, they're just finding the abilities continuously to take out the Flying Blobos and just getting these power plays. Talking about power plays though, J-Man back online with that Deadeye on the Giga Blast will get a power play now in favor of the Flying Blobos. Can they get a barrier here though, because it's being defended so well currently?
Carmine doing such a good job here keeping up the defense. They will finally be able to get one of those barriers, but feels like it took such effort, and there's another KO for Wee. Now might be Fireman up a little too far in dangerous territory there with an X Maximus X in between you and a hard place. Going to very well nearly be able to take them out, but Respawn does come on across. Giga Blast connects at midfield. J-Man trying to get in towards this bottom barrier. Carmine will be able to clear it out once again off the Crystal Thorns. Flip comes on across, finds that open goal, and a chance to close out game number 2 is capitalized on by Carmine. We're going to game number 3 to find out who the first addition to the North American Strikers League will be.
Yeah, Wee's Little Bees coming back with seemingly a statement game, because they've been playing it so convincingly. They found KOs over and over, and they just found so many good pushes for the barriers as well. In the end, they took a grand total of 9 KOs off of the side of Flying Blobos, and just all of these power plays ended up being enough for them to take this game in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, a dominant showing here from Wee's Little Bees, showing they deserve to keep their spot and interested in maintaining it right now. So Flying Blobos, after having had such a solid run thus far, being able to take down Bun Bun Bonanza as well, going to have to shake that one off and come back in for another round.
Yeah, and that last round is going to be an interesting one, as we're going to find ourselves on Autumn City, an incredibly open map, if not the biggest open map we have. The barrier also very difficult to defend because it is so massive. Curious to see what Pensando is going to be opting for, because I'm not sure how well something like a Juno is going to be able to hold a barrier like that, and where the priorities are going to be overall, right? Because again, movement can do so much for you on a map like this, and any kind of long range interrupt as well, like in Estelle, is going to have to be prioritized here, I'd imagine.
And the Twin Drive as well as a start, going to make that mobility plenty good if you are able to get it. Also could make something like the Now feel a little bit more attractive to be able to get those additional drones out. So we will see. Wee's Little Bees going to be the ones with the first pick here. Do they keep that same ban? Is the Octavia ban still going to be in play, given that they did use it in that second game? It did seem to work out pretty well for them, but could push the Flying Blobos back towards a comp more similar to what we saw from them earlier today, where they looked plenty comfortable.
It'd also be interesting to see what Flying Blobos would answer if you end up taking out the Octavia and first picking the Kai, or vice versa. See what J-Man else has in the locker to be playing, because Kai and Octavia are very strong on a map like Autumn City, because they have so much area to be playing with to make use of their speed and cover everything. And I do feel like if you're not going to be first picking the Octavia as Wee's Little Bees, you're likely going to end up banning it here, just because you have the Twin Drive to worry about, right?
That's true. So the Juno going to be the Wee's Little Bees ban, trying to make sure that that is not going to be available for Pensando. So paying it respect, even on a map like Aten City. You know, Flying Blobos, when their turn to ban, what are they going to look to try to pinch away here? Definitely seen some very powerful stuff out of Wee's Little Bees. Maybe it's going to be that X who has really been so strong for Wee. Instead, they're looking to ban out the Octavia.
Yeah, I mean, Octavia will have a lot of power here, right? So they are realizing the fact that, hey, Octavia's still on the board. We're just going to have to take that out because otherwise it's likely going to be first picked. Now, I'm curious to see where the first pick overall is going to lie now. It's going to be a solid pickup as well to be able to either help on the defensive end if Weasel LBs want to put it into the net, or just being a solid midfielder as well to just continuously interact with core and speed up the teammates to help cover all these distances as Flying Blobbers are going to get their first 2 picks in pretty soon. The Rune pickup, though, is going to be quite valuable on a map like this, I would imagine.
A different look from the Flying Blobos and the Kazan to join it. Going to be some brand new picks showing on off here. Fireman likely going to be piloting that Kazan. Very likely that we do see a new look from this team. Goalie yet to be locked in, but maybe going to be a newer goalie as well, given that this Juno's been banned away.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that goalie pick is going to be then for the side of Pensando, because the Now's picked away, the Juno is banned away, and now Estelle and Julie have been picked for the side of Weasel LB. Solid
Kai.
characters on a map like this, and yeah, the Kai coming through for Pensando likely here. A solid character, a really strong character on a map like Autumn. Can get himself involved up front as well if we are opting to go with the eject button. We'll see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, so going to be a goalie Kai, where we haven't gotten to see too much of it yet. At least we assume. Unlikely to be a Rune goalie, but not impossible. So eyes on how they're going to be able to execute here. That will, of course, be the Juliet as a classic selection here over for We, instead of that X that we've seen them on the first 2 games, along with the Estelle and the Now. So a composition that we've seen quite a bit of over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, and I mean it's so effective as well, right? That Estelle and that Julie getting that force up front, getting it just through the goalie with a dash punch or a piercing shot, while but still being able to interrupt quite a bit with the Estelle behind as well. So gonna see how the value is gonna come out on that. And there's even a potential angle, I'm not expecting it, of putting the Estelle in net and having the Now in the midfield position to help Julie with that mobility, but we're gonna be fully expecting the Estelle to be the midfield pick here. And yeah, it's looking very much like it as Carmen is hovering it and Zach is hovering the Now.
Yep, so going to be Zach in the goal arc on the Now here again. And now the Kai locked on in. We'll see which player is going to be piloting that one as we do load up onto Aten City for game number 3. Winner here will be taking a spot in the Season 6 North American Strikers League. Everything on the line for these 2 squads. And it is Pensando on the Rune goalie, by the way. J-Man will be playing midfield Kai.
That is definitely going to help quite a bit in the offensive department for the side of the Flying Blobos. Kai doing so much work with that barrage. We'll see how well the Rune goalie is going to translate on a map like Autumn, though, as the barrier has fallen now. We trying to get the setup going, but Fireman with a lovely strike through both Carmen and Zach will return the barrier, as now both teams have an open net.
Yeah, such an open field here. Be able to find these scoring opportunities on. What a fitting way to close on out this winner's side run for whoever's going to be able to take it. Will be a huge relief for whoever is able to come on up with it and find themselves in the North American Strikers League. Fireman will strike first as they put it into the goal and take the first point.
And that's going to be the first of many pokes that we'll see Fireman and Madden find here to get the goals, because we saw that yesterday as well in liftoff. He's incredibly good on this Kazan as well, and it's going to be difficult to be dealing with such a forward when you are on the Now in the net here. As a flip has to come out from J-Man there. Does not get the core into the net here, as the barrier still is being held alive though from the Flying Blobos, but a bad misdirect from J-Man will actually get the barrier gone on the side of the Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Fireman going to be able to come in there with the pop-up to try to reset things, though. Picks it up with the crooked leverage. Looking for an angle to poke it on in. Back into the withdrawn umbrella. Finds the poke in the corner. And Zach just can't get up there in time. 2-0 Flying Blobos.
Really good patience from Fireman in there. Any millisecond earlier, and that Now secondary is actually going to save that goal there. So having that patience in front of the net is so crucial there if you want to get these goals going early, as the Flying Globals are now going into a 2-0 lead in this first set, and they're going to look to close it off as soon as they can to get these awakenings going their way.
Definitely Good job holding on to the barrier here from Pensando, although some missed strikes going to prevent an offense from developing off of it. Flying Blabos get it back over to Pensando. Nice position on the anomaly as well, going to reset the core a couple of times. Nice Giga Blast out of J-Man, nearly finds the barrier. J-Man ends up with it back in their hands either way, as they try to get it back over to the barrier, but going to open things on up. Nice Banish finds its way onto the core. We going to be able to dodge away from that in time. Fire Madden dashing forward with the slip, goes in for that top spin. Not quite going to be able to find it, and Zach able to time out of that burst and still deflect it away to keep up the defense. Really nice stuff out of Zach in this point so far, as Carmine goes for the flip, gets it over to Wee, and Wee puts their little bees onto the scoreboard.
The slight delay on the punch there was exactly what we needed, because Pensando wasn't able to get the core out afterwards. And again, as we're now going into the kickoff of this 4th point, we and J-Man both have a flip. J-Man finds the goal, finds the flip. Excellent aggression there, and just completely overruns Zaxmack on the defense there. So Flying Blobos will take the first set victory and put themselves one step closer to qualifying for NASL. As we're looking at these awakenings here, you have the Spark of Agility, you have the Fight or Flight. One of these two is gonna go to J-Man here, the other one likely finding its way onto Zaxmack. As Fight or Flight is being picked up, holds a lot of value. Carmen's the one that's gonna pick up the Spark of Agility. Obviously the Monumentalist didn't even see it there. That's gonna be a huge pickup for Zaxmack, as Size and Timeless Creator are also really strong for the side of Fire Madden and Pensando though. Honestly, I feel like we, with the extra special, got the shortest stick here, as everyone got incredibly high value awakenings for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Pensando being able to keep up those anomalies for longer going to be a huge boon when you're so short on defensive tools on this map. Nicely done, going to be able to find that first barrier already, and yeah, I mean, these anomalies lasting forever. Banish going to come on through in time. Nicely done, but bounced on the wrong side, not going to be able to save it. Here comes everybody into the goal arc, but still, it is a strike war that is won for the Flying Blobos. KO for Wee, though. Going to turn this into a favorable position for Wee, and they will be able to turn it right into a goal.
Yeah, difficult situation for Persando to defend there. No unstable anomaly available to him. And in those situations, against a Julie Dash Punch, it's better to just hope and pray you get the strike. Didn't end up getting it in the end. Fireman now, though, will find the first barrier for the Flying Blobos and is hoping to get the goal here as well to even it out, as the energy economy is actually heavily in favor of the side of Weasel Bees.
Yeah, it was a nice Banish, but still not able to be capitalized on. Pass around the anomaly. Fire Madden, though, a little bit of a breakaway. Going to be having Zaxmack right in front of him, but still just dueling out with that strike war. Quite the right angle from the Giga Blast to be able to take it into the goal. J-Man going to try to put it back into Fire Madden's hands. Doesn't pick it up with the top spin. And Wee on a dash punch will have the anomaly in the way. J-Man passes it up to Fire Madden. Fire Madden dribbling it up the top. But Wee, again, finding an angle, but it is blocked by an anomaly from Pensando. Giga Blast puts the core right in the Zaxmack's face, who is able to defend. And Wee finding a nice angle, but defended away as long as possible. Still, they get the job done with another dash punch to get a second KO.
Second KO is going to help with that XP lead. As you can see, Pensando and Fire Madden haven't hit level 4 just yet. Meanwhile, Zaxmack and Carmen are close to hitting level 5 already. So a slight XP lead going in favor of Weasel Bees, as Fire Madden, though, is doing a wonderful work up front. Takes the barrier, tries to get the core in as well. The dash punch doesn't quite find the KO, and J-Man, as the force is coming through, though, but Weasel Bee finding an excellent angle out of that attack and now get their own attack going on Pensando. The Banish comes through, denies Zach the ability from going back, but Carmen doing a good job positioning for that and holding on the defense.
Top spin coming on through, going to be fended on off. Carmine still hanging on. Fire Madden with access to the flip, going to try to score without it. Oh, it's baited out as Zaxmack, the one who gets the flip off first, and will be able to successfully clear, but still it's reset once again. Fire Madden with another scoring opportunity. It's Carmine trying to take back control. Another deflection away, and still going to be a KO for Wee's Little Bees as they look to take this one in 3-0 fashion. Power play for them, but the anomaly will stuff it right back into the goal. Nicely placed by Pensando to save what could have been the set.
Overtime hitting just at the right time to give that core red speed and send it right past Zaxmac. Even though it looked so good for the side of Weasel Beast to take that goal, in the end it wasn't happening, but the barrier is down now, the flip comes out, the dash punch comes through, and there's not a lot to defend against the Julie dash punch point blank there. Solid set from the side of Weasel Bees as we're going into this set. We'll see where the priorities are going to lie.
Gonna have a close game for our promotion match here. Sloth is getting on in. Is going to be likely that recovery drone.
Yeah, that size going to do a lot of work. The rapid fire not to be underestimated for J-Man here. A second spark pickup though for Carmen's going to help with that speed and cooldown. This Estelle's going to be quite a menace now as the glass cannon's going to help Pensando be moving around the map a little bit more. Specialized training being denied off of Fireman and making sure that Kazan isn't going to turn into a damage menace. And Fireman not really left with much anymore. Has to take the Deadeye.
Yeah, it's a rough draft for Fire Madden for sure, who's already been having a rough promotion game. Double banish off of Pensando, though, might give them a little bit of hope as J-Man's able to help out with Giga Blast to be able to take that barrier. Open goals for both sides, happening pretty fast these days on Aten City. Pensando going to rely on this blast cannon to be able to find that extra bit of oomph that they need, but it is a power play picked up for Wee's Little Bees. Fireman and Pensando just trying to wait out the death timer. Not going to be able to find it this time. Wee slips on through and puts it into the goal.
There is a reason this Juliet has been banned off of Wii every game so far in the series, I believe. And we are seeing it right here. Wii finding so many KOs on this Julie pick. So much pressure up front as well. And it's just really such a dangerous pick here. As the flip goes south a little bit, Banish comes out to slow down the play. We'll see if the Flying Blobos will be able to find this goal.
Yeah, tough angle there. They are able to banish the core and kind of reset everything there, which is what Pensando was looking for. Going to show up over here to help out Fire Madden as well. Giga Blast gonna get a flip forced out of Carmine. Back into Fire Madden's hands, but Carmine is all over this one, continuously disrupting these passes. Wee takes it with a nice dash punch into the barrier, and is super strong now for a chance to be able to come in for the score. Pensando using the anomalies to their best. It's going to be a flip out of J-Man, up to Fireman, into the goal! And a little bit of a flip there for style points at the end as Fireman gets one.
Flip was actually very crucial there because it stunned Zach from being able to get into any interaction on the core. Just made sure it's going to go in. So even though it didn't hit the core directly, it still confirmed the goal to even out the set. But immediately the answer is coming out from Weasel Bees as they just take the barrier so fast. Aten's just such a volatile map when it comes to defending this barrier.
Absolutely is. Pensando done a solid job so far, but really just needs their teammates to be able to stay on the map and get a little bit of offense going for themselves. If it's once again going to be Wee coming in with a quick dash punch to put it in and take them on to set point. Potentially get onto series point for promotion into NASL.
They're just playing it so well. They're getting the pressure, they're keeping it up, and they're just being such a threat around edges as well as they continuously find power plays off of this Julie. Fireman trying to get the KO on Carmen there, but isn't quite able to find it. Does find the pop-up though to get the barrier. They still need to get the goal though, and that's usually where the Flying Blobos have been struggling so far, actually getting the core into the net. The barrier falls soon, but the goal isn't found as the flip has to come out from Pensando, immediately answered by Carmen though. And they get the barrier. Can they get the force through? Wee has a flip as well. Core does not hit into the flip though. Zaxmac running up, however, on this now with the Monumentalist, creating so much pressure. Well executed.
So well done, and Wee, the namesake of the team, showing up big time in their final match to potentially get promoted into NASL. What could be their final match? If they lose, they will, of course, go to lower bracket and get another shot. But first pick, 1-2 punch, this Juliet looking unstoppable.
Yeah, that KOs, these KOs are not going to slow down. A little bit unfortunate there for J-Man, has to take the Spark of Strength, because if you're taking the Prime Time, which would be so valuable for you, you're giving a third Spark. Orb Replicator, not a pickup to be underestimated on a map like Aten. That's going to give you a lot of energy to you and your team. Prime Time finding his way onto Pensando, going to help with defense, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. As the aerial pickup for Fireman as well, going to help a bit with mobility, but I don't think it's really going to help as much as they would need it to.
There were some projectiles on this Kazan. This build would be looking sick right now, but Unfortunate for Fire Madden with how the drafts have gone, really not being able to put up a whole lot of great results on this Kazan pick, and the offense just firing on all cylinders for Wee's Little Bees. Going to get responded to, though. A nice top spin. Fire Madden off the rebound, puts it back in, and manages to break this loss streak for the Flying Blobos.
Important goal to be found for sure. You want to be going into a set like this with a lead. You don't want to be starting to fight from behind. As the side of Flying Blobos will have to find another one like that, but the barrier is down almost immediately as these little bees are just using that Estelle to excellence. Get the KO and get the goal. We're even again.
What a shot from Carmine there to be able to take out the goalie. It was a good defense on the banish onto Wee. That has been the name of the game for Pensando here, how they've been able to withstand some of the aggression is just banishing away Wee, but not working out that time. The Anomaly's putting in overtime, but we still able to get in there with the Flame Flurry to be able to find an opening onto the goal. J-Man falling back, trying to help out on defense, but the shot goes through all three Flying Blobos. And Wee's Little Bees 1 point away from reclaiming their spot in NASL.
Their positioning is just working out so well. Zaxmac and Carmen holding so offensive lines, so even if J-Man and Pensando get the core away from the barrier a little bit, it's immediately being sent back to them as the flip comes out, and Weasel B are looking to close it out right here.
Oh man, a KO already on to Fire, and it is not going to look like they're going to be able to come back from this one, but J-Man managing to get a little bit of a breakaway. The respawn coming through shortly. Fire Madden is back on the map. They've opened on up the barrier, and they have a shot to be able to keep themselves alive in this series. Fire Madden nearly finds its way on through, but it will be defended back away by Zaxmac once again. Now onto the defense. Flying Blobos have to find a way to stop Wee from being able to put this into the goal. They don't even get the barrier. Fire Madden get in there with the reset. The pop-up nearly going to be able to send it through, but it will be defended back away by Zaxmac yet again. Wee finally on the dash punch gets the barrier. Flame Flurry is deflected away, and they will be able to hold on to the goal for the time being. There is the flip from Wee, though, and it gets into the goal. Wee's Little Bees, welcome to the North American Strikers League.
They found the goal in the end. They were being so oppressive on this Aten City, and a much-deserved victory for them as they find their way into NASL yet again. Excellent performance from the team all around. The game plan and the play style that they had just worked wonders in that Aten City in the end. Really good performance.
Really, really good performance there to close things out. And Wee's Little Bees, a little bit of a unknown coming into the event, given that they've changed up the position Carmine was playing, at least some of the time, although Zaxmac playing a lot of goalie here, and Wee coming into the roster along with that little rebrand. But what a showing here from Wee's Little Bees as they requalify themselves to NASL, make good on that 8th seed from NASL Season 5 that they are entitled to.
Yeah, and the Flying Globals had a strong showing as well. They forced it to Game 3, right? So they will have another shot in the lower bracket to make the run into NASL. And if they're continuing to play as well as they are looking very promising for that as well. But as of right now, they couldn't get past Wee's Little Bees. And yeah, just a good showing in the end.
Absolutely is here. And now Bun Bun Bonanza and Polar Cortex playing over in the lower semifinal. The winner of that will face off against Wee's Little Bees. I think that'll be the next series on stream, if I'm not mistaken. So going to be a little bit of a break before that. No, they're going to go to Pool B Winners Qual first. So Pool B will have their own Winners Qual first. That matchup, I could get my my Start GG over there. Looks like it is going to be Return to Form taking on PP Legends. So exciting to see how that one's going to work out. Dragon Slayers 2 getting taken down by PPL earlier on as the NASA victors look to get in there and get themselves a spot in the Major League.
Yeah, PP Legends trying to make the run into NASL. We're going to be given the shot in this next series, though. But before that, we will be heading into a short little break to get that series ready for you. So don't go anywhere. There's exciting matches ahead. I think that was it for me and Gorda today. And again, a lot of lovely series to be played out. And there are going to be more series coming down the line, so don't go anywhere.
Absolutely.
きない命と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きが気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎を消せない
Hello everyone and welcome back to Landing. I'm here with Gret to watch the winners qualifier of Pool B here. It's Return to Form versus the PP Legends. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, this is the match I was probably the most excited for in all of Landing. I think these are two very strong teams. I think both are absolutely strong enough to make it to NASL, and the winner of this match will make it in. So I think, regardless of who wins now, both teams have a very solid shot. But winning here is significantly easier for the team. So I think this is going to be a very important match. And I'm excited to watch it happen, honestly. These are two teams I love watching. Average Alex and Hook Resets. Two midfielders I love to see happen, just on the field. And we're starting out in Demon Dies.
Yeah, we have quite the incredible 3-map collection here. Of course, at Lab the Classic, save for last. No surprise they're a pretty safe map, but the first two are Demon and Inkies. That's crazy.
Yeah, if we want this to get to a more like neutral kind of fundamental map, we'll have to earn it for a Game 3. I think there's kind of a bit of a polar opposite going on in Game 1 and 2, where there's like this hyper-closed damage map in Demon Dies, and a very open, like, passing lane map with Inkies. So if this team wants a 2-0, if either team wants a 2-0, they'll have to be good at kind of the entire skill set of the game.
Yeah, especially on this map, right? It is a very open map if the barriers are open on the other side, and we're seeing that here, right? Moon pushing up all the way forward. Average Alex and Fiery, so much space to play with, and Moffin, Hook, and Leo, they're just constrained all the way back, and it is overwhelming as soon as one team takes the barrier lead here.
Yep, that's the thing though. When the map is open, I think it's way better for RTF, because Moffin is a crazy open net player, especially when he's on that Kazan. So it's actually very, very hard to close that last point out versus him, because he's so good at playing those open net situations. Compared to like an Atlas, like Maloom, he does not want that barrier to fall because Atlas is so slow and like short range.
Yeah, we're seeing that right here as the damage piles up. Average Alex not long for this world. Finally taken out as Moffin once again presses the point, finds the saves, and like you mentioned, is holding it down in the open net, no problem. But Return to Form, they got to find these barriers soon, because Bloom is holding down the barrier, no problem. Finally, a great bounce by Leo Leon behind the barrier. Hook resets with a rebound, a perfect passing play as well. One more shot here for Return to Form to turn this entire point around, but Fiery is pushing forward as well. Dangerous spot to be in with the Thunderstruck. Moffin with the flip available though, has plenty of leeway, and Leo Leon flicks to the top side, doesn't quite find the shot into the net. It is open net, and I think Bloom has to be a little bit nervous here, but still has the flip available.
And I respect what Leo did there. He didn't play to score like right away. I don't believe that was an intentional, or an unintentional Kaz. I think he was going for the dribble there to put that damage on Average Alex, and that forced out the Atlas ult. I think it's very good for him because it kept that possession, and I think they're in control of the match now. Even though Leo is low, they're playing with the ball.
Now the core stop in the midfield, gets the core forward, Hook resets in position, Leo Leon staying alive and putting on the pressure for now. Moffin, the Average Alex though, bottom side shot, once again Moffin, so much coverage in the open net with this Kazan, and if that guy doesn't mess up, I don't see how Return to Form is getting scored on.
Exactly, it's so hard to put any like convincing pressure on this Kazan. And it'll only get harder throughout the game as he gets those. Oh, Molten Bolt in the primary. That was very strong.
Yeah, a bit of a crazy goal there, but it is looking quite good for the Return to Form fans if Moffin is playing like this. These early stages of the point, though, are very scary, as you need to be careful, especially if you were Leo Leon there, not having an evade at the start of the point. That could have been a damage pylon, but right there, it is that supernova from Hook resets. A lot of energy built up for this Vice as well, trying to bait out the flip from Bloom, but finally just goes for the shot. But Bloom's also being taken very low here.
Yeah, PPL really wants these early points, but if they're dying like this in set 1 to like Vice and Zamtaro, then it'll be really hard to close those out. Because if they lose this set, the match will snowball so far out of their favor. And they don't want this to go set 5, because the enemy team, RTF, scales so much harder. They have side... Oh, wow! Leo is insane.
Yeah, it's just an incredible passing play.
Open pass to Hook. Yeah.
And yeah, like you mentioned, it is a common theme, right? This comp of RTF, if they're allowed to scale, that is a huge problem. And on the other side, Average Ox and Fiery, they have a lot of immediate damage, right? With the Drakkar Rasmus. They're here for the early set advantages, but right now it is Hook Resets and Leo Leon just constantly in their face, pressuring Fiery, and despite the Celestial Intervention coming out, Fiery is still low and has no meter.
Yeah, the Drakkar pick is bold. I think with the buffs he's a lot stronger, but the way this match is looking, I think the only real way PPL can pull off a win in the later stages of the game, on like a Size Awakening or CDR Muffin, is if Rasmus gets like a lot of speed and just starts like gliding around them. I think it's their only real way to win. Looking at it now, the damage, despite the Drakkar, is in the favor of RTF, and they're finding these kills more significantly and consistently with that kill confirm from Zentara. They have a power play now, and it's looking really hard to defend, but Bloom has his flip, he has resources, he's able to hold it down for now. It's still scary, but he gets it out. Although everyone on the side of PPL is back. Oh god.
Yeah, really good defense by Bloom there. Not cashing out on the flip was Hook Resets, so just trying to wait for the perfect opportunity to use it, but it did not present itself, and now has it for the next push forward. Leo Leon and Hook Resets trying to cover with the primary as well, right? A lot of good plays coming out from Return to Form. A lot of coordination.
Yeah, Hook is saving that flip, and he has it for this next point, and the way Vice can play, she can just cash that flip out for a kill, or an instant barrier take into double barrier. That's very strong for them.
Yeah, really well done too, right? Of working around the Atlas instead of just trying to hit towards the barrier immediately. Leo Leon with the flip available now could seal this set away and create a huge lead for Return to Form. Hook Resets passing around everybody in the curve. A flip right in front of the net. Perfectly played by Leo Leon. The patience there, and Hook Resets there to cover with an extra strike as well. This set win is ridiculous, and this draft could be the end of the game almost.
Yeah, that's the kind of offense you want to play for, where the goalie just thinks, what do you do? However, there is extra special Atlas on the board. That could be keeping them in the game here. There's a Size Awakening for Kazan, though. I'll point that out. A Size Awakening and Among Titans on the board. It is terrifying for Kazan. Like, oh, he's denying the extra special. They'd rather have that damage presence than the Size Awakening on their goalie. And Among Titans comes in for Drakkar, so he's not getting larger this draft. But Vice does get that Deadeye, so I think they're really playing into their win con of damage here. Muffin taking a Dead Awakening to deny their survivability.
It seems like that deny is a big portion of Return to Form's game plan, like you mentioned. Muffin, we'll see if that does pay off, but the KO right now is in the favor of the PP Legends. And although it wasn't looking in their favor the first set, it is still a comp that does have plenty of that immediate damage here. And with two barriers down, with a lot of pressure coming in from Bloom from range, that's a missile prop Atlas, right? So it is still a threat.
Yeah, Drakkar will always have that threat of a knockback kill just all of a sudden if you're not careful. And with the missile prop, the range is like way higher than normal, so Hook definitely has to be very careful in these. Oh, edge interactions with Fiery is able to get a 1v3 to get the ball in the net.
Muffin not expecting that particular angle, struck downwards there, and yeah, really good Fiery, almost dying in that interaction too, so on that store and still got the goal in, but PPL have scored before. Whoa! Okay, well, Leo Leon gets blown up near the top side, and that's the kind of knockback you were talking about.
Yeah, really, they feel like they need these miracles, though. They're finding them, and that's the thing. They're finding them consistently this set. But I feel like a lot of this is not something you can rely on to win the game. But it might give them the room they need to figure that out and start working on it.
We'll see if they can do that. Because PPL, if they can win this set, they have a little bit more time. If RTF win, it is looking very, very dire. Really good play by Leo Leon to stop the core, to put on the pressure onto the barrier, and Hook resets with the Chain Lightning. Slowly rolls the core towards the second barrier. Both barriers down now. Average Alex and Fiery desperately trying to get something done, but Muffin just strike wars the Hook, and so much damage onto Fiery, comboed off. The revive burn now, and without that extra special denied the last draft, this is a huge damage opportunity for Return to Form here.
They did get a lot of damage healed off of that special, though. There's a res, and all of Average Alex's health came back, so they need to make this count, because a lot of their cooldowns were spent and healed away by that. But they're looking in a good spot now. Average Alex is pretty low, even though he has evades to work with. He might not find a chance to use it, and this flip is threatening.
Yeah, gets a shot to the top side while Fiery was trying to go for a little bit of hit stun. 1-1 now. Low meter on Leo Leon and hook resets could be the subject of some pressure from Average and Fiery here, but we'll have to see. They are playing back. They're playing pretty defensive, hook resets especially, not trying to take any early chip damage now. And Bloom just walking up to the midfield, needs to play aggressive on this Demon Deus map, but Fiery's the one who's blown up here, and the cooldowns are being burned to try and get this KO.
With that full flip, he's absolutely a target. He's looking for a spot to spend it before he gets that damage pressure sent on him even more. With no Atlas ult to save him, he's needing to spend it around now, so he's in a good spot to set it up here. But RTF knows that, and they're killing with the result. They lost their barrier, but I think they don't mind that much, honestly.
Yeah, Moffin comfortable in the open net here. Average Alex, a relatively low range, still pushing forward. A lot of damage on the hook resets, though. No elusive available. That Vice is going to have to be very careful around all three members of PPL. Sends it backwards to Moffin. A bit of a more comfortable save here, and Bloom with the patience, the KO coming through. Flip available to the bottom side, but Moffin can block that away here. Dangerous spot for Moffin, though, as the shotgun comes in. The Soren angle, Leo Leon with the strike ward to the top side. Fiery, though, will take it in here. The passing play calm from Bloom, and PPL 1 goal away from evening this one up.
The direct ult slowed the core down enough for that to turn into a 1v3. Leo Leon almost had a chance there, but it was just too threatening.
Yeah, and heading into this next point, though, importantly, no elusive available. Bit of an unfortunate own barrier from Moffin, but a big potential to blow up a member of PPL here, especially as the Atlas ult is burned relatively early here.
Yeah, Moffin's very much in there, and I think that's one of the strengths of Kazan goalie, is that if you have that room to work with, you can get in there and put so much pressure on the net with that hook to save it in case it gets loose. So the offensive pressure of Kazan is especially strong in this game I'm seeing, because they're getting a lot of room to work with it with that damage.
Leo Leon taking a lot of damage. Average Alex also lows. Fiery as well. Everybody being comboed off, but it's Leo Leon who strikes first. Average Alex with the return, though, who then gets traded out by hook resets. Big opportunity for return to form to get a barrier or two here. Trying to stun away Bloom, but the elusive is well timed to strike afterwards as well. The power cord comes in, but it's not enough, and Bloom holds. And that calm gameplay from Bloom is really helping PPL survive a lot of these dangerous situations. But that own barrier is a little bit unfortunate. Really hard angle.
Yeah, Bloom is playing very undaunted in that power play especially, but oh, Fiery hooks it and it flies right past him, too fast in overtime. Bloom's calm gameplay is very much what they need to get this done, because a lot of what Vice does is very, reactive and mix-up based. So if he's calm enough to play that game, instead of falling to layer 1, then he's going to be holding a lot more than normal.
Oh, but that's hook resets going down here. Leo Leon does stall it out for a little bit. Moffin in position, hit stun, flips it away. Fiery with the hook, though, right out of the reach of the Kazan. That was a really fast play, and was able to get past Kazan in that situation.
Yeah, it took a very good strike ward to get that in at the end there. And he's first pick in this draft. He might get something like a Size Awakening or a Fight or Flight. There is the Might of Colossus to look out for from Kazan, but honestly, the recovery drone, its size is technically undeniable from him. So there's a chance he just opts for speed instead with Fight or Flight.
Ooh, goes for the Might of the Colossus here. And Prize Fighter is instead the pickup from Moffin.
That's confusing to me. I haven't expected either of these draft choices. I thought he would just go for the Size Awakening both times, because that just makes it so hard to score on you. But I guess he wants the, again, yeah, he's really opting in for the damage. Taking the Prize Fighter, taking the Spec Training, Twin Drive on Zentaro. They're really still committed to this damage win con that they opted into at the first draft.
Well, they're all in here. We'll see if that pays off. Hook resets. Leo Leon, the one taking a lot of damage here. Fiery getting healed up quite a bit as well as Average Alex running in. Molten Bolt slowed down. So much damage onto Hook and Moffin as Average Alex is in the mix of everything. Both barriers falling and Moffin critically low. No elusive available. This Kazan could be taken out by the next ability here. Really dangerous spot, but heals up. Gets the orb. A little bit more defense here for return to form, but they are in such a scary situation. Moffin is on a timer. The hook burned. The cooldown's being wasted, but Moffin's just not regenning fast enough here.
Yeah, he's getting pressured a lot, but there's a kill that can turn the tide. Yeah, it's suddenly everything is in RTF's favor. They have the kill, they have Average Alex very low, and they have offense running on the barrier here. Moffin's healing back to full. It's like he was never damaged at all.
Yeah, without that kill, Moffin would have been gone, but instead the situation turns around. Leo Leon being chipped down now, but Moffin stays calm despite the hit stun from the hook, gets the strike war out, And now the core just stalling out here. Hook resets, trying to interrupt. Moffin into empty space, but Hook resets. Bit of a dangerous vertical strike there. Still ends up working out, though, as Leo Leon comes back, finds the primary, almost finds the barrier. But these shotguns from Average Alex are doing a lot to save this core in a lot of situations. But Leo, what a strike, what a position, what a flip from Hook resets to the bottom side, trying to find a dribble play. Not quite finding it here. It's returned to form, but they're stabilizing quite a bit. And Hook resets, burning the flip as well.
Yeah, that was a magical barrier take from Leo, living up to his legacy there. And they have a very good situation going on here. Fire has no evade, playing into Spec Vice. She's going to get her ult back pretty soon. So they can find a very strong kill here, though Atlas ult will dissuade that threat for now.
Dangerous.
This is a very scary spot for them, though.
Yeah, really dangerous spot from Bloom in the top corner. Fiery to the bottom side, into the hook, and right out of the reach of Moffin. Additional size would have saved that. It kind of feels like a little unfortunate, too, after we talked about that in the last draft.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of these situations where it's just barely noticeable, where that extra size with Kazan, because it really feels like he just takes over the game if he gets those size awakens, especially on goalie, with like might, with the extra power. And because he doesn't have that, Fiery's job is a lot easier. Oh, where's Bloom?
Bloom is in another continent right now and stays up there a little bit, knowing that he'll be KO'd soon anyway. Tries to find a crucial strike, but doesn't get the chance to return to form, clean up the KO, and without the goalie here, they should be able... No! Hook resets, gets blown up, and Leo Leon's low as well, trying to find the goal here, as Moffin does build up a flip on the other end, so this stall should be very achievable, but has to burn the flip, send it around the world. Leo Leon, though, getting the KO is huge to power play for return to form now, as they push up the field.
Yeah, this is very... The momentum is just swinging constantly in the favor. One team and the other, one team and the other. It's... Oh my god. Yeah, Strike Shotgun isn't quite enough to win versus Kazan if he has that hook to guarantee it. But the momentum is just back and forth with these teams as one player dies, and they're just trading over and over again. Trading goals, trading players. And that's a goal coming in for Leo Leon. What a... Yeah, passive in the dash.
Yeah, Bloom has been very patient, which has been amazing in a lot of these interactions, but I think Leo Leon in that moment calling out that Bloom would wait a little bit longer, because that's how Bloom has been winning, right? By waiting just a little bit to create favorable situations.
Yeah, Leo, being the player he is able to react and adapt to that accordingly. And with the Twin Drive, he's able to find these situations way more often. I think that Twin Drive pickup is very good for him.
One barrier down now for return to form. Moffin in a dangerous spot. Leo Leon sends it forward, and Bloom brought the half here. But that Drakkar KO power misstep just a little bit, and you're gone. Fiery taking the barrier efficiently as well. Dangerous situation for Moffin. Manages to win it first time, but the second time the pendulum swing arrives, and that'll be Fiery with the goal. PPL with the chance to take the lead here.
Yeah, and that kill on Leo is something you see a lot with teams with a lot of base knockback like Drakkar, where you put the ball like very close to the wall, and if they try to contest it, you just kill them. You get a lot of extra space to work with if you have that base knockback to threaten them from walking up there.
Oh, Average Alex trying to KO hook resets there, who is still incredibly low. We'll go back to heal the strike shot. Actually, Fiery finding the pendulum swing, and that is another power play for the PP Legends here. Fiery with the flip available. Will want to cash out here after barrier takes. Good defense, though, by Moffin and Leo. Almost getting the barrier on the other side. Not quite the angle to do so. Fiery pushing forward. The barrier is still standing for return to form, but they're also dead.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, Hook Resets might have to find that power play kill on Fiery, but he doesn't have the kill confirm to do it. And he's getting bullied for it now. And this is just very, yeah. The way it is, Chain Lightning's taking the barrier on its own. And now the Leo Leon is back there in a more favorable spot, but still it's threatening with the ball on their side.
Quick resets going down, bottom side of the net wide open, and Average Alex will secure it. PPL, they've really stepped up how they're coordinating these KOs in the later parts of this game, and now they're in a lead, and Fiery's getting the first pick here.
And this is the chance, if ever, to commit that Kazan to playing sizeless this game. If he wants to take that built different right now from Kazan, he can spark vigilance. He does have strength. He does have strength, but I think that forces Average Alex to take built different. Yeah, so they're going all in on the scaling for Fiery here, who has pums, by the way. That's interesting to me.
Yeah,
I think the way they're playing, I think Fiery is just getting those pums and getting that power play advantage, And I think that's kind of what's closing out all of these games if they get that kill.
Yeah, what's also interesting is that Moffin has assembled quite a lot of power, right? So there's a potential that Moffin could be... No, actually, I thought about it, and as someone who has tried to do this, kinda, with the whole red core on strike without team player, it requires a ridiculous amount of power. Like, it is not even realistic to try and do that, and although Moffin has a lot of it right now, I don't think he'll be red coring anytime soon.
See, that's true, but what Kazan also wants to play for is the red core in overtime. Because now that he has that power nerf, he doesn't have that by default anymore. So having that extra power from stuff like Prize Fighter and Glass Cannon will give him that threshold to make it more threatening in overtime. And a lot of these points are going to overtime, the way most of the time is spent in power plays and 2v2s and stuff.
Yeah, and as the KO comes through, Bloom once again forced into a difficult defense. One barrier dropping already as Moffin tries to send it forward. Barely misses it here, but a good strike war by Hook resets in the midfield, opens up the net. Big opportunity now with the pass back overtime. Core speed, there it is, the red core like you were talking about. And that will be able to accelerate the offense so much by this Kazan. Hook resets, setting up the Thunderstruck, teleporting to it after a pass from Leo Leon. Amazing coordination from return to form as they take the first goal here.
That was so clean. Leo getting no assist because his contribution for that was just the threat of his existence. He didn't ever hit the ball. That was just Hook setting himself up with the primary, going right into the secondary and taking an open shot. That was clean.
Leo Leon now doing a little bit of work on the top side. Soften the core, find the dribble to the top side, completely faking out the strike war, but that's Hook going down. Moffin pushing forward now, and a good flip for the barrier here. If Moffin can keep at least one of these barriers, that'll be a ridiculous lead for return to form, and both are kept as the respawn comes in.
This is, yeah, and the way this is, it's super hard to run this offense now in this situation because they have all their cooldowns to work with. Moffin doesn't have a hook anymore. This could be the mistake that PPL needs to get this point in their way.
But they can't capitalize fast enough, and the cooldowns do come back. Moffin doesn't even need any of them right now, but a slight missed strike there means that PPL have a chance perhaps. Leo Leon brought low, and Hook resets trying to set up forwards. Average Alex once again doing so much chip to Leo Leon, but he survives with the blink forward. And RTF, they're surviving barely, and this last barrier is doing so much work, but that Hook will make sure it disappears. Now it's overtime though in an open map with the Moffin core speed, and they're just accelerating so quickly here.
Yeah, and this overtime is very, very scary for both teams because Atlas has an open net to deal with, but Rasmus is not weak in overtime either, so both teams really have to worry about anything that could happen in this overtime. Both midfielders are kind of slow too, so it feels like it could turn in any favor just all of a sudden.
Good strike shot by Mloom, but Hook resets has been pressuring so much these last few points. With the core stop there, Leo Leon gets in a huge mix-up, right? I expected Hook to be the one shooting down, but it was Leo Leon in there.
I think Hook expected that too because he flipped and he doesn't have that for this point now, but honestly it works either way because if that did get saved, Leo had his own flip to guarantee the goal, so it's solid offense from both of them.
Yeah, big set here so far, but that's a lot of damage Leo Leon and Moffin just took there, regenerating a lot of it back now. Flips available. They're going to try to put damage pressure, and Leo Leon knows that. Catches out, and a great hook from Moffin prevents either barrier from being taken right now. Hook resets doing a little bit of damage, but could be the target next year, staggered now. But this barrier is under pressure constantly. And Bloom's the one who's low, the one who's sent across the map. And if the goalie's KO'd, that would be huge for return to form here. But they have to struggle to defend their own barriers first, and Bloom is regenning slowly.
He did just use his ult, so he doesn't have that to save himself with. So if they keep him staggered, like pressure that regen timer, and there it is, there's the kill on him. And suddenly, it's really hard for people to win this point. Both barriers are down, and they're playing 3v2 with a Dren on Leo.
Oh,
he's in
Leo!
there! Oh my god!
Oh, what a play! Doesn't even go for the strike for the goal, just sets himself up in advance. Everything was pre-planned, and he's rewarded with the first pick.
Just wait for them to think they can clear out. They can't clear out. There's a lot of awakenings here that both teams want. There's the Stagger Swagger and Reverb for that survivability, which both teams absolutely need. There's the Heavy Impact 1-2 Rapid Fire Prime Time. There's a lot of CBR. And there's also the Spark of Focus, which I don't think you ever want to let Rasmus get.
Yeah,
there's many high-value awakenings in this draft.
This is such a scary draft. And 1-2 eventually going to hook resets, and Spark ending up being denied here. But that Rasmus still does get that reverberation with the double spark, including resilience. So I think Fiery is not too sad about that one.
He certainly got about as much CDR as he would have gotten if he took Spark of Focus, so the threat is still there. You might have had them deny the reverb as well, but that's such a commitment from the side of RTF to deny.
Yeah, interesting that they chose that order of denies, though. I half expected Moffin to be the one getting 1-2 punch there.
Me too, because he's, again, playing for that core speed, and 1-2 punch is the only strong core speed awakening in rotation right now. So now that it's gone, especially now that it's set 5, oh my god, Alice Primary lingering there with Mr. Prob. Now that it's set 5, he doesn't have any more access to that core speed, he just has to rely on what he has.
Oh! Oh, dangerous situation thanks to a strike ward by Average Alex, who still maintains possession while being critically low here, regenerating a little bit back as Fiery to the bottom corner, but Hook Resets helps out, gets the clears. Average Alex is playing so scarily, that invisibility not viewable on Spectator with this orientation, but he is constantly threatening with that additional speed as well. Average Alex trying to get a shotgun in, Fiery in position, but the core speed a little bit too much, bounces right back, and now we're in overtime here. Muffin, Leo Leon rushing forward, that's a huge KO now. Leo with the core stop, so much pressure, keeps the dribble up. Leo continues maintaining possession, not quite getting the goal here, and flip forced out of Bloom.
Yeah, they had to get that through that flip first before they had any chance of scoring, but now there it is. Now that the flip's gone, he can't use it for that open shot from Leo. Very convincing offense from the side of RTF.
2 goals away from this first game. It's been close. And look at the energy economy. Look at Return to Form's energy compared to PPL's. Their game plan the previous set paying dividends as they bait everything out. And although one barrier goes down, they're fine. Oh, trying to get that instant kill onto Fiery. Not quite.
Terraform might start focusing some damage on Maloom now that he has 150 Sacrum stacks. That's a lot of speed, and playing into that Atlas with speed makes it very hard to score on him. So if they get that kill on him, the set turns super far in their favor.
Dangerous spot here for Hook Resets, though. Average Alex rushing forward. Leo Leon dropping back to help out as Muffin is being kind of overwhelmed here. Fiery with an amazing strike war through 2.
Yeah, just strike warring 2 people at once and getting it through to a bottom shot perfectly placed. Just knowing he'll win the strike war. And Muffin isn't able to get there in time.
It's really coming down to individual interactions in this last set as Hook resets. Early Supernova burn, not getting damage pressure off of it though. And that's an important cooldown down. That's Hook resets being blown up. That's the strike war being won. That's the barrier being taken. PPL with a big advantage now as they try to push their lead.
One thing that I think is also very notable is that neither forward is killable this game on the side of PPL. You can't kill either of them. Fiery has a bunch of stagger with resilience and reverb, and Average Alex has stagger swagger, and they have an Atlas. It's very, very hard for this damage win con to actually get the value, and that's what you're seeing now with the side of RTF being the ones that are dying. Because you need that survivability to get those kills, to get that damage off. If you are able to die, you will be the one dying. Oh! Average Alex gets hit by the edge of Hook Reset's assault there.
And knockback's the only way they're going to fall off the map right now, it feels like. Moth into the bottom side. Hook resets. Leo Leon need to get this passing lane through, but they can't quite because Fiery's interrupting in the middle of it. Average Alex joins the mist as well, and one misstep from Return to Form is a knockback KO, and this barrier looking so hard to take when Bloom is so fast, has that flip available. So much core speed, but Bloom reacts in time still, and the barrier still stands. Average Alex brought low, but Stagger Swagger and the Celestial Intervention means that he is right back to full. Bloom again with the reactions despite the core speed, making sure this barrier does not fall, but there's the knockback KO again coming out.
Caught Average Alex in the shotgun animation, he couldn't evade on reaction. And Bloom is just looking like he's playing on fire right now. He has that speed to make it work. Everything he's doing feels like it's perfect right now. And it's really paying off for PPL if they get that barrier. They can't lose their own.
What a huge hook. What a big burn of the flip from Hook Resets, who is now low. That Molten Bolt almost connects onto the core. Dangerous situation there as Hook Resets very, very low. Not taken out just yet, but Leo Leon cannot say the same. Flip burn from Moffin. Other side of the map of Bloom is covering everything right now. So much speed to work with. Missile prop primaries everywhere. And what a shot by Average Alex right around the Supernova. It's 2-1.
Yeah, there was that brief moment where the Supernova was in, but it was so scary to let that go because that would shoot it right at your own net. But I think it was the only way to save the core there.
Yeah, now PPL in a very comfortable spot. 1 goal away from taking the lead in this series. A volatile map coming up And average Alex, the one who's brought low, taken out by Leo Leon. That's a huge KO.
The coverage from Explosive Entrance, catching him on the way to the orb. That's a Dread proc, that's Stagger Swagger. Down, even. So they have that time to get the barrier, stack damage on Maloom, but Leo is taken out by Fiery. This could be what RPF needs. If they can get this kill, they need to defend here, though. They need to defend here.
Yeah, and Fiery and Average Alex pushing on the offense immediately makes it so difficult now. A great hook by Moffin to save the game, but just defense alone isn't enough, and Fiery finds another chance, finds the perfect whiplash, and PPL take the lead.
The whiplash sending it at the exact angle for the bottom pocket shot there. That was so well aimed.
Now,
Wow, that was really well done from PPL. Both teams played crazy that game.
and PPL extra happy with that because next map is their pick, right? Their pick, Inky Splash Zone. They are probably a little bit more comfortable with that outcome here.
Yeah, I think RTF doesn't have that damage condition they like to play for on Inkies. But I will say, I don't think they're a bad open map team. I think this will be just as competitive as last game, because RTF is very good at those open map situations. With if they can get that Kazan goalie again, I think actually it'll be pretty high priority for Fiery to take that Kazan from him, because if Moffin gets the Kazan again, and he starts stacking those sides without worrying about that damage to keep in mind like during drafts, then he'll have so much presence over the game. And Hook could be on a character like Rune or Juno. And with that extra time that Moffin's giving them, I think they'll be able to put down some very convincing performances. The PPL is, I mean, they just won the first game. They're very convincing too. What we're going to the draft here, Reverb or Replicator start.
Very weird start, I gotta say.
Yeah. I think no teams will be taking Orb Replicator because Reverb is just that good.
Yeah, lots of synergy as well. But taking a look at the next game, I guess, if you return to form, how do you think you're feeling as a player who's gone through liftoff landing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess when you're in this like winners qualifier match, which I believe when Bozo Bunch was in it, you 2-0'd. But overall, like, how do you think the teams are feeling right now?
Well, I don't imagine they're nervous, honestly. I don't think these are the kind of players to get nervous. They have so much competitive experience and playing at this high level on stream. I think they don't actually have much of a fear of, oh no, will I play well, will I lose? Because I'm pretty sure, at the very least, they have the confidence that even if they do get sent to losers, that they'll still have a reasonable time getting into NASL. So I think right now both teams are just focused on playing well now. And I think the way RTF is, I don't think they're that scathed by losing that first game. I'm pretty sure they'll still give it their best. There's a Kazan ban. They do not want to give Moffin. Kazan Rasmus, yeah, they're sniping his pool. They don't want to give him a comfortable character on Inkies.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be pretty good here. I'm not sure because this is such an open map that. What do you think Moffin's gonna pick in the goal box?
Honestly, knowing his pool, the two that come to mind are Finny and Asher. Those are the two characters I think he has alongside Kazan and Rasmus. The way this match is going, the way the draft is shaping out, I think he might be a bit amicable to a Finny pick. I think that'll be very strong for them. But Asher will be good too. I don't know if Moffin is the kind of goalie that wants to pick it on this kind of situation, though. On that open map. Oh my god, they're sniping his pool so hard!
Wow. Well.
Why? Or Estelle.
Oh, so it is Finny.
No. Oh, sorry. I thought RTF was red side. My bad.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. They locked in the Finny goalie. That's Rasmus forward and Juno midfield. This is very comfort for RTF, and Rasmus on this map, I think will have a very chill time scoring on either Kai or Estelle, whoever they put in the goal lineup. Because Estelle goalie is very high pick rate recently. She's very in, and so is Kai. So knowing Maloom can play either, I think it is good to pick a character like, again, the comp like Juno, Rasmus, Finny, that can have a chill time into both of those characters.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Finney has found a lot of success for a lot of players in the qualifiers, but it is still a pick that I think the Kai will do pretty well into. So we'll see how that goes, especially if the Kai is in the midfield slot for average Alex. I do expect that to be relatively successful, given how things play out.
I do think if they lock in Kai midfield for PPL, if you catch Finny in downtime, if she's used her abilities and you have still won the interaction despite that, then Kai is a very strong. Both characters, Kai and Estelle, are both very strong at abusing a character without cooldowns in the net. They can strike Barrage, they can strike Estelle Beam, or anything like that. And even if they don't have that help from their brawler, like Zentaro, I think they still have very strong scoring pressure. So having a midfielder that can do that into Finny is pretty valuable for PPL.
Yeah, but we're loading in Inky Splash Zone, the selection here. Taking a look into Pool A again. Bumbo Bonanza 1-0 in the lead against Polar Cortex for the moment. So we might see a rematch later on. Juno, Rasmus Finney for return to form. PPL locking their picks in. We'll see where everything goes in just a second, but this should be an interesting one.
I think so, and we'll see. Kai is the goalie, so Average Alex is playing double mags, Zentaro, Estelle, midfield. And that is very, very strong team composition on this map. I think Juno and Rasmus are both strong too, but Rasmus has the slick kicks, which is pretty notable. Because having those slicks gives Rasmus that scoring pressure when he's on that side of the field. He has the movement speed to work with into Kai.
Yeah, so far though, both teams kind of just stuck around in the bottom side of the map here, and you mentioned it right, when that Estelle and the Kai both have that scoring power here, and immediately it's shown as Average Alex and Fiery take advantage of the Inky Splash Zone map. They look very practiced on Inkies.
It's a very scary game for Moffin to play right now. He has to play into a midfielder that can cover his clears, a brawler that can cover his clears, and a lot of hits done. And all the while, he's not playing a goalie that's known for that close-range defensive interactions.
Yep, Fiery to the top side, and once again, just working around Moffin so well here as Moon pushes forward. Average Alex has to drop back to defend, but now the water cannon is an option for the PP Legends. They play it slowly, but Leon, tries to accelerate it forward. Good clear by Moffin and Hook, and Leo gets the pass as well. Can't quite seal the goal out, though, and still a dangerous situation for Moffin here. Gets taken out by the crossfire from Average Alex, and once again, the PPL coordination coming in.
Yeah, he tried to evade clear, but the way PPL layered their abilities there was so effective that it would kill him the moment he tried to strike. And if he didn't strike, it would just go in, right? So that was very well layered abilities from PPL.
And they also took out hook resets earlier on in that point. PPL really making the most of their map pick right now as Bloom pushing forward. Feeling very active here, of course. Was active on the Atlas last game as well, but early game, being able to do so is a huge benefit, though the barrier does fall here. Good coordination by Leo and Hook, and the water cannon is coming out, but stalled out by Average Alex, and Bloom will defuse it quite well. A dangerous spot, though, with Leon coming in with a whiplash, and Flip has to be burned. Resources pretty much gone on the side of PPL, so RTF, this has to be their point.
Yeah, this is their chance to get that space to work with to get things done, but first they have to clear it out of this corner, and the time that's spent in that corner is the time for PPL's cooldowns to come back. That's why Average Alex is putting it there so insistently. And now that they're here, they get some convincing scoring chances, but not quite as Moffin is able to clear it out and hook resets. Very strong defensive duo. It almost goes in, but not exactly.
Hook now with the flip available could be a huge scoring threat in overtime with the core speed. Dangerous situation. Leon pulls it back, but hit around the hook by Bloom. Possession being kept. Giga Blast to push Hook back, and the flip ends up being activated too close to the wall to do anything. And now Fiery in position. The slime so scary, but again, not really a shot on goal here coming out. But with the water cannon, they might be able to do something. But Fiery finds, the slime. The barrage pellet missed. The last barrage pellet barely missed the core, and that let the slime get the shot off.
Slime being masked by the water cannon as if it came just completely out of nowhere, is able to find that shot into the net in overtime, setting the core completely unreactably red.
Dangerous spot now on the bottom corner again. Leo being bursted down immediately here. Does get the orb to heal, but If they can find the KO, that would be huge. Fiery, though, almost traded on the other end. The barrier's still alive, but right out of the reach of Muffin. And this is huge for PPL if Fiery can stay alive.
He might have a chance to, because the only kill confirmer on this team is Leo Leon. He's busy running offense. So Fiery does have that time to regen. Though, oh, there was a clean pendulum swing into strike shot card from RTF. But Average Alex is able to get it through the Finny-R anyway, what?
Yeah, oh, it just found the right timing. Hit it relatively early, too, right? I think Muffin was expecting a little bit more of a wait from Average Alex and ends up being rewarded with the first pick here. Lots of cool options, but my eyes are on that Spark of Focus to combine with maybe a later Resilience and a Reverberation. That could definitely go out of control for someone later in the draft.
Yeah, the name of this game is definitely stacking CDR. Primetime Rapid Fire coming in. I think Spark of Focus is next up. There it is. And in Bloom getting the Spark of Focus is very notable because he has eject button already. He's going to be lowering that secondary cooldown so much that he's going to have so much pressure over the map.
Yeah, and relatively disappointing choices for the Brawlers, I gotta say. And not that those Awakenings aren't going to do anything, they're going to do a lot, but in the game of pressing a lot of buttons, they're not pressing any more buttons here, and wow, dangerous spot to be in, but a good big finish by Muffin. Follow-ups there from Average Alex and Fiery, and the barrier falls very early. Fiery almost gets the opportunity to score there, and Muffin just gets caught off guard by Fiery still being in the mix.
Yeah, I'll have to disagree on a comment you made there. I will not call Spec Rasmus disappointing. I think it's one of his best Awakenings, and it's not even close, actually. A lot of what Rasmus is finding big knockback on his hooks. And if he can get a hook on Maloom, he can send him to a place where he's just cannot defend.
We'll see if that's indeed the case. Big opportunity for Leo Leon now with the open net. Water Cannon could be activated here. Slime setting it up a little bit. The Water Cannon still there for just a second. Pass up the hook resets. Chance, but Average Alex tanks the hook this time. And now PPL is on the offense. Average Alex with the coverage. What a play by PPL. We almost saw the hook get value there, but unfortunately, Alex was both the defender and the scorer there.
Yeah, super hard to get that clear out versus Zentaro and Estelle. Zenith passive and Estelle over cooldowns, it's so scary.
Alright, we'll see if they can turn it around here, return to form, but it's the PPL show right now. Almost out of reach of Bloom, but enough speed to get back into Slimes. Dealt with by Average Alex. Hook resets in the corner. Flip available. Trying to get this barrier, and in the end does. But Fiery will strike where the flip there. A little bit too predictable. The direct shot. And now the Water Cannon is an option if they can get it up to the Water Cannon. But no, they can't. Stuck in the bottom side. Big hook comes out. Just barely not enough. Average Alex surviving is huge for PPL.
There's Spec actually taking away there. Enough knockback to send it out of the Whiplash range, but not enough to kill on its own. Very unfortunate. Now that Average Alex is alive, he can run some scary stuff on offense here. But Leo does have that flip to work with. He has suspended to not die to the Quangle. Oh my god.
Yeah, thankfully it doesn't die if you're an RTF fan. Dangerous spot here though. Fiery has flip, looking for the dribble into flip here, and sends it right between three. Not enough coverage for the center of the net. There's PPL now one set away from the North American Strikers League for the first time since the very beginning.
PPL just looking so efficient on this map. They're very effective, though they're playing anything in the map. Defense, offense, any midfield interaction, they look very, very comfortable. And I think that's not applicable for RTF. They don't look very comfortable in the way this game is running out.
Well, 1-2 punch is going to be denied away from the Juno, but the Sparks are coming in as well. That Spark of Resilience is going to be a huge value pick if that does end up falling to another set here, but PPL, they want to close it out right now, and I think they have the tools to do so.
RTF does have a chance now that this draft went the way it did, but it all starts with winning this set, because if they win this set, hook resets might get MVP, might get that Spark of Resilience, a lot of CDR, and there's the Spec Hook coming in, guaranteeing that barrier, very strong. But if they can find the set win, the game might turn in their favor super hard, but they need to be able to win the set here, and it's something that PPL have kind of made it look impossible to do.
Ari low, but not taken out just yet. Average Alex to Bloom, rotating around to the top side. So much mobility, but the barrier does not fall. Good clear by Muffin, and Average Alex now forced on the defense here. Leo Leon could make a play here, but Average Alex is interrupting every single slime. No! Giga Blast has to be used by Bloom. A great save made. And now the respawn comes in from Fiery. Almost taken out by Leo Leon, but blinks away. The spec hook into the card. The value is being shown right now as RTF get a crucial goal.
It's so broken. You just look at the goalie and they're somewhere and they're not where they need to be. What an effective scoring tool from Rasmus there.
Yep. Fiery, though, immediately trying to return the favor on the other side. Unable to do so. Leo Leon, so much speed. And now could set up for another hook opportunity perhaps here. As the barriers opened up so early, but the water cannon not going to find much value there. Tries to cheese Bloom into the water cannon. Unfortunately, not enough knockback, but that would have been pretty funny. But hook resets, gets a perfect pass down, and return to form. They're turning it around.
Knowing Leo's sending exactly where he needs to be to beat that barrage, and able to take that open shot, pass into Leo Leon, redirected for a perfect goal. This could be the set they need. Yeah, this is the momentum is in their favor. And that's something they're probably very glad to see after the 3-0 of last set.
And if the hook resets, Juno in particular gets Spark of Resilience, right? That would be an incredible amount of cooldown and power and core speed and everything. And so many other Scary Awakenings left on the board as well, but it's the PPL who are in control right now. And Fiery looks so practiced with the water cannon. It's crazy. Yeah,
he doesn't let those chances slip him by. And if you don't have those mechanical mistakes when you're playing with the water cannon, it makes it terrifying to play against because you're put in a guessing game that is so out of your favor.
Game accelerating, a flip used early there. Oh, Leo Leon trying to cook something. But wow, with that core speed coming in for the big finish, does just enough here. Water cannon available for return to form. Accelerates it forward. The slime comes in. Bloom, though, has enough strikes. Has the strike reset with the Giga Blast. But hook resets jumping forward. Not quite enough still. Fiery, though, brought incredibly low. Could be KO'd. The rebounds coming in. The passing play. Leo Leon, though, comboed. Fiery sees blood in the water and immediately finds the crucial KO as Average Alex and Fiery once again. The hit stuns coming in. PPL now. They need to find this opportunity before the respawn comes in. A flip available from Average Alex, but the defense is there from return to form. But the water cannon, flip stalls it out just enough, and hook resets pushing forward. But hook resets dies.
Yeah, PPL finding some strange kills just all of a sudden, turning the momentum in their favor super hard. And I don't know how hook resets died, but the way they're playing this, Estelle and Zentaro,
PPL is just getting every unforced KO they need to turn.
That was a 3v2 for like a minute straight. They had so much time to work with. They just layered those kills back to back to back, one for each member of RTF, until they eventually found that goal.
Could be the final point of this winners qualifier for the North American Strikers League. PPL on the back foot, though, as the barrier is taken, but they turn it around. They haven't been in NASL since NASL Season 1 East, where they placed last place. But maybe this will be the first time they make it through qualifiers all the way. They were gatekept by none other than the Bozo Bunch in one of those liftoffs. And now, though, with an open net, Average Alex will take it in. PP Legends, they're back 2-0 over return to form. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League.
They're not just in NASL, they're convincingly in NASL. This is going to be a great team to watch during the following season.
Yeah, it is. They played their game plan on Inky Splash Zone so well, and on Demon Deus as well, right? That was a return to form map pick. They held on despite the return to form game plan, and that shows that they can adapt to the opposing team so incredibly well.
Very, very well played and very composed from PPL, I will say. They did not look like they ever slipped up once. They looked very solid and confident during that series, and they proved that they have that confidence to make it work.
Return to form, sent down to face the winner of Heavy Metal versus Atlas's Diversified, and then the winner of that versus Dragon Slayers 2. It's gonna be interesting in the lower bracket of Pool B. Bun Bun Bonanza and Polar Cortex is going to a game 3.
Ooh.
Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Wait, yeah, that could be a crazy upset. Polar Cortex not even in NASA last season. They won NAST, but they might have a chance to go from just completely skip a league, go from NAST to NASA right away. If they win versus Bun Bun here, they have a chance to beat Flying Blubbos and qualify for NASL. That's a very interesting match to see how it plays out.
Yeah, but we'll have to see that after this short, probably a pretty long break because our next 3 matches, Flying Blobos versus the winner of Bumba Bonanza versus Polar Cortex. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back and see you soon. Congratulations, PPL.
いや最終段は終電の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指甲賀に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎は消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命とともに退屈しのぎに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎
Hello everyone, we're back with the losers qualifier match. Last chance for both these teams who faced off earlier in the day. It's Flying Blobos versus Bun Bun Bonanza for the final spot in this pool to go to the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, and looking at the draft here, I can only see one team. There we go. Extra special reverb start on the Atlas's lab is very interesting. There's an Octavia picked on the side of Flying Blobos, which I'm pretty sure in the series that they played just a bit ago, earlier today, Flying Blobos versus Bun Bun, they 2-0'd Bun Bun, and both games Bun Bun banned Octavia. So I think Bun Bun changing that around and now banning the Juno instead, for instance, from Pensando. I think now Flying Blobos are looking for a chance to get that Octavia on the board and maybe get some, maybe try to punish them for changing their drafting strategy up.
I do like the Juno ban though. Pensando is such like a game warping factor when he does get that Juno, and we saw it a lot in the previous series between the two of them. where he is just so proactive with the pick, and it created so many offensive opportunities that I think even if this Octavia is a huge pick, I think that it is still a more normal game for Bun Bun, and I think that they will excel when the game is more standard.
Yeah, I think a lot of their goal in that draft was to standardize the game, to make it more readable and fundamental, to maybe punish Flying Blobos for having less experience and stuff like that. But Pensando is not weak on his secondaries either. His now is very strong. So we'll see if he's able to maybe stay just as effective despite that Juno ban.
Already opening up the net, trying to set up here, but J-Man going for a little bit of a KO attempt. Fire Madam dash punching in to start the show for a bit on this Juliet. The last time these two faced off, Scyther brought very low as well, and a big opportunity for the Flying Blobos to press their advantage here, but Lilybun makes some great saves, passes up to Scyther, who has a lot of space to work with. The Yari coming in as well, a perfect blink into snipe, and that's the first goal for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, Pensando looking like a sitting duck as that primary just lined up perfectly with the core for the hits on the goal. That's the Estelle Classic. But now does have more ability to play around that than most other characters, because she has a frame 1 primary. Oh, dash punch on Scyther. She has a frame 1 primary, and her secondary can activate while she's hit stunned, so those goals might actually be more few and far between than they tend to be.
Let's see if Pensando can get it done on the defense here. Good flip out by Fire Maiden, but unable to follow up with it, with anything, unfortunately, and the barrier still stands. Scyther 12 just slowly advancing here. I don't think we've seen as many Scyther 12 solo plays as we're used to, but I think that also speaks to Pensando and J-Man interrupting them quite a bit here. Dangerous spot as Pensando preemptively evades, and that's no meter on the now here. That could be a big opportunity for the Rasmus and the Estelle here to look for a big chance. Rebound coming in from Lilybun and Liari to the bottom side. Deja vu a little bit as another goal goes in.
I think maybe the Octavia being left open this time was maybe warping J-Man's perception of draft here, because he's not looking very comfortable on the pick. I'm seeing a lot of mechanical errors, and you can't have those when you're playing Octavia. You need to be very solid to get the character to start really snowballing. So either he has to figure that out, or he might be in a very dangerous spot in this game 1.
Yeah, maybe Bun Bun was respecting them too much in the previous series, as this Octavia pick so far is only just existing at the moment. Scyther 12 in position. Good strike war by J-Man, though, to interrupt. Scyther with a lot of meter built up, though, and Lilybun with a flip for insurance. So much space for Liari, who blinks down to the bottom side once again, but it's Scyther winning a huge strike war in the midfield, perfectly slotted into the bottom side, and Bun Bun Bonanza. What happened? They're a different team.
Well, first they have that momentum coming from losers bracket, getting the very, very close win on Polar Cortex. So they're very fired up in that regard, but also I think they're just mechanically outplaying J-Man right now. I'm seeing a lot of strike wars coming in, a lot of flow states being denied in that regard, and that happening is very, very dangerous for Octavia. She doesn't want to ever be putting herself in a situation like that.
Yeah, and this draft's only going to make it even easier for Bun Bun Bonanza to continue that kind of game plan, with Scyther 12 picking up that fight or flight, so much speed on a player known for the solo dribbling plays, and the Ari is just going to make Scyther even bigger there. It's looking pretty good for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, Scyther 12 getting fight or flight, that's infamous. It's infamous that he gets that awakening, because every time he does, it looks like he just takes over the lobby completely, and it's looking like he's about to start doing it right now. All of that pressure, he just rotates the core as soon as it doesn't look like he's going to win, and he keeps trying. He has so much room to work with this fight or flight that Flying Blobos are probably going to be very scared on this defense.
Trying to chip down Scyther 12 a little bit with the damage, but picking up an orb, good evades as well, and now in the corner, so much aura as Pensando just drops back, gives up a barrier, ends up winning the strike war though. Good on the defense on this now, but the pressure continues into the corner. Scyther 12 surviving the onslaught, almost dead though, and Lilybun has to try and force it out the other way. Unable to do so, the barrier drops. Fire Madden in position, and J-Man with the flip available. The passing play starting up, but it's stuck in the corner, and I think if it's in the corner, they're going to be happy with it. But Fire Madden gets out to the top and will secure the goal right out of the reach.
Yeah, clean shot up, barely Finny card, not catching it in time. And we saw in the defense with Pensando in the strike war situation with Scyther, the difference between scared and patient is whether you win. and Pensando was able to get it done there.
Oh, 2 barriers though. Flip burned, strike burned early, and that KO coming through as well. Fire Madden going forward and looking to try and make this set.
Yeah.
Oh, Flame Flurry, yep. 2-0 lead, and Flying Blobos, they're back.
You can't quite dribble there. Good, very good awareness from J-Man. Using flip between the blips of Octavia ult. You really want to do that. Even when they're in their net, it stuns them and sets them up for Fire Madden's knockback kill there. Very clean, well played from the side of Flying Blobos.
Oh, the big finish going backwards now, and the Flying Blobos with the barrier lead. With 2-0 lead here, and damage onto Scyther as well, but Liari, 1 barrier taken already. Scyther trying to find these dribbling plays, but Flying Blobos are playing a bit of keep away, making sure Scyther isn't involved in the play too much, and that is helping so much. But when Scyther gets possession, when Liari can follow up like that, it is the goal being found, and even a KO as well.
Yeah, walking back to his doom there, the Estelle primary closing it out completely. And what it looks like I'm noticing here is J-Man is using Octavia ult a lot to reset flow state. And it gets the evade out from someone like Scyther, but it's not keeping the flow state up, and it's also wasting the ult. So I think it is cutting their offensive pressure a lot to have that ability on cooldown. That might be something they want to change if they're going to win.
1 barrier taken, but now it's in Scyther's hands, looking to try and set up, but a good clear by Pensando out to the top corner. J-Man stunned away. The base drop also burned as well, and Fireman with the flip available is trying to make a play, but once again, it just going to Scyther's hands. Good clear by Pensando, but Scyther has the flip. Oh, burns it and gets KO'd. The combo coming in from the Flying Blobos is huge, and they have a striker advantage, but it's up to Liari now. Lilybun on the defense, but the hit stun's there. 1 clear, but not the second, and the respawn will tick over. Scyther will be back, but the net is open, and J-Man's advancing.
Crazy layered knockback to kill on Scyther there. And Octavia primary and the strike reset is not quite enough to get that goal as they're layering their own. But that dash punch is no, it's not enough because Julie does not have any damage weapons, no pummelers. So the way this point is going to play out is that Rasmus Estelle is an open net. It's very scary for Pensando to save that. As we see.
You spoke it into existence. Pensando just didn't have the coverage for the entire open net, and the passing from Liari to Scyther was really nice. And now we're at a 0.5. Bunbun Bonanza once is down 0-2 in this set. They're coming back, and I think they're adjusting quite well, but all it takes is one explosive push from Fire Madden, and that could really turn this around.
Yeah, they're finding a lot of sudden plays to kind of turn the momentum in their favor, but I think their fundamental core is a little weaker because, for one, Estelle Rasmus is just a very, very strong... Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think Pensando expected someone to be there to follow up with a strike, but no, and Scyther immediately punishes, and 2 sets up now. This could have been an even game, but Bunbun now so incredibly in the lead, and they are in full control.
Absolutely. A team with Octavia on it would absolutely have wanted this game to go 1-for-1 on the set count, but playing from this 2-set deficit is a lot scarier, even aside from the fact that it's just like that no matter what. Octavia wants that extra room to get Awakenings and scale. But now she has to be denying Big Fish from Scyther. I think they probably could have swapped that around. Stacks on Octavia, Big Fish on Julie. Those Awakenings probably work better in that order. But they seem to have a plan, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think Fire Madden's trying to kind of make some solo plays here with the stacks on stacks. Kind of akin to what Scyther is known for. We'll see if Fire Madden can do the same on the other end of the core.
Yeah, but I don't think solo plays are going to win in this game. Oh, we're going to the Sad Boys angle all of a sudden. I guess they have the room to make it work with 2 sets up, but they might get punished for the point as a result.
Yeah, good clear by Lilybun. Ambitious clear earlier, but that's a KO onto J-Man. And now Scyther advancing. No midfielder in his way. Fire Madden dropping back to help. But Liari and Scyther playing the corner. I think playing the corner a little bit too much. Scyther tried to get it out of there, but Liari forced it back in. But in the end, it does work out. Another KO found. This time onto the goalie. Pensando down. Scyther pushing forward. Gets the rebound, strikes. And J-Man, good clears for the moment. But for how much longer is the question. But the respawn is coming over.
Very well coordinated defense, but Fire Madden is not quite able to cut that pass. If he ulted a little sooner, he would have caught it, but because he did not have it up, maybe he didn't press it in time. Liari gets that free open shot.
Looking pretty good here for Bunbun as they build up a lot of meter on that play as well. Lilybun with the flip available. Lots of insurance. Bottom barrier taken. but one barrier down is still quite a decent situation for the Bonanza here. Fire Madden also brought relatively low, early elusive by Scyther, and J-Man. The flow state just not really being maintained, but that's a huge KO here. And Fire Madden goes for 2, goes for the flip, not quite.
Very, very close, but the knockback was a bit at a wrong angle. It was enough raw knockback to kill, but the angle wasn't quite correct. And J-Man, with the flow state, it's a bit strange because he has rapid fire and reverb, so his primary is off cooldown very frequently. So I think his flow state should probably be out a little more than it is. There's something in the way that the team is playing as a whole. I think that's causing that, the way Fire Madden is making those solo plays, which you do not want to do if you have an Octavia on your team.
Oh, that's an ambitious flip from Scyther, but with an open net, this Rasmus Estelle is going to have a pretty good time and making scoring attempts here. Dangerous spot to be in, but the triple take and Liari will reinforce, and getting it through to Scyther now. Oh, Pensando just doesn't get the strikeout in time after the primary, and Bumbo Bonanza 1 goal away from taking a lead in this series.
Yeah, not much like the close games we were seeing in the last series that these two teams played each other in. Those were going pretty close sets and pretty close set counts. But this is a clean sweep for Bun Bun.
Yeah, Lilybun trying to get it through. Not quite, but still maintains one barrier top side. Under pressure now to triple take long range from Lilybun. And Scyther continuing to dribble it onto the bottom side, taking a lot of damage in the process. But I don't think that guy is going to die anytime soon, especially if, oh, Liari almost setting up a perfect opportunity, but good defense by Pensando. Has enough buttons. That's the power of the now goalie with the primary, but now Fireman is the one who's a bit low here.
And this is a situation where you want Octavia ult. He has it. He's able to make it work, but he didn't use it quite the right time to confirm that. Lilybun goes for the Sad Boys angle once again. We'll hit one of these eventually, but while looking at it, they'll have to lose this point to get another chance. And there's a chance that it might happen with the way Fire Madden is playing, but Lilybun has that flip to ensure.
Yeah, dangerous situation here for Lilybun still. Has the flip, yes, but would prefer not to use it. The Flame Flurry catches at the perfect timing. All the coverage there. And Flying Blobos get 1 point here. Bumbo Bonanza still just 1 point away from closing it out, though.
Lilybun does get another chance to go for the Sad Boys angle, and that's what she really wants, I think.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that does end up being the case here. Maybe we'll go for it a little bit later in this point if there's a sticky situation on the bottom right of the screen. Fire Madden pushing forward now. Doesn't go for it there. Side to 12 to the top side now. Liari with the follow-up, but doesn't get the corner pressure. Fire Madden has a lot of speed, right? The stacks on stacks available, and does find the barrier.
Good dash punch just for the hit stun. While she's hit stunned, Fire Madden's able to go for that barrier take with a strike. And there's a lot of coverage here with ult and dash and the flip, but he doesn't even need the flip. Just a raw dash is enough to stun, strike war, and send it in.
A set win here would be huge for the Flying Blobos. It would let them scale a little more and maybe get a big Octavia awakening, but we'll have to see if they can secure this one or if Bun Bun will close this one out. Pensando with good defense, but the hit stun from Liari makes that strike unable to come out. Bottom barrier down, top barrier down, but Fire Madden goes in, flip in front of the net.
They're gonna win. They're gonna win the game. Okay, this game is way closer than it seems. Castellast is still open, though I think because of Fire Madden's 1v9 play there, he might have gotten enough XP to be first pick in this draft. So Castellast is open, they'll have to deny it. And Finny might have a clean time doing it, so will Rasmus. So they get their pick of the litter here. And Octavia still has, let's be clear, Octavia still has very good options in Aerials and Twin Drive and Prime Time. All three of those she'll be completely satisfied with taking.
Yeah, this could have been the game completely flipping, but the game is still pretty competitive here, right? And
yeah,
it is a bit of a dangerous situation for Bumbo Bonanza, where it is not as favorable as it used to be. That Spark Deny, Fire Madden having to do that, is a little bit rough, though, I gotta say. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Flying Blobos. They could have picked up something huge like the 1-2 punch maybe, but in the end, that's how the draft pans out.
It's unfortunate, but at the very least he does have reverb, so he still gets a fair amount of value out of that spark. So he's probably not too dissatisfied with taking it.
Yeah, now Fire Madden pushing forward here, building up a lot of the stacks on stacks, and that stacks on stacks and being unkillable is also pretty helpful, honestly, against Finny. And Sector 12 now the target, but the core flip stopped in midfield. Liari solo offense for the moment as Fire Madden helps out on the defense, burning quite a few cooldowns. Lilybun pushing forward. Pensando, well-timed strike to make sure the barrier stays alive. And the Bun Bun offense is looking a lot less scary now.
Yeah, if Sector 12 is kept at the stagger threshold as long as he is, they don't really have that chance to send him to go run offense. So if they can keep him that low as much as they are, then they'll be having a lot easier time. Dash Punch comes in on Lily Bun. She's down for the count.
And the barrier was also taken in that same play. Fireman trying Dash Punch in. J-Man pushing forward, flip available. That's the goal. And the Flying Blobos are really back in it.
Octavia hitting both Erasmus and the core, farming so much energy in that play and able to cash out for a flip goal.
Yep. Very
Very convincing for Fireman, who has a Dren Rush to capitalize off of those Dash Punch finds that he's been actually getting with no damage awakenings.
Very close to a flip as well, right? So this point could also be equally explosive. Fireman and Lurking looking for maybe a Dash Punch onto Lilibun, maybe a Dash Punch onto Liari. Built up the flip, didn't go for it there, a little bit far away from the wall, but the barrier will be taken nonetheless. The layered strikes, the layered ability is looking good from the Flying Blobos. The triple take a little bit out of place, and that means that Bun Bun Bonanza are having a very bad time. Liari taken out. Scyther 12's offense defended away by Pensando quite well now, and Bun Bun Bonanza in a really dangerous position.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. Octavia primary nudging it just enough. Just barely faster than Lilybun can walk to catch it. And that extra time gives Scyther time to die, which resets his energy. That was a very unique way to end the point.
One barrier taken early though. Bun Bun Bonanza accelerating the game, trying to find these early points, trying to get these barriers as fast as possible, but it's so difficult when Fireman is playing so consistently in the offense, and Pensando is not letting the barrier be taken like that. The barrier falls. Flying Blobos one goal away from evening up this game.
Yeah, and they have the tools to make this goal happen. They have Octavia's cooldowns, they have her flip. Their flip state is about to get burnt now. They're still not in too bad a spot because they're forcing this 2v1 scenario. Oh, and J-Man flips first! That's enough to get the goal!
What a play by J-Man when they needed it most here. It's an even game now, but I think they'll be very happy when J-Man's first pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what awakenings are left that Octavia can get insane value out of. Really, just the Stagger Swagger is up. Though I'm sure she won't mind taking it. She'll have a very happy time taking Stagger Swagger. And notable is Octavia, or Juliet, can take Spark of Strength and start stacking power. Fireman has been finding these kills without any power, and you know, there he is. He's confident he can keep finding them. Even though he has a Dren, he's taking a Jill over power because he just wants that speed.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of speed for Fireman in here, and he'll be able to make a lot of solo plays. And Scyther 12, though, importantly, getting quite a bit of size, so maybe we'll see the Rasmus make a turnaround, but it's a very scary fifth set for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, and the Spark also denies Liari, who also had a Spark, to stop her from getting that movement speed, because I think what they realize Liari needs to win the game is that extra speed. Her getting strength probably isn't going to turn the game too far in Bun Bun's favor. So it was a very wise call from Flying Blobos to deny that instead.
Scyther taking the now primary, making sure the barrier isn't falling, but Pensando's strikes are so precise at the moment. Fireman and with the pressure, and Lilybun, when she needs it most, gets the angle behind the barrier, and that's the barrier staying up for Bun Bun Bonanza.
It was a practiced angle. She's eventually gotten it done. She was charging up for this moment.
Oh!
Able to hold it out. Monu Timeless is scary, but barely not enough. But the damage that came in that time they were trying to clear it out is perhaps enough to scare J-Man. Though he does have that Stagger Swagger to work with, he might not be in complete danger.
Yeah, everything's coming together for Bun Bun Bonanza, it feels like, but they still have to put the pieces of the offense together. There's the barrier take, the first, second barrier take in what seems like forever, and the triple take as well. Lilybun in position to help with the flip, Scyther with the shot, but J-Man's there to defend. And Flying Blobos, they have the tools, but Scyther, no, Pensando's there.
They're able to cut it out, but there's Monu Timeless again. They can never get on the winning end of that Finial if they have those resources. They don't even have enough, and there's an open space shot from Liari. Strike into beam, the Timeless Classic. And Pensando can't save that from that angle.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but that Monu Timeless Fini might just be the puzzle piece that Bun Bun Bonanza needed to really kickstart their offense, because it is proving so valuable on the barrier takes, but Fireman is doing the same old. They're doing what worked for them in the previous set. Scyther 12 with a solo play, though. Good strike war by J-Man to get it out of there. That could have been 2 barriers.
As every point passes, Fireman is getting closer to that stacks on stacks. If he gets that 150, this game can become a lot scarier all of a sudden. There's now 2 forwards are running super fast.
Definitely could be Fireman in position. Liari helping defend, but so many cooldowns burned here. Triple take! Oh no! That's a big goal for Fly, and the game's evened up once again.
Very unfortunate angle in the triple take. Perfect shot from the circle there to send it in the bottom pocket. I don't think either team was ready for that, really.
Yeah, and top side once again. Scyther pushing forward aggressively. The black hole gonna support, but wow, almost a KO found. If Fireman had built up a flip there, was very close to doing so, that would have been the KO. But not quite. Flip there from J-Man. Fireman with the strike whirlwind. That's 2 barriers for Fly. They're getting so much value out of every play.
Yeah, taking the barrier on the goalie side first means the second falls easy. It goes around the sad boys angle and they don't even lose either barrier as a result. A scary situation, but they clear it out perfectly.
Yeah, Fly is getting so much value. Bun Bun is losing so much value. It is a tough offense here for Bun Bun. They get it out of the corner, but it is so difficult to get it forward. Scyther gets 1. Liari trying to follow for 2. Timeless. Manu, not enough. All the way around the world. Lilybun finds the only angle possible, and Scyther, but Pensando's there with the primaries, and Pensando is not dying either. But Liari will get the snipe. Flip available. The curvature of the black hole will make it so that Lilybun doesn't need to flip there, and Scyther will secure it. What a point for Bun Bun. I thought it was lost.
That was a cinematic save coming in, sending it up the Soren angle just barely. That was pixels. That could have been way worse out their favor, but it was perfect, and they converted that into a goal so well.
That is the game turning around once again. The black hole burned at the perfect time. 1 barrier taken, and Scyther with the flip available if he gets in a good spot to use it. Dangerous with an out primary, waits it out, but can't get a strike on it in the end. J-Man taking a lot of damage though. Flip available. Pensando with the latest possible strike, but that's the Octavia gone. That's a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza as they look to take the lead here to hit stuns. The follow-up strikes from Liari. The flip available for Lilybun in the corner. Triple take. The KO onto the goalie. The power play continues. The Manu Timeless is overwhelming in Bun Bun Bonanza. It was close. I thought it was slipping away from them, but they will secure the first game.
Yeah, just finding those little inches, finding those tiny little moments. And as soon as they found it, that like Estelle beam on J-Man getting that knockback kill in his own net, that was all they needed to convert. Stuff like that, those little tiny inches they were finding, I think told the story on how that game ended.
Yeah, and again, Monty Timeless Fini, right? In those in the third and the fourth set, Bun Bun was really struggling to take those final barriers because Pensando was locking it down, and Lilybun with that draft got the decisive tool they needed to really give them the potential to force it right through.
Yeah, it really showed its strength there. Many situations, every time she pressed her ult down, the lobby had to take note of it and react. And because of the Timeless, it was stuck in there. Because of the Monu, you couldn't get it out. It was there for as long as they needed. Trying to stack damage, put it in the perfect spot, get hit stun down, and set up perfect offense for it to pay off. I think that was a very strong combo. They need to get that game kind of just in the bag.
Yeah, but now we're heading to Gates of Obscura here, Flying Blabbo's map pick, and what are your thoughts on how, after the last game, how this one will go a little bit?
Well, I'm not really sure what Flying Blobos will think to adapt there, because that did turn in their favor for a little while at the game, but I think there was a fundamental issue in the way they were playing as a team with Octavia and Julie. They weren't really playing around the Octavia. They were kind of using the Octavia to play around the Julie, which I think showed its flaws in the early sets especially. Also, I think it's more inconsequential, but J-Man is just missing primaries, and with Rapid Fire and Flow State, you can't really do that. So I think they might still have confidence in the Octavia, because it did show its value by the end there. They might put value in it still, though I think it's weaker on gates. And I think characters like Estelle, like an open map kind of character, are stronger. They might still put value in it, because Octavia does still do well on open maps, like Autumn.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the picks will come in pretty soon, but with Deadeye Spark of Focus, this is a bit of a crazier game, right? Especially with the Deadeye start.
Yeah, the Deadeye start is... Scyther 12 does play Luna, and he did play it last time there was a Deadeye start. He might bring it out again, especially considering if he's playing Brawler, he's running Spark. Though, it is kind of scary to not take Spark of Focus in this lobby, because it's such a strong awakening just in general that if you leave it by, if you let it be, then the drafting becomes so difficult. There's room for teams to run damage in this game. Both teams have chance to maybe pick a Luna, pick like an Amy goalie that Lilybun can do. They might put value in that, though I think if a team picks Sparks, gets Resilience, Reverb, stuff like that, that damage team might be threatened to get rolled over. So this is a very scary draft. They have to draft very carefully.
Yeah, oh, see, and not starting the draft yet. I think after quite a series of intense games, right? I think way too many incredibly close set 5 bangers. Not surprised that both teams are taking a second to calm down a little bit after something like that. Bumbo Bonanza, 1 game away from making it back into the North American Strikers League, but this is also a series where if you lose, you're out. And no NASL.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of Bun Bun's last games, they've been in the gauntlet. They've been running a crazy run here because all 4 of their last 4 games have gone set 5. 2 of them went 0.5. They've been having a very difficult run. They've been having to prove that they can really get it done, and they've been doing it. They've been in these last goal situations. They've proven that they have the factor to close those games out.
As the draft gets started,
yeah,
there's the Luna ban. Fly, I think, recognizing the potential of Scyther 12 here, but Bumbo Bonanza, last time the start was played, they played triple ranged, right? So they could still do that again.
Yeah, triple ranged, but I don't know what Scyther would play now that Luna's gone. That is a ranged character, one that can use that Deadeye. I think he might just go for a more classic brawler pick that can run Spark of Focus.
Or he might go Deadeye Rasmus. You never know.
That does work too. I think if you're picking Rasmus, though, you probably prefer Spark of Focus. Even if he can use Deadeye, let's be clear. I think Deadeye Rasmus is pretty good. But Spark of Focus is such a strong pick that it's probably too dangerous to pass it up if you're picking Rasmus.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what the picks are. And Bumbo Bonanza, I also like that they picked away the Juno. Biari, first known for that pick a long time ago, and making sure Pensando does not get it is huge. As mentioned before the first game, it'll be a Drakkar for Scyther instead. Another pick that he has been quite successful on in certain games, even when Drakkar was not really in the meta.
Yeah, but those buffs on Shotgun definitely strengthened his chance to score. It makes Strike Shotgun stronger, gives him more chances. It makes Reaction Shotgun especially strong, which Brawler likes to be able to do. So I think a Drakkar pick might actually not be that bad. And with Dubu in the backline, Dubu Juno, it's pretty hard to score on that team, especially with a character like Zentaro. I think Lily will have a lot of room to work with on defense when she's playing into the open space that Estelle and Zentaro want to create.
Yeah, I really like Bun Bun's drafts here. I think they'll have a very comfortable time. Flying Blobos, backs against the wall. They've had a fantastic run so far, but it is brutal. Liftoff landing is brutal, especially liftoff, which Flying Blobos got through. But it is not an easy time here. It's a test of endurance, and we're heading into the potentially final game for both these teams.
I will say I don't dislike Flying Blobbo's draft at all. Now goalie is very strong. I think she has a lot of room to work into Drakkar. I think that matchup is actually very good for her. And Estelle and Taro are very good damage picks. On a start like this, with Dubu goalie and Juno, for instance, I think being able to run damage on this team might actually prove itself to have quite a bit of value. So if they can get more CDR, more damage awakenings, and deny survivability, stuff like that, Flying Blobos might actually have a solid damage comp going this game.
We'll see if that is indeed the case as we load in Gates of Obscura, a map that is very interesting. I think I'll be very interested to see how the defense is played from both teams on this map, because that is definitely one of the bigger factors in this game, with the defensive duo of Liar and Lilybun having that Juno Dubu on the other end. Well, forget about that, because both barriers are down already.
That's right. All 6 players taking Spark of Focus. no one opting for Deadeye, not even like Estelle who can proc it technically, because they want to play for those drafts in that CDR, and Scyther is making his offense convincing. He's showing the way he wants to play the game already, and it's a very convincing one, the way that you can just run in and do a strike shotgun. If you can get close enough for the hit stun on now, it can be very strong, and Pensando was not ready for a tricky upwards shot from Scyther there, trying to cover the down with primary.
Yeah, Scyther's shot placement has always been some of the best, and on this Drakkar is going to have that additional force speed from the Xeno Cloak, and that's going to make it so much harder for the open net goalies to react. Pensando already finding those open net situations a little awkward in the previous games, and now Scyther 12 is just advancing forward. The lack of range might come into play a little bit, but so far Liari and Scyther are connecting quite well.
That's right, and Scyther does have that damage to work with, as we see him just dumping his kid on Fire Madden. Now Fire Madden is in a scary spot. Pensando spending the time to ult is enough for Scyther to flip and take that barrier, knowing it would happen. That's very smart.
Really one dribbling forward, one barrier taken on the other end, thanks to it, but Liari is the one who sends the core a little bit forward here, and Fireman still taking a ton of damage, KO'd by Liari, but J-Man will trade on the other end, but Liari in position now, Lilybun out of the portal, Dubu, oh, the goalie's dead, but the core is all the way on the other side of the map, so it's not a goal, the flip's not burned, and Fireman respawns just in time to save the point for now, but it's still overtime, it's still the barrier's gone.
A scary situation for Flying Blobos, and the goalie did die, but it's not enough to get the goal. They still have a chance to get this point down. And with Pensando's ult in, forcing out the flip, he's not able to catch the rebound though off of the strike off that offset flip. And the primary hit stun coming in from Liari, guaranteeing that was very effective too, I'll say.
Yeah, a very goofy middle to that point, but in the end, the core speed is what gets it done here. And that's only going to get crazier, right, as the game progresses. If Liari gets some core speed awakenings, if Liari gets a dash awakening, that's going to be a lot more a lot larger of a sphere of influence that Liari has.
Yeah, the dash awakening is probably pretty important for them too, because they'll probably end up denying it with a Estelle and Zentaro on the enemy team. So there is a very likely world where Juno gets something like that to work with, and Pensando is taken out by the Juno. Well, that's a lot of damage coming in.
And Billy's strikes are looking quite solid there, but hit around now. Pensando and Fireman advancing. J-Man dropping back to help defend. Through the portals it goes, but Liari with a surprise, but no! The barrier still stands. Scyther, strike shotgun, even while buffed, is not enough in that situation. And once again, pushing in the bottom corner is the Slimes. No, not quite.
And what I'm seeing is, oh wow, that's really hard to do!
The rarest double barrier.
It is very, very hard to get that double barrier. Excellent, excellent aim from Scyther.
And the Slimes are still there as well. It's overtime. So much speed. Liari with the agency, with the Tofu Fortress's Lilybun. J-Man now pressuring. But oh no! Scyther doesn't flip the core, and the perfect pass from J-Man to Pensando will secure the point. But again, that double barrier, like, it wasn't even a fake double barrier, right? You know, when Kai runs up and hits both of the barriers separately. Yeah. That was a real one.
It was a clean one too. One strike, just letting everyone know. Letting it ring through the lobby. But it was the same reason though, as he's in that strike animation. Goes for the kill on J-Man, isn't quite able to find it. The shotgun animation takes so long that when you know Drakkar is going to do it, you can kind of bully him for it, though it did get recently buffed, so it's less effective to do that now.
Oh, trying to get those strike war wins onto the barrier here, but good defense. Flip has to be burned by the Flying Blobos, and the barrier taken here. Lilybun almost has a flip, but almost won't be enough if it's shot in the open net here. Finally builds it up now, and Scyther advancing. Early strike shotgun at an angle that Pensando I think didn't expect, and the Slime didn't step on the Slime. The Slime follow-up got that one.
I think the real reason is because they decided to go back in there off of the flip. I think if they went for the out, then they would just clear it outside of the Slime in the first place. Because Scyther was not in a position to cut that, and neither did he have Molten Bolt, so that was probably just misplaying the aim they sent out in the defense. They did have the flip down. Juno does get 1-2 punch. Yeah. That's very strong on her, yeah.
The core speed's going to get a little ridiculous, and it's going to be a lot harder, right? Like you talked about in the previous goal, it was a bit of an error, and when the core speed gets high, those errors become a little bit more commonplace. The panic sets in. So this is going to be a very, very scary next point for Fly, I think.
this game could very quickly fall out of the hands of Flying Blobos. It's very dangerous for them, as the 1-2 punch now does kind of have that coverage, but the way they've been playing is they've been predicting the time Pensando is using that now ult, because it has that animation to it. They're doing something in that time where he's not able to act, and it's like a straight shot of the barrier. With that core speed, that is significantly more effective. So it could be scary, it could scare Pensando off of making these proactive ult plays.
Yeah, we'll see if that is indeed the case. Lilybun rolling forward. J-Man, good interrupt to prevent Liari and Scyther from advancing on the bottom side, and that does earn Fly a barrier here. Pensando as well getting in there. Fireman with a hit stun. That's a barrier taken. Follow up from Fireman, but Lilybun guesses right there. Flip available, but Lilybun and Liari are there to cover the entire net with the strikes. Dangerous spot, but Lilybun with the patience of the Dubu size, just helping these strike wars so much as Scyther finds the rebound to strike, strike to get both barriers down. And Bum Bum Bonanza, they've turned this point all the way around.
A lot of left clicking and right clicking from Drakar on those offensive situations. It's very hard to clear out with just a now. And the way it is, with 1-2 punch Juno, she has a very strong chance of scoring this goal. And she's able to, going for the puffy angle top side, bouncing it off around Pensando. Very clean.
Yep, top side, turning this point all the way around and taking quite a decisive lead. 1 set, 1 point. Flying Blobos, it's not that they can't make the comeback, but it's that they need to right now.
Yeah, they definitely don't want this to go down set again. They need that room to work with to figure the game out. And if they can't take this set here, I think the momentum is just so far in Bun Bun's favor.
Oh my, speaking of momentum, Scyther wins every single interaction in the corner. Strike Wars everything, flips it in. It's a Bum Bum Bonanza.
Yeah, that was complete 1v9 from Scyther. They just could not get it out. He was just running it down the corner. They couldn't find a way out. And they're spending their flips to try to get out, and they still can't. It's very, very scary when that Lizard is running that offense in the barriers. And Scyther is just so effective at it. It's what he's best at, I think. Just getting those situations down.
And Fireman healed up. The barrier taken, though. But Scyther in position once again with Liari to back up this time. And the lack of dash range on Fireman is definitely showing right now. The lack of reach, the lack of threat from range that the Centauro could have. The 1-2 punch on Liari. Oh, Lilybun goes for the roll, but Fireman does have the slice and dice in time. And that will be a point for the Flying Blobos. They need many more, but it is a start.
We saw Fireman try that earlier in the game, doing the primary preemptively to cover Dubu roll. It didn't work then, but it did now, and he knows what to do about it. He has a plan. So he might not be as uncomfortable as we think he is. But there's another. Every time the ball gets in the corner there, it goes into a double barrier. They can't let that happen as consistently as it is now. Because every time it does, they get that open shot in Scyther. And now just can't cover that open net as convincingly as other goalies. Very clean from Bun Bun. They're very efficient with their offense.
It's going to be an interesting one here, but this draft is scary in that I don't think there's any saving grace. That explosive entrance could be denied away, etc. This is a draft that is very navigatable by Bun Bun.
Yes, and they get something like Primetime or Spark even on Dubu, doubling up on the focus. And there's some explosive entrance coming in on Juno, as we were talking about. It's so compelling to try to deny that from Zentara that Juno will end up having it. So Bun Bun getting... Again, now they have 5 Sparks on their team, which is very scary to deal with, and it's stacking on 2 different members of the team. The way they're scaling on this game is terrifying for Flying Blobos. It's very hard for them to take this home.
And the flexibility of the Juno in the draft, getting the dash range and looking a lot scarier for it. They already can transition from defense to offense so quickly now, and is just interrupting so many different plays. Scyther in position, getting the strike after the shotgun so many times. 1 barrier down already. Fireman and Pensando pushing up now. And J-Man trying to get something done, but Lilybun is just using the cooldowns and making sure that the barriers don't fall for free.
Yeah, and there's just damage coming in. There's damage coming in on the side of Bun Bun, and it's... Wow, the flip isn't enough. And Scyther's looking scary here. He's able to shotgun it out of Zentaro ult, take the open shot on the top side of the net. Pensando is not able to cover it.
Really, really well done here. 2 goals away from making it back into the North American Strikers League. In a dangerous spot now, but Bumba Bonanza thriving in the pressure. Almost getting the Molten Bolt into shotgun there onto Fire Madden. Not quite. And Scyther's the one who's low, but will heal back up, has the flip available, and we've seen him 1v3 in these situations before. This time assisted by Liari. Shotgun after the flip. Another barrier down. The Slimes covering the entire top side. And Tofu Fortress helping out as well. Not quite the goal just yet, but the offense just continues from Bumba Bonanza. It's infinite possession, finally interrupted by J-Man. But they aren't finding any footing in the offense here. Flying Blobos constantly on the defense. The goalie taken out, backing up a tiny bit too much.
Oh my god,
wait a second.
Everyone's walking on the edge of the map and dying. What's going on?
Scyther alone in the goal box. Flip available. Fireman doesn't even use it. And Bun Bonanza overextending a little bit. One of the goofiest points of all time. And I think Flying Blobos will take those.
We've seen something like this before last game when they were so high up that they start doing some over-aggressive plays or trying to clear behind the lab barrier and getting punished for it as a result. Last time it went to set 5. This time it might not be so convincing because this game, it feels different. They don't have the Octavia, they don't have any convincing core to their game, and stuff like that is happening with Liari. Just these crazy solo plays, jumping in, 1-2 punch, Pensando can't catch up because he's slowed by Dracar ult.
I haven't recovered from the point before that, but it could be the final point of the game here. Bumba Bonanza in position to make it back to the North American Strikers League, and Scyther knows it. He can feel it. 1 barrier down already, but Fireman with the flip. Almost taken out there. Tofu Fortress off the map, and now it's a 2v3. Scyther's ball pushing forward. 1 barrier down. The final barrier down, perhaps, for Flying Blobos. Liari and Scyther advancing. The slime set up. Liari to the top side. So many strikes available. Pensando, good timing. But for how much longer can Pensando hold is the question here. Scyther just going to KO the goalie. Not quite able to do so. But now the Dracar has the flip available. And just a shotgun flips Pensando away. 1 pass is all it takes now to get past the defenses here. The slime forward for Scyther. J-Man desperately trying to get the save. Scyther to the bottom corner. And Bun Bonanza, welcome back to the North American Strikers League.
Bun is back, and I bet it's refreshing to finally play a game where it's not set 5.5. They're finally able to have a chill, clean sweep, and as a result of that, they've earned their way into NASL.
Oh, it's crazy how these games have gone, but Bun adapted. They changed up their draft strategy. They made sure Pensando didn't get the Juno. And they really just showed that they are a NASL team, right? This is a NASL team, and one of the qualities of a NASL team is being able to shut down the gimmicks or the specialties of the other team, and they did just that.
Yes, I think that's a lot of what Liftoff is, because you're playing versus all of these new teams on the rise. A lot of them did not get there by playing versus NASL teams. They got there by playing versus other teams on the rise, right? So there's that dissonance. There's the difference between Flying Blobos playing versus a new upcomer and playing versus Bun Bonanza. Because Bun has that competitive experience. They have a lot of experience playing versus these unorthodox kind of players and teams due to playing in NASL and playing all this time as a team together during weeklies and stuff. So I think that experience is definitely rewarded and paid off. Them having that adaptation, being 2-0'd by Flying Blobos, they've come right back and 2-0'd them back to make NASL as a result. I think that experience has worked very well in their favor.
Yep, congratulations to Bun, and there's one final qualifier for NASL left. It's Return to Form versus Atlas's Diversified Resume, who have made it all the way from the lower landing qualifiers of Liftoff. They went the full 5 series yesterday, and they're here all the way from the losers bracket, beating Cyber Swipe, Heavy Metal Gundam, Dragon Slayers 2, who are probably predicted to make it here, and now they face Return to Form for the last spot. But that'll be in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with the final series of the night. I realize now my camera is like off. I didn't check it because we got in the stream a little hastily, but yeah, the final series of the night, the final NASL qualification spot opening up. Well, I say opening up. It's about to close because Return to Form and Atlas's Diversified Resume are going to be slugging it out to claim that final spot. And I mean, wow. The path that ADR has taken to get here has been quite the slog, to be sure. Both these teams have had kind of a crazy story to get to this point. So it's going to be awesome to see who manages to make it all the way through in this colossal matchup.
Yeah, crazy to see ADR coming off of some strong performances that we actually got to see yesterday, Lego. But having to go all the way down to the bottom tier of Liftoff and then making the losers run all the way up to landing and now at their NASL qualification up against Return to Form, one of the former NASL teams from last season. So already, you know, these guys have their work cut out for them. Hook resets, Leo, Leon, Mop, and Kui, the classics, and we're starting off with an early power play and an early point. Returning to form, trying to secure their NASL spot for the second season in a row.
And take a quick look at what's going on with these team comps here as well. As a twin drive started, everyone went for it over the Timeless Creator. We see the Era X coming out, of course, from ADR. Meanwhile, Moffin on the signature pick. Everyone kind of on their signature picks for the side of RTF, it looks like, for the most part. So I think there's a lot of comfort going around. There's nothing too crazy here in terms of team comps, and on a relatively balanced map, Twin Drive is really the only big factor in this so far. So this is going to be a big play better matchup, I think.
Yeah, well, and when it comes to these guys are playing comfort, which we said was the name of the game for ADR yesterday, I don't think it gets more comfort than running Slick Kicks era midfield. I mean, talk about a pick that hasn't been seen in ages, and certainly, you know, has been outside of the meta. And Slick Kicks is also relatively uncommon, but we saw Twee cooking on the Slick Kicks Luna last night. Wallaby's now on Vambrace X, which is also a rarer pick, but I think he's going to like it against this Rasmus. What a passing play there. Return to form, setting up the triangle, zigzagging all the way through all three members of ADR, securing a second point. Yeah, I think this is... I think any game with ADR in it is bound to be interesting. These guys just have fascinating game philosophies.
And right now, ADR looking a little bit rough in this first set. Both barriers down now, up against set point. General Twee just coming back alive here, but all the momentum right now for RTF. They do manage to stagger Leo Leon, but he's still pushing up aggressively. He's still playing the offense, and a nice dash into passive. That'll be enough to secure the point. RTF, like a quick first set there, 3-0. As we get into this first draft, Leo Leon going to get the first pick here. So we see Primetime showing up, Fight or Flight as well, and the first spark of the game, as well as some damage. So looks like it will be a Fight or Flight pickup, though, for this Zentaro.
Yeah, I mean, Fight or Flight is solid enough on its own, being Slick Kicks too, but we also have that Fight or Flight Twin Drive Mini Exodia. You know, Borg was one of the first to really point it out in, you know, the higher level play, but people have known about it for a while. And on Zentaro in particular, you get to use it a lot, because this dude's always either staggering people or getting staggered. The rest of the draft is not too remarkable. Era and X both picking up their Scaling Awakenings, and Hook resets trying to get an early adoption on Sparks. Definitely ADR seems to be aiming for the classic Era X scale all the way to a hopeful set 4, and then run it the rest of the way out. But it is going to be a serious test of their mettle to see if they can survive up to that point, because Leo Leon is putting out numbers right now. This dude is a whole level above the rest of the lobby and continuing to rule it.
Yeah, it's been some pretty solid core work from that forward duo from RTF. Right now, though, ADR finally getting some barriers of their own here. Going to open up RTF's side of the field. A nice death touch from Moffin to save the goal. And now up to Leo Leon. Dran going to core flip it out of there. Wallaby popping the X Maximus. Going to look to receive the core. Nice whiplash. Clears it out. Back to Leo Leon. Look, resets. Positioning on the top side. A dash down into a strike. That's going to open up the other side as RTF pushing hard the Juno Slime from hook resets. Will sink it to the top. And RTF score once again. Now 4 in a row. They are not relenting on the points coming through. See if ADR is able to find a way out of this.
Yeah, already, you know, Leo was formidable last set, but look at this dude. He's finding random KOs with secondary into flip, and if you think that he just wasted his secondary, no. He's about to get staggered in about 0.3 seconds and get both of those charges of secondary back. He's getting so much value out of every button and getting so many buttons off of that fight or flight as well. And Wallaby, despite having Vambrace, is off the map again. It is a constant power play for RTF. Passes in front of the net. It is picture-perfect play and another 2-point lead in set 2.
Yeah, they're getting this setup, this look, quite a lot, RTF. When they're able to get that power play, you have hook resets on the top, Leo on the bottom, and there just isn't enough to cover an open goal with Atlas and Era. Even if you have the speed boost up, there just aren't enough options when they're just constantly able to move it around and all the Zentaro tricks you can do. But now ADR gonna get the first open goal here. Wallaby in a position to score. A nice death touch from Moffin. Yoinks it out of the net, though, and keeps it alive. Core flip here from Leo Leon to send it back up the field as RTF look to convert to some offense of their own. Dashing in, taking a lot of damage for his efforts, though. Managed to steal the goalie orb, and he should be fine, but gets knocked into the goo, though hook resets able to bring down one barrier. General Tweed taking over the core and pushing it back to Moffin to send it back around. Wallaby walking up with the X Maximus. That's Leo Leon down, and a much needed power play for ADR. Moffin with the combo makes it even 2-2 with the kill onto the X. And now hook resets looking for that barrier, just barely able to scrape it. And now both sides are opened up. 2 seconds till Wallaby is back online, and now it's 3v3. General Tweed pushing up to the top side. The Juno Slime, though, able to steal it away. Gets it up to Leo Leon in the top corner. A pass down to hook resets. Passes it right back up to Leo Leon. Slips away just a bit, but Moffin sends it back in. Now pass up to Wallaby. But a death touch once again from Moffin. He does not slouch on these to yoink it back and send it over to the forwards. General Tweed, though, looking to push up and start some passing plays of their own from ADR. Strand sends it back in. Wallaby not quite able to get a hold of the core here as this hook resets with the core flip available, pushing up. Leo Leon standing in front of the net here, going to receive the pass, gets hit by the Expanse, still has the core available. His core flip comes first from Dran. Moffin quick to defend, though. Hook resets in the top corner, a bounce into a slime. That'll be enough, doesn't even need the core flip, and that's RTF taking another set, 3-0. That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, we've seen this situation before against Era X's. It's usually pretty easy to dominate the early 2 sets against them. This will be the deciding draft to see if ADR can stay in it. There's a lot of fantastic stuff on the board for both Era and X here. Some nice haste awakenings that might make it down to Era. And Leo is actually going for reverb over Super Surge and Explosive Entrance. I would imagine that that's more of a deny of survivability away from the enemy team. And it'll actually be Ad Rush picked up by General Tweet. Okay, so this signals to me this is a Hail Mary right here. If you're dropping Ad Rush on your Era, you are hoping to get such a ridiculous chain of Era-nados that you're able to somehow swing a set. And you know what? There's a non-zero chance of that happening, but I wouldn't hold your breath too hard. But we'll see if ADR can make miracles happen as they're on the verge of potentially losing this first game.
ADR in kind of miracle mode. They did not get the scaling that they needed to stay in this one, and it's starting to really show. Wallaby already losing that recovery drone now. We'll get the big orb, but just not dealing any damage at all. Leo just stays alive with the extra stagger. Both of the forwards have, pretty noticeable amount of extra stagger plus the fighter flight. Like, it's going to be so hard to kill these guys consistently, and they just are kind of dominating the core control game regardless. Core flip's getting traded here in front of the barrier. Hook resets, opens the goal. Now it's another rough situation here as Leo Leon in the top corner will get cleared out by Dran as Moffin, though, pushing up the midfield to send it back into the forwards. A jump from hook resets will get the mid-air strike and find the top of the net, though. RTF find another one.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, we're seeing live right now. The reason that I think less so that Era X dropped out of favor and more so that just Era in general dropped out. General Twee is struggling so much to be able to find possession in this game because Hook and Leo just have way more mobility. As soon as that Era secondary is gone, Twee is out in the open with nothing else to catch these massive vertical rotations. And it shows. It shows that the possession is almost never swinging in the favor of ADR, and the barriers are constantly dropping on their side of the field. It's a shame to watch, but I'm hopeful. Okay, you know what?
The Taro
If Leo
Rovers.
kills himself, they have a shot.
Yeah, dash to the wrong side. Oh. Well, never mind. It's just
Caster
going to
curse.
slide right in there. Off of that clear. Yeah, perfect shot from Boffin, I guess. So you can slide it right in. A bit reminiscent of that first point we saw in this game where it just barely was out of Dran's strike box. There's been a few of those, but... Yeah, I mean, even with the power play, it seems like ADR is struggling to really get this past. We've seen a few times where shots should have gone into the goal, but Moffin just is able to hook it out of there. That's the one really cool thing about Rasmus goalie that other goalies can't do, is if a shot gets past you, you can actually just pull it back. No one else can really do that. But now ADR has the goal open and a barrier remaining. See if they can get the core past the forwards here. A little bit of a missed dash from Leo, but easy to recover. They'll keep the core up for RTF. The Slimes doing good work here in the midfield as Hook resets. The core attacking the bottom corner. Leo looking for an angle to the top side, but a core flip from Dran will buy them a little bit of time. Doesn't get very far. Meanwhile, Moffin was just fighting Wallaby and got the KO. Now it's just another power play for RTF. A quick little dash from Leo, and that's going to be game one. RTF getting it done here on Clarion Test Chamber and saying, bring us to game two.
I mean, that was far from a lack of knowledge of how to play Era X on the side of ADR, right? We saw there, right, that last point, Wallaby and Twee, they got the core exactly where they wanted it to be. They held possession perfectly. They had the Era NATO funneling in from the back to grab the barrier. That was not the problem. It was the fact that they didn't get enough of those opportunities. Leo and Hook resets, rotating the core. Well, and honestly, Moffin. We haven't shouted out Moffin enough this game, because he was also a massive part of why RTF was able to so effectively move the core around that game. They constantly had their triangle up. They were willing to back pass it. They were willing to zigzag it around. They were willing to spin flips on the back line to go for crazy passing plays. It was just very evident that that there's a reason that these guys were in NASL last season, and they are freaking gunning for that spot again. It's going to take ADR hopping into the locker room right now, switching things up as we move into game two to keep their hopes in it for the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, going out in a 9-0 like that is definitely not how you want to end game one as ADR. But moving over to Demon Days, it's extra special. Timeless Creator is the start. Happy Star starts always leave the door open for some crazy things to happen. So I feel like we haven't seen Vice all that much recently, but I'm also maybe just out of the loop. This could be the perfect opportunity for someone to pull that out on goalie or midfield and just kind of swing for the fences, especially in the case if you're ADR, like if you lose this game, you're going to be out no matter what. So maybe it's worth taking a risk. But Timeless Creator as well. A lot of neat options here on the table as we get into this draft.
Yeah, definitely the Finny and the Luna from General Twee are
that's
looking
true.
pretty dang scary. I think that I think Twee also has a Vice. Like, this dude kind of has the triple threat.
Apparently Hook
extra
Reset
special.
has been picking Vice.
Hook, okay,
Vice
that's right. Yeah,
midfield.
Hook does have
Yeah.
a Vice. I forgot about that.
Word is in. So that is a high possibility. But yeah, like you said, Finny is always really good on this map, and with Timeless Start or Extra Special Start, both
Or extra
really,
special, yeah.
both really are kind of nuts for that combo. So yeah, there's a lot of ways this could go. I imagine Moffin's just gonna play Rasmus goalie again. So it's not a great start for Rasmus goalie, but it's a good map for it. So it's
Yeah, you're never going to be upset.
Yeah, I'm not worried
with
about
Rasmus
that
on this map. Well, and extra special is honestly like that is a pretty good Rasmus Awakening,
Yeah, I
especially
guess
on
it's
this
good
map
for kickoff. Yeah,
because you're also usually using it to kill confirm.
oh, that's true.
Because you're just hooking people into any other ability to kill. So having more kill confirms is really valuable. Yeah, I'm predicting that as well. I think it would be a smart move by ADR to ban out that Rasmus, especially because I don't know that any of them would be willing to pick it. Maybe Wallaby, but I definitely think that Moffin on the Rasmus is a really scary prospect on Demon Days that you don't want to see if you're ADR.
Especially last time they did ban Kazan got banned. Actually, I think ADR might have banned. I actually don't, or RTF might have banned. I don't remember. Someone banned Kazan. But this is a bad.
I believe
Kazan
ADR
start,
was banning
so-
Kazan. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which is also a
but-
bit of a ban on Leo.
Yeah, it's
he was
a
also a big
decent ban
Kazan.
overall, but I don't know if we'll see that get banned this game. We could see Mako come out, honestly.
Oh yeah, this is a
Um,
terrible Kazan start.
is a
Nobody's
terrible-
playing Kazan here.
But it will be a
unless
Finny ban coming out
you just
first
love
here
the
from
Kazan.
ADR though, so no surprise there.
ADR.
Yeah, ADR is going to
Okay,
ban
yeah,
the Finny. They don't
sniping
want
the
the first pick.
Moffin Finny. Okay.
And then RTF ban Luna. So there you go.
And then okay, they're taking the Rasmus. So
Yeah,
this
they're
must
going to
be-
steal it.
Is this Dran or Wallaby on the Rasmus? I don't know if Dran has a Rasmus
I-
goalie or not.
I'm going to guess that Wallaby's going to pick Asher.
That seems
I think
likely.
I think
yeah.
on extra special start, I think you want Asher, right? Or X, one of the
Or
two.
X. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
There's a Zentaro for RTF.
There's
As
also-
expected, they don't want that to get sniped away.
There's also an IME angle here for RTF. You could put hook resets on the IME. That would be pretty good. Trying to think what else hook. I mean, yeah, we already mentioned the Vice. I think there's a very real possibility that hook rips out the Vice here. I don't know what ADR.
Oh, it's a
is
rune. We got a rune
gonna
pick.
play.
We got a rune pick from RTF here,
Oh.
so that's probably hook.
That's probably hook. Yeah.
Yeah, extra special or timeless. Probably extra special, right? Extra banished.
Yeah. I think
You kind of
extra
go either
special is
way,
a
but I
little
think
too
extra
good.
special.
It's weird, right? Because so when people like first started talking Demon Days theory, there was like a lot of talk about like, oh, Rune is gonna be like absolutely disgusting on this map. You know, he can lock down a whole side of the barrier. You just stick the core behind the barrier, and then he puts the pillar there, and it's so chill. That like very quickly fell out of favor because people realized that you could just stand where the Rune wants to place pillars. And he's not that much of a threat. But maybe it's shifted back because I know that Rune is in a much different position from where he's been in a while. He's not as strong as he was like a couple patches ago, but he's definitely still pretty good. So there's a chance that the Rune is actually a pretty strong pickup here, and that is the Kazan.
Yep.
I said that no
That
one
is
would
the
ever play
Kazan.
Kazan on this start, but Moffin Kui is here to tell me otherwise.
Yeah. I don't think Muffin cares about the starting awakenings. To be honest, I think I think that's kind of a gross forward combo that they got with the Zen rune here, especially because Rasmus Juno is going to be the forwards for ADR. I feel like ADR is playing this one pretty safely. Like this is just kind of, hey, let's hit core, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't feel like as wild as I might have expected it to be. Whereas RTF is doing something insane, but we knowing the players that are on this team, it looks. We know that they're going to execute it well, and it's like, oh wow, the implications of Zentaro Rune and Kazan goalie might be kind of disgusting on this map. So we're going to see if ADR can make a comeback here. Everyone's going extra special. No timeless creators at all. Wallaby on the Vicious Van Brace. Rasmus there on the forward spot. Everyone else pretty much just playing what we assume them to normally play as we get into Game 2 here for the final NASL qualifier spot.
Yeah, Leo might be off to Leoning once more. Hook might be resetting again. These guys are good at what they do. What can I say? The transition from offense to defense and vice versa is just so seamless for RTF. It seems like every time the core floats back to Moffin, it's immediately like cleared past, and then like Leo makes a run up the field with it. Both of their forwards are on the Mag Souls, so featuring very, very nice with the classic Demon Days pick. I haven't yet seen the Vicious Vambrace pick up payout for Wallaby. Maybe, though, on Demon Days, and especially on somebody like Rasmus who can maybe obtain the core and be a little more self-sufficient, we'll see it pay out. For now, though, it's just RTF grabbing an early 0.1. Leo trading flips there with Dran to secure a 1-point lead.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how ADR wins this game. I feel like RTF just have like every advantage kind of in the book going into this. And what we're going to see, though, if they can make the upset happen, it would definitely be cool to see. But right now, RTF up 1 point, holding on to one more barrier, and we've seen them dish out quite a bit of damage so far in just these first 2 points. Haven't gotten any KOs yet, but it's a thing that can happen as well, especially on this map. There's the single banish coming out. Wallaby getting absolutely melted. No energy either. They're hunting for the KO. There's Leo with a slice into the pillar at a right angle, getting the perfect angle to bounce him off the ledge. And now it's a power play here for RTF. General Tree trying to make it clear. Moffin, unfortunately, will lose to the Blobo, and that's going to be an open goal, but Hook resets with the flip. Will get a barrier now of his own. Drops the banish. There's the pillar. Dran looking to rotate to the top side. Can't hold on to the core for just long enough. General Tweed jumping in. Wallaby looking to position in a scoring spot, but the core getting cleared out now. As Hook resets and Leo Leon pinstering around these barriers. Nice clear here from General Twee off of the teleport from Hook. It's Leo. The dribble, looking for this barrier. There's a core flip, goes for the dash to try and get it around. The expanse blocks it once, but not twice. Gets banished by Hook, who receives the rebound and just sinks it right in. RTF bring it to set point.
So I've thought of one win condition that ADR has, and it's Juno core speed. Core speed would be crazy valuable against the comp that RTF is running, because Rune definitely can't respond to core speed. A brawler is never going to really be able to respond to core speed very well, so don't even like factor Leo into the equation. And then over time, it's going to weather down Moffin's cooldowns. So if they can get General Twee a pretty ridiculous build that can give him some core speed, and then get Dran enough defensive awakenings to make it to overtime, where that core speed will really shine, ADR is not completely at a loss here. They definitely still have a chance. It is just going to be a seriously uphill battle. But for now, they're making progress. They have both the barriers down on the enemy side.
RTF did get a little bit punished there when Moffin made pretty aggressive play. Wallaby not quite able to make contact with the death touch, though. Core flip here from Leo. Dash to the bottom side. It gets right around the expanse from Dran. Oh, it despawned just a moment too early. And RTF will be able to take set one. Another 3-0. They've scored 12 points in a row at this point in the series. It's not looking great now as we get into this first draft. Leo, once again, the MVP.
I also just realized that Dran opted for extra special over timeless. There's that timeless pickup. He's gonna make good on the decision. Pick the other starting awakening now. Yeah, the extra special obviously playing around the idea that maybe you want to prevent more KOs, but it's not panning out for now. And this is a pretty nasty draft as far as things go. Moffin getting more size, Leo getting heavy impact, Hook getting rapid fire. Like, those are three incredibly solid picks from the side of RTF, and it denies away the size from Wallaby, who's stuck with Deadeye. Really, the one boon that ADR has is that General Twee has started sparking. If he can get that spark of strength, like I said, the core speed is the path to victory for ADR. It's going to be hard, though. Their barriers are down.
Yeah, Banish now coming out onto Wallaby here as Leo setting up in that top corner. Dran able to make the clear. Now hook resets, brings it to the bottom side. Leo still hovering in place. It'll get passed out, but Moffin right there to send it back in. The pillar getting set up, and Dran, no cooldowns to fight it. Just gets sent right back through him. And RTF make it 1-0 in set 2.
Yeah, they're cooking. I mean, the XP difference tells the story, right? Dran is just constantly getting schmooved around by Leo and Hook, is not even really getting to touch the core all that much. And so Moffin actually has Dran beat in the XP department, which is kind of crazy. That might also be from a kill. I don't know if Moffin contributed to a kill or something earlier, but Leo Leon is rocking 5 levels, 1 to 2 above all of the members of ADR for the time being. And once more, Wallaby, despite having Vicious Vambrace, is on the verge of dying at all times. This extra special Atlas ult is, weirdly enough, coming in handy to keep this guy alive.
Yeah, he's just not really able to dish out enough damage to really heal up at all. A little bit of a lucky break there for ADR as the core just barely misses their barrier, but still stuck on the defense now. Hook resets, sends it back around the barriers once again. Leo Leon able to pick it up and open the goal. Slime's coming out here from General Twee on the defense, but the relentless shots from RTF continue to rain down as Hook resets with the core, sets up in the bottom side. The Zen ult from Leo, but it is cleared out. Both sides now opened up. Moffin to Hook resets, wins the strike war, brings it to the corner. Now Leo on the top side, a pass down. Dran makes the clear, but Hook resets able to recover. Now Leo on the top side with the dash from the dribble. And RTF bring it to set point again.
They're chugging along. I think there is nothing that's going to stop them this set. I think we can pretty safely say set 2 going to RTF here. Double banish comes out. General Twee almost knocked off. Atlas ult does come out, heal them back up. They do have a flip. They technically have a slight barrier advantage right now. So I mean, ADR, they're not making progress. It just is looking dire at all times. I mean, once it gets behind this barrier, Hook resets and Leo Leon are just cutting off all possible options out. It looks like it just never, ever gets cleared. But a nice sequence of strike wars. It eventually gets cleared, but Moffin is just there to send it right back in. But a power play could be just what they need, as their barriers do unfortunately go down along with it.
See if they can make something happen here. Wallaby in the top side. General Twee looking for the barrier. Moffin stops it with the top spin. And now Leo Leon right back online. The banish comes out onto Wallaby. Used defensively there as Moffin just looking for a clear angle, but still holding onto the barrier. Core flip from Wallaby changes that though. Now both sides opened up. Core flip burnt here as well by Moffin as we head into overtime. Dran trading one as well. Hook resets, brings it to the top corner. Slimes are waiting. They get it past Leo Leon. Now back to Hook resets. Pass up to Leo. Working their way up the field. Not able to find much. He gets rotated back around. Nice strike war win from Hook resets. Sends it in, but Dran makes the clear. Hook resets though. Going to have another opportunity here with Leo. Another nice clear from Dran. Gets it back to Moffin. A pass to Leo. Looking for the slice and dice. Wallaby breaks that up and brings it to the bottom side. The Slime's coming out here from General Twee. They're not close enough to make anything happen just yet. A shot from Wallaby to the bottom, but it's crooked leverage to make the save. General Twee setting up from Slimes, but core flip here from Hook resets to the top. Astral Projection saves it. Now Leo Leon in the top corner. Hook resets with the banish onto the goalie. A pass up to Leo, but Dran getting out just in time. Hook resets making this, or not Hook resets, General Twee making the save with the Slime, but the pressure continuing to mount in this top corner. Not able to find just anything, though. And we'll get back out to the neutral zone. Now Moffin on the defense. Wallaby bring it to the top corner here, but Leo staying on his man and not letting any play develop. Zenalt coming out on the top side. A perfect banish from Hook reset. Keeps Dran where he's standing. And RTF win 2 sets now in a row. Leo, the MVP again. And they are looking to make this series a complete sweep.
Yeah, Stagger Swagger showing up here shuts off a lot of the remaining routes to victory for ADR. That's probably... Okay, Leo takes stacks here. I guess he hasn't been dying, so yeah, stacks on stacks is probably really chill. more size on Moffin means no size on Wallaby still. He'll be opting for specialized training. That is an extra special spec training, Deadeye Rasmus. That dude's hook does hurt, but we'll see if he can actually manage to make some plays with it. General Twee did get 2 sparks there. So that was not a fruitless draft for ADR. They do have some interesting builds up and running, but extra special rapid fire stagger swagger on hook resets is pretty nasty, and obviously Leo has a pretty cracked Centauro build as well. So again, still looking dire, but Wallaby's kill potential did just go up. So maybe we'll see some more power plays come out. Maybe ADR is able to punch the one last little hole in their ticket, take us to a game 3, and get one more shot at NASL.
Now, will it be enough, though? Wallaby, or not Wallaby, hook resets opening up the goal there with the pillar. Now Leo in the top corner with the flip, gonna burn it, gets stalled out, not able to find much on that. But now hook resets and Moffin making some passing plays in the backfield, looking to get it back up past this midfield arc. But General Twee opens up RTF's side of the field, jumping in with the slimes. Great save from Moffin, gets a bunch of blobos there. And they get it back out to the midfield. Core flip here from Dran, just clear it out. Moffin able to make the save. Core flip from General Twee, blocked by the pillar from Hook. And now another nice pillar from Hook in the bottom corner. Blocks the rebound of that bumper. And RTF score again in set 3. 2 points away from getting back to NASL.
Yeah, every time that Dran and Twee are able to clear it out, hook resets and Leo just swarm the midfield line with their mag souls, and it feels impossible to ever actually mount an offense against Moffin. Showcasing exactly how good these guys are at constantly having control of the map and the awareness to exploit it. Leo just makes a secondary dash in. That's a 20-second point for RTF. Now on series point, qualification point, RTF about to take the train all the way up to the big leagues for the 2nd season in a row.
And off to a quick start there. Immediately getting a barrier off of the kickoff. A core flip here from Hook resets. Blocked by the Expanse. Wallaby desperately trying to get something. Burns a flip for 1 barrier. They need a little bit more to stay in this one. They're in full reverse sweep mode for ADR. They do open up the goal first. General Twee rotates the top side. A death touch coming in, but nothing gets past Moffin. A perfect strike war gets it out of there. Now a banish onto Wallaby. Takes loads of damage from the pillar and now stuck in the top corner defensively here. Zendel coming out from Leo Leon. Has a flip available. Gonna burn it for the 2nd barrier. Doesn't get it though. Goes for the bounce. They'll get it on the rebound though. And now a pillar in the top side looking for the dash. And that is wraps. Leo Leon. Hook resets and Moffin Kui will be returning to the North American Strikers League for Season 6. Returning to form in a perfect sweep for that qualifier spot.
An 18-0 series?
That was an 18-0 series. ADR was not able to score a single point on Moffin. That's crazy. Wow.
That's about as good as it gets. And yeah, RTF has proven once more why they belong up in the big leagues. One of my favorite teams from last season of NASL. They were a joy to watch, and I'm going to look forward to seeing them back on the Core Strike fields, competing for... I'm hoping, after such a stellar performance that we just saw right there, that we're going to see RTF vying for the championship spot in this upcoming season. Lego, any other thoughts, predictions on what we just saw? What is to come? Another exciting season of NASL about to kick off in the near future.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. They're always gonna be good ones, but yeah, you gotta admire RTF getting back in. That is all the matches that we have for tonight. There's gonna be a little post show after this. That's gonna be more actually talking about, I think, the teams and whatnot. So I'll save my opinions for that. Not that I'm on that, but yeah. You have anything else to say, Cloak, before we dip out of here?
No, I think we've covered it all.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the next season of NASL. Stick around for the post show. And of course, after that, have a wonderful night. But for now, stay tuned.
Good night.
きらんない思い抱えてなんとなく過ごした日々説明のつかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を言いさしたは修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない大嫌いだった月も人も少しは許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指甲賀に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎も消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎を消せない
Hello, everyone. It's been a very long 2 days. Honestly, today was pretty short. Thank some teams for 2-0ing for us. But it's been a pretty long 2 days overall. We went through all of the liftoff bracket, which you see on the right of me here, and we also have gone through landing, and we figured out which teams are North American Strikers League now. And we have 3 players from those teams joining us today. We have the most decorated caster of the North American Strikers League also joining us today. And first off, any thoughts on what happened in Liftoff? Because there was some crazy stuff that happened.
I love Starbreakers.
You go first. You go first.
I think Starbreakers had like a sick run. They beat Ballin' Ballers today. Yesterday they beat a lot of good teams as like a lower seed. Really happy to see that. It was also really cool seeing like Flying Blobos perform so well. They looked really good. And Polar Cortex also had an insane day too. Yeah, just really cool teams, really cool games.
Oh, as someone who played in it, I think hopefully for the viewers it was really fun. It was definitely a little stressful to play in it for sure, especially Liftoff, the whole 9-hour grind to get all the way there. That was a bit stressful. A lot of really good teams. I think this season, I know everyone says that every season, but like I feel like this one, like there's always strong teams, but there's just so many teams that I feel like if NASL had 15 teams, we'd have 15 NASL level teams. Like there's a lot of teams that are just really high level right now. I think some to note that didn't make it. Polar obviously falling just a little bit short, but looking incredibly good. Flying Blobos obviously looking incredibly good as well. HMG, ADR, all these teams I think just kind of feeling like they're stepping a cut above the rest so far. But NASL's competitive, man. It's hard to get in, and they just sadly couldn't get it this season.
I think it means that NASA is going to be super competitive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it has been in the past, but it keeps getting more competitive. NASL has kind of like over the last couple seasons, it feels like it's leveled out a little bit. It's definitely gotten more competitive, but I think it's like leveled out more. But NASA, I think just every season keeps getting like way, way stronger.
All right.
Yeah, I want to say.
My bad.
I'm going. My turn. I haven't talked yet.
We got a lot of people on the desk.
Yeah, we got a whole 5 people. That's a big number. I was pretty excited to see like there's a lot of new teams that I thought were super close to making it. Like when Flying Blobos 2-0 Bun Bun in the morning, I was like, oh god, Bun Bun no. But I was also like, yeah, Flying Blobos, yeah. And like Dragon Slayers, like another team that I really thought could have taken it, but yeah, and I'm very proud to say PPL's in. Love those guys. Been watching them like slowly but surely make their way back into NASL, and here we are. After like however many seasons it was, I can't count that high.
5?
I think it's like 5, yeah.
Like 5, yeah.
Analysis.
They were in season 1, and they're finally back after a very long journey. But I guess since we're already talking about PPL, we can speed on ahead to the fan favorite section where predictions are made. 10 slots for each of you, 10 NASL teams in NASL. Why don't you start us off, Borg? Who do you think is the 10th best NASL team?
10th best. You know, I hate to do it to him, but I mean, it's just got to be Bun Bun Bonanza. You know what I mean? Hitting the 10th seed. I just
True.
faltering a little short today, but managing to clutch it out in the end. I mean, I don't know. These guys have been playing too many fighting games recently. That's my take. But hey, the better they get at fighting games, maybe it'll translate more, you know, over to OS now that it is a bit more in the fighting meta. The Showtime meta is over. I'm not putting them first. I'm telling you guys that right now. But I believe in you guys, Liara. You can knock. I'll give you the underbun buff just to see what happens, because I think it's interesting. When the last time that happened, it got really interesting. So let's see what happens.
Might have to roll swap to goalie.
All right, Liari,
There we go.
getting called out a little bit. What would your selection be for the 10th best team?
I think everyone knows this. If you read Westcord yesterday, I'm putting Wee's Little Bees at 10. I think they approach Flying Blobos really well, and I think where this team could find wins is having good draft prep and good like game plans. We copied their homework a little bit, so thank you. But yeah, I just don't think like they have the mechanics in the hands to compete with the rest of the league.
Yeah, and I will say the one thing that is a correct opinion that is not up for debate is that unfortunately I think that we can come to a consensus that We's Little Bees has by far the 10th best logo in the North American Strikers League.
I don't even know what it is. Oh, there it
I
is.
can't
can
tell
barely
from
see
here.
that.
That's another 3-person logo, I think. So
Yeah, I mean it's the same tier as
No,
like
it's
all
got
the
like
3-person
10.
logos.
It's got like
the
10
same
people.
thing.
There's like 10 bees in
there's
there.
10. That's a lot of
Like,
bees.
there's a
Wait,
lot of
Can I
bees.
like give them NASL or Bus logo? Can I just give them that team to them? Because it's way cooler. Like, come on. Hey, DM me if you want it. I'll just give it to you. We need to use the logo somehow.
Right. Well, we'll drop. Any strong opinions on 10th place here?
well, if you're in Westgord, rumor has it that Hook Resets isn't actually playing for Return to Form right now, which means Return to Form is actually 2 people. Which I don't know if you've ever played on Mega Strikes. Usually you want 3 to win. So things are looking a little rough for Return to Form this season. So I'm gonna have to put them at 10 until they can find another player.
All right. Well, Threezy Breezy, it's time.
Listen, I can never put my goat Leo at 10th, okay? That's just not happening. So yeah, I think I'm gonna put the bees at 10, unfortunately. Sorry guys.
All right. Well, then Threezy, another one on the board here. Number 9.
Oh, number 9. This is interesting. This is very interesting. What if okay. I'm gonna go with PPL. I think they have a high ceiling, but I think now that they're in NASL, it's gonna be hard for them at first. We'll see how they can improve. Maybe I should have put them higher, but I think 9 is a good spot for them to start.
All right. Well, Drop, you're a bit of a PPL fan. Got any thoughts on that? And got any thoughts on who's the real 9th best team?
Well, let's be clear. I've got PPL. A bit of spoilers for later. They're making playoffs this season. Like they're back in NASL. They're here to win. I can guarantee. I can't guarantee, but I will guarantee you that actually.
They're getting
making
at least this time.
They're getting a win. That's right. But I am gonna drop Weasel Bees at 9. I think. I mean, they've got 2 role swaps, and we has never seen NASL before, so it might there's gonna be a lot of learning throughout the entire season coming with them. But as we saw from Modern Magic, I mean, when you're learning, I mean, it's still very possible to take games. So upsets always available to happen in the North American Strikers League.
All right. Well, let's move around a little bit. Liari, who are you looking at for 9th here?
All right. Well, unfortunately, Demons Raw lost Kainu, but now they have some guy named Fudgy Waffles, who was a goalie main last season. I think that team is destined for 9th. Kind of bad. Putting them there.
Oh wow! I think you made a certain person in the chat very, very interested with that answer. But well, that definitely could be the case. Who knows? Because Kainu was playing 2 roles after all. Well, Borg, it's time to accelerate a little bit. Let's get your 9th,
Yeah,
8th,
I'm down to get it in here.
and
say it again.
Well, let's get your 9th, 8th, and 7th.
Okay, I'm down. I'm actually prepped for that. All right, so 9th. As much as I like them, just because I love the underdog story, I will put We's Little Bees. I won't go too crazy on it, but whole point is, I mean, Carmine's a beast, and I think when on their characters is very, very good. I think Zaxmack is a very good player, but I think role swapping to goalie is incredibly hard, especially going into NASL as your first real season going into goalie. I think there's going to be a little bit of issues there. I hope not, but I mean, that's just what I'm thinking. So put them at 9th. At 8th, I'm going to go with the PP Legends. I think they have really high potential, but I don't know. Whenever I watch this team, it's like I feel like they're either unstoppable or they're just messing around. And I don't know. I just feel really iffy about them. So I'm going to put them at 8th for now. I think they can make playoffs for sure, though. So definitely not counting them out. And then 7th, You know, this is my kickback. This is my kickback for 3Z Breezy here for putting me 10th. Deserved at this point, but you're going 7th, buddy. That's what you get.
You busted.
Hey, you still disrespected. You're supposed to support me. Look.
Listen, my bad, bro.
We're
I
even
support
now.
you,
Hey.
but I can't seed you that high. You know what I mean?
Hey, but
It's
we're
like-
even now.
All right,
That's all I'm gonna
that's
say.
fair. All right.
Well,
I'll take it.
S tier winner, 3Z Breezy. What are you looking at for your 8th and 7th picks here?
Let's see. Number 8. Gonna have to go with. I think it's RTF. Unfortunately, I don't know. Like, we don't know who their midfielder is, so I can't put them too high. I thought this team was a playoff team last season. They were like a set off from making playoffs. I'd love to see them make playoffs this season. I just don't know where they wind up. So their ceiling is higher than this, but I think this is like their floor. I'm an 8. And then do you want me to do 7th as well?
Yep.
Okay, 7th. Dude, this is actually where I think. Oh man. It's a toss up because there's a couple role swaps happening. There's a couple new players happening. A lot of these teams have changed around a lot. So I'm actually gonna go with Bozo here at 7. I don't know how well they're clicking with Streak so far. But it's gonna be a process. I think their whole game plan kind of revolved around their midfielder, Gret. So with Streak, it's gonna be difficult for them to. It's gonna take a lot of time, a lot of practice for them to kind of rival what they were before. So we'll see how high the Bozos can jump. But I think 7th is their floor.
Bozo Bunch Drop Leto, I know you want to say something. What are you up to, and what are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking about putting Sundubu at 8, but I've decided I'm not going to be that much of a hater as 3Z is. So instead, I'm going to drop some big veterans down here. I'm going to put EKC and Demons Raw at 8 and 7 respectively. We're coming in to a crazy season. Mark my words. No one's ready.
Wow, okay. Well, it's looking like a Drop Leto tier list out here. That's all I'm going to say. But, Liari, your turn for the 2 teams that will finish just outside of playoffs.
Right, my 8th place is pretty boring. I think I agree with a decent amount of other folks. Return to form. I don't think there's any like super good midfielders on the market. I think Cook Resets was pretty good. So I'm gonna put them there, and then in 7th place, I think so. This is another team that had some swaps, but only 2 players swapping around. And as a team that role swapped last season, I think it's pretty hard to do that. So I'm gonna put Sad Boys in 7th.
All right. Well, we'll see if that role swap does indeed change things. But if you think about it, is it really that much of a role swap? Dog like Spike, you know?
It's
Anyway.
not.
It's
as
a
much for
half roll
Vaughn,
swap.
but it's more for Caleb than it is for Vaughn.
That
I
is
think.
true.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
we're heading to playoffs territory, and we'll start with you, Drop. Number 6. Which team is going to make it into playoffs, but only by a little bit?
Well, what you need to make it into playoffs is something unique to push your team to victory. And you know what Average Alex has over everyone else here? That's right. A spec training W, which is going to push PPL just above Demons Raw. I'm going to put them at 6. Let's go PPL.
Drop. Wait.
Yeah.
Average Alex didn't win spec.
Oh, I thought he did.
He got 2nd
Uh-oh.
place.
Well, we could put Demons Raw at 6 then.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad. I got the stats wrong, but I learned from my mistakes and I could fix them.
He lost in grands and anyway, next. We go next. 3Z Breezy, save us.
Yeah, I don't know. There's 2 Demons Raws on my screen. I'm getting like.
Wait a second. Wait, Drop.
What'd I do? That's not my fault.
That was your
Yeah,
fault.
Rob, what are you
fault.
doing?
You just put Demons Raw on your list twice, I think. Unless I'm wrong.
No, you know what? It's chill. We can have Demons Raw twice. You know what?
Which
No,
team is getting
drop.
kicked from the league?
You gotta pick another
Jeez.
team.
Okay. It could just be PPL then. My bad.
Okay.
Okay, let it be known. I'm focusing really hard on my speech right now.
There's
It's
nothing
really
wrong
hard.
with 6th place, guys. There's nothing wrong with 6th place.
Right. Well, 3Z. What's up
Okay.
next?
It's time. Yes, it's time for Demons Raw here at number 6. This is a good spot to put them. I think Fudgy Waffles is good. He always tells me, yeah, Vaughn, Kainu, like I'm like those guys. I'm as good as those guys. That's what he always tells me. So now it's time for him to prove it. Now it's time for him to show me that he is in fact like Kainu, and he can in fact play in Kainu's shoes. So go do it, Fudgy. I believe in you. That's why you're making playoffs. Maybe not the easiest path, but I think you can do it. So
All right, Borg. I'm noticing a certain lack of a certain older team here, but I'm not going to take any big guesses on where you're going to place them.
Hey.
What's your number 6?
I actually want to change things up if that's possible, but if not, we'll just put them at 6. I want to put Demons at 8 and PP Legends at 6.
Ooh.
This Gumi
okay.
guy chose to play with his old teammate instead of try something completely different with me. So how dare he? I'm going to do that instead. Let's just say the Fudgy Gumi team's not the same without me. So we're going to put them at 8th here. Snake's going to have to work his ass off to carry that team. So good luck, Snake. I believe in you, bro. Always get it done. PP Legends at 6th for sure. So I'll re-talk about them. Don't believe in them as much, but like I said before, I think they can make playoffs. And I thought about it a little more, and I'm like a huge Fiery fan. I'm a huge Fiery fan, and plus this guy is super cool as a person and as a player. I think he's super creative, so I think they can squeeze a 6th place. There's nothing wrong with 6th.
Well, Liari, you're the only one I can trust with a large quantity of chatting. I got betrayed by a drop earlier. Who do you have finishing outside of the top 4?
All right. So wait, does that mean I'm doing 6th and 5th?
Yes.
Okay. So 6th place, I'll put. Sorry, I'm very conflicted here. I'm gonna put PPL in 6th place as much as I want to put them higher. I think they're a really good team. I think Bloom is a beast. I think they're gonna do really well in a league format. I think qualifiers is kind of where they don't shine. But in a league format, I think they're gonna be sick. And they're gonna have a lot of creative picks that are really fun to watch. And they'll have some like throw games, some little fun ones, but they'll end up in playoffs and they'll do well there. For 5th place, I'll put. I'm gonna be a hater. 3Z Breezy is. I don't know how to continue the sentence. 3Z Breezy is bad. Soondubu is gonna be 5th place. I think they had a really good lane performance. Yeah.
I'm washed.
Yeah.
That's fact.
Yeah.
Shape shifting also, like that guy shakes all the time. Grimel is pretty cool though. I like him.
All right. Well, let's rapid fire the 5th places out of the way. Borg,
Yeah.
you first.
We're gonna go with let's put EKC. Actually, no. Actually, I think EKC is gonna perma Smurf. Let's put Showtime.
Whoa.
I'm down for the Showtime fall this season.
Okay. Well, they're easy.
The meta's gonna change in playoffs. Watch. I'm paying Aesop.
All right. This is where I think I have Sad Boys. They're twinning with Demons Raw. They have a new midfielder and a new goalie, I guess, but Vaughn has played goalie before. I await the progress of Caleb's midfield grind. So far, it's looked okay. We need to see some improvement on that end from him. But I think this team will probably end up sneaking into playoffs like they do every season. Go boys!
Well, let's go drop. What's happening here? 5th place, quick.
Bun Bun Bonanza. Go Bun Bun.
Well, our biggest
Yeah.
supporter.
Right. Well, let's mix it up a little bit. Let's start from the top. Who's winning? Who's winning, Borg?
Oh, Who's winning? Okay, well now my whole flow's messed up here. All right, I gotta rethink about this. I'm gonna put. You know what? Dropletto, it's a Bozo Bunch sweep this season.
Yeah.
We're putting the Bozo Bunch at number 1. I think Streak is coming back with a vengeance. I think Dropletto, this guy's a beast.
No, that's what happened during warm-ups today. But yeah, beast
No,
mode.
those are warm-ups. That was the whole
No,
point.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think the Bozo Bunch, I think it's going to be a tight season, and you can't wait for my number 2, but hey, that's what I'm thinking. That's what we're going to go with here. On the spot, Bozo Bunch sweep.
All right, Drop. On the spot, who's winning?
All right. Well, I thought about putting myself at first, but once again, it's a Sad Boys sweep. Not in for another season. Sad Boys takes it all.
Wow.
Daring today, aren't we?
Can't diss my goats.
All right, well, 3Z, who's winning?
It's a Sundubu sweep. But it's number 1 for the vibes. For the vibes.
And Liari, who will be the champion of Season 6?
This is fucking obvious. It's Bun Bun Bonanza. We're back on our main roles. Do you really think this league's going to be a challenge? LMAO.
That is true. There was a certain season where Bun Bun was definitely a top 2 team, and they were on their main role, so... Well, we got the important part out of the way. The list is basically complete at this point.
Oh, yeah. It matters, though. The rest matters.
Yeah, the rest does matter. Drop. Who's getting 3rd?
3rd? That's such a weird number.
Yeah, you didn't expect that
Sai's
one.
bored. Sai's getting
Okay.
bored.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop.
Leto.
Okay. Well, Showtime's clearly getting too much hate right now, so I have to put Bozo Bunch at 3, so I could save my number 2 for someone else later.
Oh, just say it already. You're putting Showtime at number 2, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm putting Showtime at 2. Yeah, I mean, a little disturbing that they didn't get a single number 1 spot, but stats lie, as everyone knows. So
Just do 4 at this point.
Yeah,
like,
do 4.
there's no way to just do 4.
I'm saving that one for later.
Wait, did you even know?
I can't.
Just do 4,
did
man.
you even know the last team?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Hold on.
There's a certain club missing from the.
Yeah, the Sudubu Strikers, those guys. I heard they came back after a couple seasons. Good for them.
Throw them off.
I don't remember if they have any like important wins recently, but hey, I think they're gonna do pretty good this season.
All right, we can test the hypothesis, okay? 3Z Breezy, where are you putting Eris Kitten Club?
They're going at 3rd.
Damn, he remembered. Borg, where are you putting Eris Kitten Club?
2nd. I think they're cooking this season. I'm gonna be honest.
And Liari.
Yeah, I'm also putting EKC at 2nd. I think they finally beat their demons. Sad Boys at LAN. Demons Raw is a whole new team pretty much. EKC is pretty good. I mean, they're gonna get gapped by us. Soren's my dog or whatever the hell. But hey, they're good besides that.
Okay. Well, Liari, do you want to finish your list real quick?
Yeah, sure. Bozo Bunch 4th. I think Streak's a pretty good player, but they're gonna have some trouble adjusting, but they'll look really strong by the end of the season. And then Showtime 3rd. Hyunzu, I'm his mother, so it's gonna be hard for him to deal with me. Joker, I walk him on the daily. Barcode, he's just a melee goalie. Who fucking cares?
You know, some parents are watching the broadcast right now, Liari.
My fault.
All good.
Bestie and Slot after dark. Has the sun set on the East Coast yet?
Yeah, never let
Oh,
me
it certainly has.
Kind of.
Pitch black outside. I mean, yeah, look at this, guys. Look at this window. Literally nothing out there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the Dangle's not going to recover. Borg,
Oh yeah, it definitely is not.
how are you going to finish
I'm
out
gonna
your
go
list?
last. I want to go last.
Okay,
I
if you
want to
go last, 3Z. How are you finishing your list?
All right. Showtime at 2, and that means it's Bun Bun at 4th. I put Bun Bun a little high, but I think because they're now on main role, I think they shoot up. I always know what side their 12 did a few seasons ago in NASL. That guy's a demon. Also, Lilybun's on 20 ping now. That's a bit scary. So yeah, it's a Bun Bun sweep.
He might go.
Oh, that's true, actually. The ping bonus is crazy.
Yeah, she's on 20 ping now. Can I change my
Yeah,
bun bun
her
spot?
first, like one of her first nights back in solo queue, I keyed into her and she was like, it was bad. Me and Bertram were like in call. We were like, what is this? This is some witchcraft happening on the enemy team. It was insane.
All right, well, finally, Borg. What's happening?
All right. So at fourth, I'm gonna go with the Sad Boys at fourth. I think some team it's a bit of a question mark for a lot of people, but you got to remember it's still the same players, different roles. But I did scrim with them a few times. I was the Phil Brawler, because this Bells guy just was there. He just didn't want to scrim. I'm gonna put him at 4. I think that they can do really well. It depends how well Caleb gets good, but I think when I scrimmed with him, one thing I noticed is that he was literally asking Vaughn, like, he was just talking to Vaughn the whole time about getting better. There was no like team comms, no cared about winning the scrim. It was just like, all right, what did I do wrong there? How do I do this there? Like, what would you do in that case? It was really cool to look at. So he definitely wants to learn and do better. And I'm a big fan and big friend to both of them. And also, I think it would be funny because I saw Vaughn post a screenshot earlier of 3 back-to-back 4th place S tiers, and I thought that was really funny. So if they're going to get 4th again, boom, there you go. And then third, last but not least, return to form. And I'm not going to elaborate too much. Let's just say I do know who the midfielder is going to be, and I will not be sharing that information.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Well, before we end, there's one shakeup to make to the lists. There is one change that needs to be made here. But before that, the season's coming up. I guess we can start with Drop. Which team are you most excited to face, and why?
I haven't really thought about excited. I know who I'm least excited for. That's Bun Bun. We get walked by those guys every single time. I do not want to play them at all. But if there's a team I'm excited for, down to get my run back on the soon debut strikers. Think about it. We won the first best of 3. You guys won the second. It's time to decide who's really the winner.
Actually, we won 2 best of 3s because there was a reset. So
wait, that doesn't count. Doesn't count. It's like the same thing. Wait, think about we can win in the season, and then we win in playoffs again when we play you guys. There we go. There we go. Then we can decide it.
All right. Well, 3Z, what about you? Which team are you interested in facing?
Honestly, so many. If I had to choose one, well, honestly, it's probably Showtime, just because I respect them the most. But if it wasn't Showtime, it would be Demon's Raw. Playing against this Fudgy guy again is gonna be fun. I always like playing against him. And also, Yumi and Snake too. So yeah, looking forward to playing against Demon's Raw, and then also Showtime because I want to beat them.
All right, Liari, which team are you most interested to face?
Most interested? Well, we have a lifetime 1-set win against Showtime since Shianzu joined the league, except for when they had Zayn for one of our games against them. So I want to beat that team. And I will also say EKC because I don't think we beat them since like a random weekly a year ago or longer. So also that team.
All right, and before we end, there is one change to make here to everybody's lists. The Sad Boys rebrand, as a lot of people know, has been announced. They are now Hungry Like Nephew. That
like Spike.
Can we get a logo on the stream? Or
I was gonna do that and then I failed.
Resilient like Jerry. Sexy cat.
That could have been the name if
I know, it's all good.
But obviously
Hungry Like Nephew.
Obviously,
that's next
Hungry
season.
Like Nephew.
Yeah.
That's next
Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for watching another season of qualifiers. NASL does start in 2 weeks, I believe, so stay tuned. Then you'll see.
I didn't know that.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
I actually had no clue. So
Wait,
thanks for
when does
telling
it start?
2 weeks, right? Wait.
2 weeks? Yeah.
Is it 2 weeks?
I don't know. I haven't.
I mean, I thought we had a break for a week.
I have no
Does
clue.
everyone? Anyway, well.
We can always come together. No one shows up to NASL.
It's
There we
definitely
go.
not next week. If it's not next week, that's all I know. Anyway, It's okay. Well, Grimella knows. That's enough for the four of us. Anyway, so thanks for watching another season of qualifiers, and well, we'll see you when NASL begins. Thanks everyone, and see ya.